Hey everybody, my name is Akinola. Welcome to Legends of Runeterra, top 32 seasonal tournament for the Americas. I'm joined by some fantastic gentlemen on the desk today. Got Jason, Blevins, and and Charmer. Sorry everybody. I'm just so hyped about all of this that I let's just talk about how the day is going. I'm going to shut up. Jason, start with you. Let's go down the desk. How are you feeling about today's open format, today's tournament? What's going through your mind? What do you think we're going to see?
I'm doing fantastic. First off, it's an honor to be here on the desk with you fine gentlemen. And excited barely begins to describe how I'm feeling. We have got 32 of the best players on the planet playing in one of the most skill-intensive and action-packed formats we have ever seen. And one of them is going to take home $10,000 and the crown of seasonal champion. I can't wait to get into these games, but what I really want to know is, Charmer, how you doing?
I mean, I'm doing great. I'm also with Akinola. I am doubly excited to have Jason Flora on the desk today. I want to say his name twice as well because it's well deserved. You are a mad genius, and thankfully you're here to carry me through the broadcast. This is the last seasonal of 2021. They've paired me with Blevins for a game, which means it's also probably the last cast of my career. So I'm going to go out with a bang.
Blevins, what about you? How are you feeling about today? What's going through your mind? You and Charmer, the dynamic duo.
I mean, I'm feeling great. I don't know about everyone else who's going to be watching the seasonal. Well, you're here. I guess you're strapped in, and you're going to get what you're going to get. But I know anyone who has been around us for an extended period of time has gone clinically insane. So we'll just have to wait and see how that turns out.
All right, awesome. For anybody who's seen this before, you obviously know the rules, but there are people who don't know the rules. So let's quickly go over what this tournament is all about today. First of all, the prize pool, $20,300 up for grabs here. And the winner is going to walk home with $10,000. I've never won that much money at once, not even in a casino. So whoever wins that, I'm going to be super excited for them. Moving on to the format of the tournament, 32 players, single elimination. So it's best 2 out of 3. If you lose your set, that's it. You're out. You got to go tell your friends that you really messed up and you don't know where to go from here. Players are going to bring 3 different decks with no duplicated champions, no duplicated region combinations, and no more than 1 deck without any champions at all. Players are going to get to ban 1 deck before they start playing, and players can't use a deck after they've won with it. Each round is going to last for a maximum of 70 minutes. Not sure if we're going to hit that today, but just in case that does happen, we have that safeguard there. And let's take a look at the top 32 for today. We got some familiar and some new faces here. Some people I don't recognize. I do recognize some people like Majin Bey, Kochua. And there's a good mix of representation of the Americas. There's got some Brazilians, some Mexicans, a couple from Canada, the US. So there's a good mix. I think that all of these people came to play. And while we look at this top 32 bracket, I also want to give us an opportunity to take a look at a deeper introspection as to what some of the top 32 had to say and what this tournament means to them. So please take a look.
Winning the seasonals is really about celebrating hard work. I've always told my daughters that anything we're doing is worth doing well. So this Saturday, when I'm competing on the biggest stage of Runeterra against some of the best players in the world, I hope it shows my daughters that hard work and dedication really does pay off.
Honestly, I'm really just trying to enjoy this weekend because come next year, my priorities are going to shift as my wife and I are expecting our first child. We're incredibly excited about it, but I realize this means this might be the last top 32 I can play in for quite some time. So yeah, winning it would be a nice way to go out on a high note.
It means a lot. Like, oh my god, like I literally cannot imagine myself winning it at the moment. If that happens, I will feel quite blessed.
Winning the seasonal would mean a lot to me. I would be the first 2-time seasonal champion, which is something that I'm definitely shooting for, and the $10,000 prize pool will go a long way towards getting me as much arcane merch as I could possibly buy.
Winning the seasonal for me would mainly mean getting my name out there. Ever since I started playing back in beta, mainly just kind of been playing it for fun, but I finally decided to take it a little bit more seriously. So winning the seasonal would definitely be a pretty good accomplishment with that.
Winning seasonals, it would mean the world to me. I am so passionate about LoR, and I play this game on most days for multiple hours. and I would love to at least at some point be seen as like one of the top players or someone who's like really scary to play against at seasonals.
As the Lux Poppy inventor and propagandist, winning the seasonal on Saturday would be very fulfilling as a player and as a deck builder. It would really like legitimize Lux Poppy.
I am mostly preparing as I would do like at any other point in the season. So right now I am picking up all the lists from those who qualified for the top 32, and I am trying to figure out what made them decide, like those cards and to play those archetypes. And at the same time, I'm trying to reinforce the decks that I am already good at.
I'm spending a lot of time prepping with my friends on Team Aretusa, and we're just trying to find some decks that are good into the meta, that are pretty strong, and that I enjoy playing.
Just playing ranked, mainly.
Not really doing anything special to prepare for top 32, just working with my testing team, the Mastering Runeterra Pro team, trying to find the best possible lineups.
And to prepare for top 32, I did the same thing that I usually do. Played a good amount of ladder to practice my deck lists, and I also slightly tweaked some of my lists to make them better for the top 32.
But as for preparation, I've actually been helping a bunch of players in other regions learn how to play Lux Poppy, as well as playing scrims using my opponent's lineups and figuring out where the vulnerabilities are, where I need to be attacking.
Welcome back, everybody. Wow, that was some inspiring stuff for a couple of reasons. We had a couple players who, they'd be excited to win the prize money, but the main just the video that I got was that it's really about the glory. They care so much about this game that winning means everything to them. And just to see that type of dedication from these top 32, these guys have fought tooth and nail to get to where they are. And it's just really nice to see the hard work and dedication has gotten them this far. And I want all of them to win, but unfortunately, not all of them can win.
Yeah, I guess the logistics wouldn't work if everyone won. I guess it wouldn't really be much of a tournament at that point. But I wanted to call out, we're actually going to take a look at a number of players in depth. There's a couple I want to call out from that video. One, Cephalopod. He's got the Lux Poppy on lock. He's pushing it. I've been seeing his Twitter. He's been pushing the Lux Poppy. I'm really excited to potentially see that. That would be really cool. And then Zorg Dungu's another one as well. Not because, he's an amazing player. We've seen him in the top 32 as well. And I'm a little bit disappointed in him, not because he's not played well, but because he didn't call out his brother. His brother, Filthy Gamer Weeb, another top player that we've seen in the top 32. My personal goal for him is to do better than his brother. And because I know personally how these sibling rivalries go. And regardless of the money, regardless of the glory, I just want to place higher than my brother did in the top 32.
That's awesome. Yeah, there's a couple players that jumped out to me there. Samantha Honey being one of them. I had the opportunity to test for the last seasons with. Was very impressed by how clean he plays and how diligently he prepares for tournaments. He's got to be one of my favorites coming into today for sure. Another one being What Am I? One of my testing partners. Well known for showing up with 2 Targon decks and a ham sandwich and just running the tables. So definitely keep an eye on both of them as the day progresses.
And another player I want to call out, Kochua. It's his last seasonal. He's having a freaking child. It's a huge responsibility, and obviously he's not going to be able to devote as much time to Legends of Runeterra. So he's got a true underdog story going out here, and I kind of feel for him. I want him to win all of a sudden, but will he do it? Who knows?
Yeah, I just want to pipe in and say, I know that he's saying, all right, I want to spend more time with my child, and that is the right thing to do. I say this as a father of 2 children, but I think Kochua might be misunderstanding exactly how little sleep you get in those early months, and there's a chance he might be playing Legends of Runeterra at 2 a.m., and I think we might see a little bit more of him than he expects as a result of that. Maybe I'm also just being a bit selfish because I'd love to see him more.
Well, wonderful words. The dedication is there. Let's take a look and do some deep dives at a handful of players that I want to be able to learn about, and also I want the audience to be able to learn about. First off, Kochua Blevins, what can you tell us about him?
Well, we just launched it up. He gave us that heartfelt, hey, this might be my last seasonal. I'm getting different circumstances, of course, but a little bit like the famous Lou Gehrig speech. Again, different circumstances entirely. But I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the planet. This is my last hurrah potentially. And Kochua, this would be a great one. Of course, outside of that, if you watched the Beyond the Bandlewood seasonal, you will recognize Kochua as one of our finalists. Made it to the very tippy top of Mount Targon being the seasonal tournament, but just missed the win there. Ended up getting second, which is a fantastic finish. Not to mention, of course, he's back here again, potentially looking to go further. And I actually got the chance to talk to Kochua in a winner's interview at a Giant Slayer fight night, and he promised me, guaranteed, without a shadow of a doubt, okay, I may be embellishing a little bit, but he said, I'm going to improve upon my performance last time, which, really only can mean one thing, and that's a first place finish. And, we see the decks that he brought to the open rounds here, 3 of the best decks in the format. It's certainly a very strong strategy a lot of players take. Hey, I'm a top player. I'm going to play the top 3 decks, and I'm going to play them better than my opponents. I'm going to use the deck strength and my strength as a player to outplay anyone that I am going up against. And obviously it worked well for Kochua in the previous seasonal. I'm sure he's going to try to run it back here as well.
Jason, I want to talk about this profile of this next player. He seems to be an unknown. This Majin Bay character. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, I hadn't heard the name before. It must be a new player. I had to do a little digging. Looks like he has a top 16 Worlds appearance. Not bad. Looks like this is actually his 5th time making the top cut seasonals. That's pretty good. He's actually a previous seasonal champion. Okay, not bad. Oh, wow. Look at this. He is the co-host of the Mastering Runeterra podcast. Wow. That is truly a great accomplishment. Wow. Okay. All right, all jokes aside, he's my teammate, good friend. He's at the top of many people's list for the best player in the Americas region. If he is able to win today to become Runeterra's first ever 2-time seasonal champion, he will undoubtedly claim the title of GOAT.
GOAT indeed. I would love to see the 2-time. Charmer, over to you. And Blevins, you had something you want to chime in on?
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Majin Bay, I agree entirely, Jason. I think right now it's still a little bit early in the lifetime of Legends of Runeterra to call GOAT status, greatest of all time status, because we're at such a small interval, compared to other games. I mean, some of the card games have been around for 25 plus years. We're in the infancy of it, but a lot of players, a lot of people that have seen Majin Bay, have talked to Majin Bay, any of that will have to agree that he is definitely in the consideration for it.
Oh, you're talking about greatest of all time. No, I thought he was actually just going to turn into a 2-drop with 3 power that gives you gems.
Oh my goodness. This desk is going to be great. I'm so blessed to be here today. Charmer, I want to toss to you. You've got some information on another player, Sir Termund. What is the sitch?
Well, it's true that Majin Bay might very well be one of the best players in the Americas region. However, one title he cannot claim is the best Soraka Tahm Kench player in the Americas. That is, in my mind, absolutely Sir Termund. This is the 2nd time that he's made the top 32 cut. Both times he's done it on the back of Soraka Tahm Kench and the Turbo Thralls deck. I like to call it Defrost because you are thawing out those frozen thralls. But this is a player that loves this Soraka Tahm Kench deck, likes to bring it to tournaments. It's not a ladder superstar. It's not a ladder deck. However, that can sometimes give you an edge, especially in those open rounds, because many players are not accustomed to playing it. I'm more interested in seeing how he does in this top 32, because once you know what the field is going to be, you can game plan for the players that are going to be in it. And yes, players know he's going to unbench the Kench. He's going to unload the Toad, but that also means you can game plan for it. So something that was a strength is now potentially a weakness. You look at what he brought in the open rounds, had Poppy Zed. Clearly that is ban bait. So he wants to play his comfort lists. And that means people can run into the Soraka Tahm Kench list. Is it a bane or a boon? We'll have to wait and see.
And then last but not least, this last player profile that we want to dig into, JC Pent. Blevins, you got the scoop. What can you tell us about JC Pent?
Yeah, I've actually got a decent amount to say about JC Pent. Not necessarily from previous tournaments outside of the seasonal, but I did, of course, write the power rankings for all of the top 32 players. You can check that over at GiantSlayer.tv for a profile on all the players. But JC Pent is an interesting one because he could not be bothered to fill out the survey, getting back to Riot to actually register for the event until literally the final hour. They were mere minutes away from actually going down the qualified list and actually disqualifying him, as he did not get his email in until the very last minute. But he is here. He is in the tournament, and that is great. And these decks are great. I mean, we talked about, potentially being predictable in terms of the decks that you brought to the open rounds. I don't think you can play around any of these decks because no one is planning to play against the Jaceheimer deck, and certainly not the Zoe Poppy. Those are decks that sort of came out of nowhere in the hands of JC Pent. And they worked for him then. Who knows what he's going to bring now?
That's exactly what I like about JC Pent. He said, you know what? I know what's good on the ladder, but I don't care. You can bring what you think is the big bad wolf of the ladder. You can bring those decks. You can huff, you can puff, you can try to blow my Nexus in, but I'm not going to allow it. I'm not going to give you anything that you can game plan around. Zoe and Poppy, Hammerdinger, as I like to call it, with Jason Heimerdinger. I love everything about this lineup. I hope it's a repeat today, bringing the open decks into the top 32, because I want to cast these. They look wild.
One of my favorite things about Runeterra is how much they're going in terms of putting cards that are going to shake up the meta. They want to put every single league champion as a card. And the meta, the way it's changed over the months, has been so drastic in some cases, especially this most recent balance patch with Vandalwood. So, Jason, as our resident analyst on the day, how can you just educate us, my little tiny shrimp brain, when it comes to card games, as to how this meta has polarized not just the open format, but this tournament right here? Because frankly, I'm tired of seeing Poppy. Tired of it.
Well, you might be tired of it, but that's not going to stop these players from bringing it. The whole meta is tied together by the two kings of the format. We got Poppy Zed and Gangplank Sejuani Plunder as the two best decks in the format. These are typically rounded out with a Lee Sin Zoe or a Turbo Thralls deck. But then all of a sudden, the format opens up real wide. You got things like Darkness, Lurk, Soraka Tahm Kench, Scouts, Scion Dragon, Viego Thresh, a bunch of Shellfolk variants, not to mention our one undefeated player, JC Pent, that brought Poppy Zoe, Heimerdinger Jace, Fizzvi Shellfolk, like we just saw. Like, Poppy Zoe wasn't even a deck. So, coming into today, a lot of players still on Poppy Zed, still on Gangplank Sejuani. Most of them going with the plan of banning Poppy Zed and then trying to battle against Gangplank Sejuani. There are also a lot of players that are trying to attack that lineup or lineups that are good against it. What I really want to see today, what I think will be very successful, is if someone is able to bring a lineup that directly targets Poppy Zed, because I think a vast majority of players will be on that deck. And if you can do that, you will have a lot of success here today. The problem is that even the lineups that target Poppy Zed and Gangplank Sejuani, they still lose an unfortunate amount of times. And that's what makes this meta so exciting, is that you never know. It's never over until it's over.
You're absolutely right, Jason. And I want to ask you this, because you are among the desk and among many of the different analysts and hosts we've had on the show, you are actually what I would consider a pro player, really in the trenches. So I have to ask you, point blank, if you were playing in this seasonal, would you try to bring a lineup that beats Poppy Zed, or would you just go ahead and ban it out?
It's a great question. I tested with one of my Imagine Bay. We tried our best to directly beat Poppy Zed, and we couldn't quite get there. To be fair, I would have put in more time probably had I actually been playing in the tournament myself. I probably would have gone that route, simply because trying to bring the same three decks as a lot of these other top players, that's tough. You're asking a lot to win 5 rounds against the best in the world when, you might like to call me a pro player, but these top 32 have all earned their spot here. These are the best of the best. So I would have gone the hard target route on this one.
So as we are getting ready to, start this actual top 32, I want to just pick your brains, quick thought. How do you think this tournament's going to go? How is this top 32 going to fare out? Are we just going to see complete domination of Poppy Zed? Are we going to see Plunder dominating the meta? Are there going to be just some underdog decks that come out of nowhere and sweep? Let's just go down the desk. Jason, I want to start with you as our resident analyst.
Oh man, it's so hard to predict. It could go either way, in my opinion. If I have to make a prediction, I would go on Poppy Zed, Gangplank Sejuani, Lee Sin type lineups taking it down. But if history has taught us anything, it's these wild cards that come at the meta from the side that often end up taking the trophy. So I'm gonna go with Poppy Zed, but frankly, it's so close. It's so hard to tell.
For me, I want to know what that third deck is. I think we're going to see a lot of Poppy Zed. I think we're going to see a fair amount of Gangplank and Sejuani. So what is that third deck that you're bringing to your lineup to try to crack it? Obviously, Jason says Lee Sin is a great candidate, and I agree with him. However, past seasonals have showed us that on the day of the top 32, a wild deck can end up being a superstar. We've seen Deep thrive. We've seen things like Cythria Matron thrive, And then when you looked at the open rounds, we had 14 champions that only one player brought. So people are trying to figure out what that is. I think somebody will crack the code today, and it'll be something a bit spicy and unique that ends up getting the big victory.
Yeah, and I got a little bit of insider insight. One of the players reached out to me. I won't name names because I don't want to give away anything. They did key me in that they made a lineup change from the open rounds, and they're deciding to bring a Dragons deck to the top 32, which not really on a lot of people's radars. I gotta say, maybe a solid tier 2.5 deck that, hey, anything can happen in these seasonals. It's not just bringing the top deck, it's bringing the top deck for this tournament, and maybe Dragons is that one.
With all that being said, it's time to get into the top 32, but wait, what? Apparently we have some content to show you from the alleged mayor of Bandle City. Take a look.
Yes, good day, citizens. As you know, I am your humble mayor of Bandle City, voted in unanimously by Mustache Envy. Over the years, we have come together to make our city a more beautiful place to live. With your help and my guidance, we have expanded our trinket collections, kept our puff-cap patches prospering, and of course, most importantly, nerfed Teemo. Many yordles have said to me, "Mayor, how did you get to be so excellent?" My only response is gyrating aggressively. And, where was I? Oh, yes. And be that as it may, in my pursuit of greatness, I say we all must continue to make KDA fan cams. And so we shall. Thank you all for joining us in today's festivities. And in closing, let me say, watch out for mushrooms, and good night.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another Giant Slayer Deck Tech. I am Blevins, and I am joined here today by seasonal runner-up and world's top 8 player, Aikedo. What's up, buddy?
Not a lot, man. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming on. We love doing these deck techs, and we've got a special one for the viewers at home watching the seasonal today or watching on Giant Slayer's YouTube, because we've got a well, why don't I let you introduce this deck, because this is a personal favorite of yours.
Yeah, so this is Glorious Evolution Shellfolk, which is, there have been several Shellfolk decks in the past, right? Alan ended up winning Worlds with an Ezreal Shellfolk. As you can see with this list, no Ezreal. We are in fact playing Glorious Evolution, which is, a bit different, right? Probably not the most competitive card in the world in normal decks, but in this case, it's really strong. It leads to some pretty interesting OTKs.
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw the Glorious Evolution version, I thought it was a meme. Of course, the first time I saw Curious Shellfolk, I thought it was a meme as well. And boy, does it really do the thing it wants to do. And from the OTK perspective, kind of go through that. How is it actually setting up that OTK? What is the sort of big turn for this deck?
Yeah, so the big turn is just your Glorious Evolution turn. You know, whether it's turn 7 or turn 8, kind of depends on how your mana shakes out. Because of course you have to bank going into it. But on that turn, you spend all your mana with the Glorious Evolution. So normally you would think that at 0 mana you're not allowed to do anything. But Glorious Evolution makes everything cheaper in your deck. So you start playing out like Poro Cannon. You play out your Poros. Your Poros are free. And then every card that you play after that is now buffing up your Poros. So you just get a ton of mana back. You play out Otters. Otters are free and have a tune, so they give you mana back. You can start playing your draw spells. And it kind of just leads to you playing out a ton of cards at exactly 0 mana. You build up a really big board, and either you get like a massively favorable trade, or you just OTK your opponent.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was actually last week on Fight Night when Casa and I were wondering if a Glorious Evolution player was going to have enough mana to do things, and Casa pointed out that from the time that Glorious Evolution was cast, there was actually mana generated because of the Otter Pusses. And I'm like, oh, they might have it here. There's a chance they might be able to find lethal with 10 full cards in hand and 2 mana generated. So definitely a very powerful kill condition. But what about the rest of the deck? I mean, obviously, you know, the Poro Cannons and the Glorious Evolution and the Shellfolk are really sort of the top end. What is the rest of the deck sort of filled out with?
A lot of it is just removal, right? We're running a full 3 Mystic Shots, 3 Pokey Sticks. We're running 3 Sump Fumes, and then Conchologists as well. It's really just sort of trying to get you to that combo turn, because 90% of the time, if you make it to your combo turn, you're going to kill your opponent. Or you're just going to be in such a favorable position from a value perspective that you're just going to be winning. Right, so it's just a matter of getting there. So a lot of times we're just looking for a lot of our removal, you know, the Sump Fumes, the Mystic Shots, you know, especially Conchologist. Conchologist carries so much weight in this deck. Just being an early non-committal drop that generates you, you know, potentially a removal spell, potentially draw, and then just gives you a chump blocker. It's pretty massive.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Conchologist really come out as one of the better cards from the Bandle City expansion, or Beyond the Bandlewood expansion.
And
now,
speaking of expansions, I mean, just from the most recent Jace expansion, right? One thing that really propelled this deck has been around for, you know, a couple months, but what really propelled it to being like a tier 1 status right now is the new Forge of Tomorrow landmark. Which when you play it, it just summons a 3/3, which is fine for blocking, right? It's helping us get through our time for getting us through our early game. But the big thing is on your Glorious Evolution turn, it will, when you cast it, it will automatically refill your spell mana. So now these cards like Hidden Pathways that, you know, should be costing like 3 mana, it might be a little bit hard to play on your combo turn. You need a lot of Otters to generate that mana. You can now just play there, and it just makes the combo that much more consistent.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It really does serve multiple functions of, hey, you've got a 3/3, you know, to be able to clog up the board, stall a little bit, and then when you actually go off, you've got that extra mana. That's a really good point there. Now, a couple of choices I wanted to ask you about. One, probably the most odd for a Runeterra deck in general, is the fact that you're running 3 total champions. It's just the 2 Fizz and the Vi. What's sort of the thought process behind that, and the fact that you're really sort of shying away from champions where most decks aren't?
Yeah, so we have a lot of draw, and like, frankly, as far as the combo goes, the combo doesn't really rely on your champions to win, right? This deck, unlike a lot of Runeterra champion or a lot of Runeterra decks, doesn't really need its champions. So, you know, having more space in our deck for more draw options, more value generation, and just more removal to get us to the combo turn, and like find our combo pieces is usually a little bit more valuable. In terms of the split, right now we're on 2 Fizz and 1 Vi. We used to be on like 3 Vi, and then we swapped over to 3 Fizz. I think that the split is pretty good. Vi is, of course, you know, just like a really big beef stick that, you know, removes your opponent's stuff and holds down the board for you on turn 5. And then Fizz is kind of newer, but is really massive on your combo turn. He's, of course, a 0 mana elusive after Glorious Evolution comes down, but he's just so difficult for a lot of decks to deal with. You know, either they have to have an elusive blocker, because if they point stuff at him, you know, you have so many 0 mana spells, you can continually just, you know, keep deflecting them. And, you know, when there's a 20 attack Fizz coming at your face, it's very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the number of opponents I've played against on ladder that in various decks have just like, they probably don't have it. Always punished every single time. The opponent always has it, even if they have no cards in hand. They'll find a way. They'll find a way. Fizz finds a way.
Especially on this deck where like so many of your spells turn into like 0 mana.
Right.
You're like, oh, they're at 0 mana. I can shoot something at Fizz. No, you cannot.
You never can. There's your, if you learn one thing about playing against this deck, it's that don't try to kill Fizz. It's not gonna work out for you. But for people who are maybe looking to play this deck, obviously we're talking about this sort of in the scope of the seasonal. So how does this deck really sort of fit into a seasonal lineup or just a best of 3 lineup in general?
So I think that the big thing, like one of the big selling points about this deck is because you have this big, strong combo turn, it has game against almost every deck. Because if the deck isn't killing you, like by turn 7, you have a very good shot at just killing them back. As far as like fitting into a lineup, there are definitely some bad matchups, right? Sivir Akshan is a very rough matchup for you. Any Gangplank deck, Plunder's on the rise, it's not a great matchup. So you're probably in something that, with other decks that don't mind banning those. But you have a really strong matchup into like Scion. You have a pretty surprisingly strong matchup into Poppy Zed. So I mean, there's a lot of play in a lot of matchups, and yeah, Poppy Zed, you just have so much removal. You really use your pranks to make their protection spells cost a lot, and then you throw removal at their champions, and then suddenly you kill them on turn 7 because they ran out of cards.
It's a very good point. That is true. A lot of those early aggressive decks just kind of flop if you have Mystic Shots and Pokey Sticks and everything to really stop their early aggression. Now, there's a lot of, obviously you pointed out removal spells. There's these sort of pseudo draw spells in the Conchologist, the Trinket Trades. You've got a little bit of protection, and it's both kind of defense for your units and defense in the fact that you can shrink your opponent's units in stress defense. But are there any other cards sort of in the pool that are on your radar for a deck like this that maybe, you could, week to week maybe swap in, swap out, other things that you've tried before?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that Stress Defense is incredibly strong as a card, just because it's 3 mana stall, especially against like Scion. This is the card that makes that matchup winnable. So I wouldn't want to cut Stress Defense, but like some people really like Mini Morph. I think it's a little bit awkward just because it costs 6 mana in a combo deck, so sometimes your mana can get a little bit rough. But it's definitely an option. There's also some other Shellfolk decks that tech in like Mayor to give you just a couple more bodies in the early game. Maybe some better plays on like turn 4. Turn 4 can be like a little bit awkward in this deck. There's definitely a lot of other options, but this is just sort of where I've landed right now. And even now, like we're still trying to update the list and trying to optimize it.
Yeah.
Deciding if maybe 3 Forge isn't the way. Maybe we need to be on 2 Forge. Maybe we do want a Mayor. Maybe we want some Telescopes, right? We used to be on Telescope, but we cut it for Forge.
Yeah, well, I mean, it definitely seems like something in this area of the deck is certainly viable, very powerful, and hopefully this video has helped you as the viewer out a little bit if you're thinking about bringing this, maybe to a seasonal, maybe to just play on ladder. But Aikedo, we thank you so much for your time here. And thank you, everyone, for listening and watching. But that has been another Giant Slayer TV Deck for Aikedo. I am the Blevins, and we'll see you in the next one.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the top 32. Thanks for joining us for the pre-show earlier. But now it is time to prepare for our first match on the day that we're going to be looking at. And it's a spicy one. It's going to be JC Pent versus Cephalopod. And gentlemen, this is where you're going to be doing the hard lifting. So Jason, I want to start with you. Let's take a look at these two players, what they're going to bring to the table, and let's just talk about digital cards. So take it away.
Yeah, so this is a wild one. Cephalopod is on Poppy Lux, of course, his baby. Also on Plunder, and then it's also brought Draven Scion, which I really like coming into this meta. It is one of the better decks against Poppy Zed. And then on the other side, we have JC Pent, who has Zoe Poppy, which I was not aware was actually a deck, Heimerdinger Jace, which was not on anyone's radar, and Vi Fizz. So who is supposed to be favored in this matchup? I honestly can't say. One thing I can tell you, though, is that Cephalopod is very thorough in his testing, and I guarantee you he has come today knowing that he would be up against JC Pent, and there was a good chance he would have to play against these decks, so he's definitely put in some reps for them.
What's really interesting and hilarious to me is that, okay, yes, both lineups have Poppy in them, but neither of the lineups have Poppy Zed. We're not seeing Poppy Zed. We're seeing Poppy in two, I think, I didn't look at all of the decks from all the players, but I think these are two unique Poppy decks actually playing off against each other. And Charmer, we get the treat of actually being able to cast these two misfit Poppy decks against each other in the very first round.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this because you hit the nail on the head. As far as the open rounds went, these were two unique Poppy decks. We only saw one copy of Lux make the top 32, which does mean Cephalopod had his unique list. Obviously, JC Pent with a unique list. And that's very refreshing because we knew we were going to see a field of Poppies. And I thought we might need to call the DEA, but it turns out there's some differences here. It's not just going to be all the same kind of Poppies. And I'm excited to see how they do both against each other, but then for the rest of the field, because you know who your opponent is round one and you game plan for that, but then you still need to have an answer for the boogeyman, which is Poppy Zed, in the later rounds. And one of these players will move on, guaranteed.
Oh, absolutely. This is actually a very interesting, all the jokes aside, this is a very interesting round one matchup because of exactly what you just said, Charmer. You need to... There's two thoughts to it, right? I need to just play my next round and only focus on my next round. Of course, the players don't know exactly who they're going to be playing, but based on the standings, if everyone signs up and registers on time, you know who your likely round one opponent is. So like Jason was saying, Ceph knows and JC Pent knew that they were going to be playing against each other. So do you focus your lineup and practice versus that matchup, or do you try to beat the wider field? It's really kind of hard. And Jason, I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on that sort of conundrum there coming into this first round?
That's right. Yeah, it's a real hurdle to jump over for, say, Cephalopod, who has to go up against a totally rogue lineup. And yeah, maybe he can make a lineup that beats it, but then what are you going to do when you go up against the more traditional lineups? And then the opposite is also true. If you have a lineup that you think is good against the top decks, but if you're just going to lose round one, it doesn't make any difference. So finding a lineup that is a bit of a balance, that has a good matchup in this first round, it can still hold its own for the rest of the tournament. Definitely very difficult to do, but I think Cephalopod is pretty darn close. I really like where he ended up with these three decks.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, we're looking at the three decks here for both players, just a glance at it, and it's really tough for me to make any sort of solid prediction here, but I think, when Ceph's lineup looks like the more traditional lineup compared to their opponent, that's really saying a lot. And I do think I'm leaning a little bit more towards Ceph here in this head-to-head because, obviously JC Pent did very well in the open rounds, but I don't know. Can you capture lightning in a bottle twice? I'm guessing no. I'm making a solid pick here. I'm going with Ceph.
Wow, I'm going to go with JC Pent. He captured lightning in a bottle 9 times, undefeated in the seasonal open rounds. He obviously knows something that we don't, and I'm not about to bet against that.
Well, I would like to then counter that with Cephalopod, I know, has put in prep. JC Pent couldn't even answer an email until the last minute. And so, yeah, he did great in those open rounds, but what has he done since then? I don't know. And I think that also could be a difference maker here.
It's really interesting because, like I said, I was writing the profiles for all these players, and I'm writing them in advance. I know a lot of these players. I'm just waiting. Hey, is JC Pent actually going to be in this event? I don't know, and I don't know if they knew. So it's really, all bets are off in terms of JC Pent. They are the wild card in this event, and that can either be the greatest thing for them, or it could be a very short-lived run in this seasonal.
All right, gentlemen, the time is now. We've been spending our time trying to get ready for this, analyzing the meta, analyzing these two head-to-heads. I'm excited to see JC Penn versus Cephalopod. We're thinking that Cephalopod is going to take it away, but if you're JC Penn in this instance, right? No one expects you to win. You're looking at this crazy spread in decks. Cephalopod straight up has 3 good decks. Which one do you ban if you're in JC Penn's position?
That's a great question. I would probably, going against Cephalopod, this is where knowing your opponent and their preferences comes in handy. Cephalopod has put a bunch of reps in with this Lux Poppy deck. So I would heavily lean towards that if I thought that might not be a great matchup for some of my decks, because Cephalopod's coming in as an expert on that deck.
Yeah, I agree. In general, I agree. But here's the thing. You look at that lineup from Ceph, and this is really reinforcing my point. Normally, if I didn't know who Ceph was and wasn't following them on Twitter and reading his manifestos on Lux Poppy, I would say, oh, that's just some trash deck. I'll play against that anytime. I would definitely want to play against that. I look at these other 2 decks, Graven Scion, a deck that has been very, very consistent for quite a long time now. And then, we've talked ad nauseum already about GP Sedge being a top deck. A lot of top players playing it. I would say I definitely don't want to play against one of those 2 decks. And I wouldn't ban the Lux Poppy, but knowing Ceph, I probably would. I don't know what we're going to see here. We'll be seeing it in a second, though, Charmer, as we head into round number 1 of the seasonal top 32.
Yeah, I was just about to say that we are going to find out in short order which deck they did decide to ban. And it's not the Raven Scion, and it would also appear to be not Hammerdinger, because we have those 2 decks facing off in game 1 of round 1 of our top 32. I am really excited to see these 2 face off against each other. And that is an aggressive starting hand on that Draven Scion. Look at that.
Oh yeah, this is interesting. It is a very aggressive hand. The problem is you don't know what to discard. All these cards are good. What are you actually looking to get rid of? What are you trying to discard? Where's your discard fodder? I don't know. I do got to call out one thing here before this match really gets underway, Charmer, is Gromp Gang, Nightshade Gromp. Ceph has been a member of the Nightshade Gromp fan club along with myself for the 2 longest standing members. Best Guardian in the game. Don't at me in the chat.
So here's the answer to that question. See, I had noticed very quickly that the attack token was on the side of JC Pent to start, which meant that you were going a turn 2 play into this opener for potentially 5 damage. We do have that Mystic Shot as a potential answer. They did not want to use the Thermal Beam, and I respect that decision there. And they're actually just going to tank this. They say, you know what? I'm fine with eating 5 this early.
Lux Poppy banned for Ceph, and the Fizz Vi Shellfolk deck. So the only arguably real deck banned out for JC Penn. So we're seeing Hammerdinger and that Lux Poppy. Very interesting matchup we're going to be seeing here in round number 1. A 6-cost production surge. No matter. Ooh. I don't know if I would pay. I don't know if I'd pay 6 mana for that.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think you wanted to go wide there. And the problem is that when you get that 5/1, it's such a hit that you're taking there, because that Mystic Shot will absolutely answer that very, very easily. That was actually a bit of a low roll there for JC Penn.
Yeah, I mean, that's I don't know if it's the lowest roll, because the 5/1 quick attack is pretty good, but it gets dealt with very easily with a Mystic Shot, and Ceph, gonna deal with that right away. And all of a sudden, 2 mana basically countered the entire 6 mana turn of JC Pent, and well, we're now in a position where Cephalopod has the attack token. has momentum and is going into yet another aggressive turn. We see 11 points of burn in Sep's hand already.
Yeah, that's actually pretty relevant because while JC Pent is in Ionia, and we know that they have access to ways to gain health, we see that Spirit's Refuge, for example, in hand. They don't have many ways to gain health in response to like a Decimate already being on the stack. So if you get within burst range, that could potentially be a problem. And this is a very scary board with a lot of burn. Things are really looking up for Cephalopod. I do want to go back to those bans because, you know, you had mentioned that Cephalopod decided to ban arguably the only real deck from JC Pent. And then in the other direction, JC Pent banned arguably the only non-real deck from Cephalopod. We know that Cephalopod believes in that list, but Draven Scion, very relevant, very strong deck. Obviously, Gangplank Sejuani, very strong as well. So we'll have to see if that ends up coming back to bite JC Pent or not.
Yeah, and I got to call out, every time I see Draven get killed by a Mystic Shot, I just go to the Godfather meme of look how they massacred my boy. He's just, it's so sad to me. Back in my day, Draven was a 4/3 quick attack. But neither here nor there. Decimate still doing the damage it needs to, and JC Pent is getting close. I mean, we're very close to burn range.
Yeah, I would be a bit worried if I was JC Pent. If my opponent was tossing a Decimate this early instead of further developing and they've got that hand, that could be a potential tell to say, you know what? They've got even more burn in hand. They're trying to get me within striking distance. And so we'll have to see if they use the Spirit's Refuge a bit earlier, because you could potentially pair that with your twin, for example, there to gain 7 health. But that's a read you have to make. We'll have to see if JC Pent sees the writing on the wall here.
Yeah, well, I agree entirely. Here's the thing. Ceph has a couple of ways to get around that, right? We see the Flame Chompers that was just created from the Boom Baboon, which can pull the unit all the way to the side, effectively, dealing the damage. If they can deal lethal damage before the life gain happens, it doesn't matter, right? JC Pent will die. The other, of course, is that Sentry, which can just completely stun the unit here. And it does, like you said, does not matter if the Spirit's Refuge is in hand. If you need to gain that health from unit combat, all of a sudden that's not an option for JC Pent anymore.
Yeah, this is looking really rough because at this point you can see, okay, there is 8 damage on the board. You know that there's that axe in hand, so you are presenting lethal.
Yep.
You're going to have some sort of reply, some sort of response. I like to say Cephalopod is posing the question. JC Pent needs to have the answer. Unfortunately, the only answer is in hand are an additional blocker, which means playing your Jace or your Heimerdinger, and that's not necessarily the best at the moment. Or you have to use that thermal beam, but then that's your entire turn.
Yeah, the long and short of it is this is a multiple choice question, and JC Pent forgot their number 2 pencil to fill in the Scantron. It's not really happening right now. Cephalopod is beating down on multiple angles. Nothing that JC Pent can do on this turn, at least, is looking very good.
Yeah, this is quite the pickle for JC Pent. They're going to have to figure out how they get out of it. And, you know, it reminds me quite a bit of the crypto crash. There's a big crypto crash going right now. A lot of people trying to figure out how they're going to navigate those massive financial losses. JC Pent trying to navigate these massive health losses to their Nexus. I guess they should have invested in Lifecoin or something because they need it.
Well, you know, trying to cut their losses by using a 6-cost thermo beam on a 3/2 that already stunned your unit. I mean, just not great. We're going to be putting JC Pent within lethal range of Get Excited and Decimate. We're going to have 8 mana, which means we can, if JC Pent does not open attack with the Spirit's Refuge, Cephalopod can present the Decimate and respond with the Get Excited. Cephalopod can always respond with the Get Excited, regardless. And actually, there's even another answer. So Cephalopod, I'm not 100% sure on the Yeah, we see the choices here. They're completely irrelevant. We see the survival skills here, which I believe also would counter the Spirit's Refuge with how it works with Boom Baboon only having 1 health. So this one is locked and loaded for Ceph on a number of angles, but it is going to be the Decimate that takes it down. Cephalopod up a game in this first round of the seasonal top 32.
Very impressive performance there from Cephalopod by simply just drawing the right cards, playing them, and then winning. But, jokes aside, I don't want to take anything away. Very well navigated, knew exactly how to get lethal, played that Decimate early, and yes, it was a bit of a tip of the hand, but then playing the Sentry, getting the health down. Sometimes as a player, you can kind of just feel like your opponent's on the back foot, maybe their hand is a little gummed up, and you just kind of go for the throat, and I think that's what Cephalopod did there.
Absolutely. And yes, I think that game specifically, yes, Cephalopod really had the momentum from the beginning and never let go, but this is an open deck format. So Cephalopod has to have in the back of their mind that Spirit's Refuge. And there were some plays that Cephalopod, some different lines of play where if Cephalopod wasn't thinking about the Spirit's Refuge, maybe they go for the Flame Chomper's pull play instead. And that could potentially get countered. So, when you're in a position like that Ceph was in, it's not necessarily just getting the win. I think there were a lot of ways to find a win. Cephalopod needed to find a way to not mess it up, and of course, he ended up doing that.
Yeah, you just want to not extend the game. You don't want to give them a way to get back out of it, because Jason, Heimerdinger, that list is a bit of a control list. It might not be like a deep late game control list, but it is the sort of list that can stabilize and come back. And so you don't want to give them any opportunity to do that. I think it was very well navigated. It's not very often I say that I'm disappointed in Cephalopod, so I'm not surprised that he did it well. I will say, little disappointed he did not bring deep today, not because I think it's the right call, but because his name is Cephalopod. And I don't know if you know this or not, but cephalopods are a type of mollusk. And among them, yes, everybody knows about the octopi and the squid, but there's an actual animal called a nautilus that is a cephalopod. And so I feel like it is a requirement for him to be piloting Nautilus, and he is not. How dare he?
I mean, if there was a card called Blevins, I would certainly be playing it if I made the top 32 of a seasonal. I mean, I'd feel like I'd be obligated to, right?
Listen, when Ari finally drops, this guy named Charmer will be playing lots of Ari. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I will say, for no associated reason, I would also be playing the Bandle City Mare in a deck. I just want to point that out, not for any related reason to what we're talking about. But we are in here. Turn 2, starting it off. Woo! This series has already taken it out of me.
Well, the good news is it might be over quickly. This is another very aggressive opener for Cephalopod. Had the one drop to get that damage in. 2 more 1-drops. So with this hand likely going to be taking some form of an open attack so you can get these merchants running. And this is the kind of deck where honestly the merchants could shine, because you could get some of these control tools, or you could get something like a gate, for example. Excuse me, not the gate, the 6 cost deal 3 to 2 targets. That's another form of burst damage. And lots of options here. So scary on the side of Cephalopod as far as this opener goes. If you get 3 merchants down as well, those cards are going to be almost free.
Yeah, and actually less than free, right? Because the Flash of Brilliance will actually be generating mana if it gets reduced to 0, which is kind of crazy to think about. Okay, we've got the 5 cost production surge, roughly as good as the 6 cost one from last game, though. If it were 6 cost here, that the landmark there would actually be refunding some mana. Didn't end up going for it though.
Yeah, the good news is this time around, no Mystic Shot to answer that 4-1. So a little bit more value on the horizon. But again, you're already down to 14. They've got a decent enough board here. Plenty of ways to get chip damage in. We see that Gangplank sitting in hand as well. Not going to come down this turn if I had to guess. You want to save that till after it has leveled up, I think. But again, a lot of potential damage just threatening from the side of Cephalopod. And we see another merchant.
Oh, there it is, the shock blast.
See yet another merchant, and that is the shock blast I was talking about. So, and a Mystic Shot.
0 cost Mystic Shot. Oh boy, this is Wow, this is kind of crazy. So many stolen cards. I know this is bringing back a lot of memories of the early klepto decks of when Black Market Merchant first came out. A lot of people did not like that. It got changed, now changed back. And here we are. Cephalopod has a hand full of just as many, actually has more of JC Pence cards in his hand than his own.
The rich get richer as you play 3 merchants. I haven't seen this much economic disparity since 2020, honestly.
Yeah. Well, you know, they say don't ask where it's from, just ask how much. And Cephalopod is saying, well, at least 5 in the form of burn to your face if I want it.
And we're going to see another rip. Harpoon thankfully can't go face, but at this point, I'm not sure that it really matters. This Mystic Shot going toward the Nexus is really just about setting up your Gangplank and leveling that up. If you're watching at home and you're wondering why they're not using that to remove a unit, you want to make sure on the rounds where you don't have the attack token that you are getting damage on the opponent's Nexus, because that's going to accelerate Gangplank and Sejuani getting leveled up, and that is really, really key for you to close out games.
This is probably the only time we'll see sunk cost on the screen at a seasonal. I mean, there's a non-zero chance that it gets taken here.
You are correct. Cephalopod could sneeze and misclick.
Okay, we got the pack mentality. That's a finisher if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, and in this situation, it is looking really good because you're at 20 health. You can tank most of this damage should we see an attack. We're going to see at least an attack from the elusive turret here, but you can tank the majority of this damage and then maybe even develop one of these idols so that you get the monkey as well into the mentality next round if you don't want to go the Gangplank route, and that could be a thing. Or we're just going to develop Gangplank now because it's already leveled up and your opponent spent all of their mana. And so we also could just see no pack mentality go straight into the open attack, because that's going to be 2 kegs in all likelihood. We could see an attack pulling a keg here.
Yeah, it'll certainly be one. Yeah, I have to imagine JC Penn's going to pull a keg here. I'm thinking I guess there's 2 lines of thought. I mean, the pack mentality obviously would be a very strong play here, but it gets stopped by deny, and that's got to be on Cephalopod's mind here. Yep, and it actually just going to end up going for the open attack here, presenting a ton of damage, and like you said, presenting that question to JC Pent. What is the answer?
Well, the answer has to be a deny, I think, on this Gangplank ability.
Yeah, I think that, and potentially even a Will of Ionia on the Gangplank. That's also a pretty decent way to stop a lot of the damage, at least. I mean, Gangplank right now is pushing a full 6.
Yeah, the difference between deny and not deny here is essentially wiping the majority of Cephalopod's board. You don't want a situation where you don't get rid of these 3 2/2s, because even though we can see the pack mentality, JC Pent can't, but it doesn't matter. Without the pack mentality, that's still a lot of damage on the board. Right. You're about to lose your own units one way or the other from this. So I think a deny has to be part of the game plan. It's just a question of what else do you want to do. And I think that by going with the deny here, they're saying I don't need to do the will because I'm going to trade with the Gangplank, and so even though I take the damage, I get rid of this. Whereas if I bounce it, I have to deal with it again.
Very true. Yeah, we do get the trade here. A lot of trades going by. The Pharos Financier is going to be the only thing left, as well as the keg on the side of Ceph. But that's a leveled Heimer with some additional units as well. 4/1 Overwhelm. There's a full grip of we've got a couple of reactive spells. We got some proactivity. I mean, if JC Pent can stall this one out, they're going to be in a good spot. The problem is that they're down to 6 already.
Yeah, the interesting bit here is whether we see a second idol come down, or we could see this Shockwave just clean up a couple of these units to slow down JC Pent, and we're going to get a little bit of both. We're going to deal with the Fearsome because you can't block that next round, and then also get some damage in. But the second deny comes out. which is of course going to create yet another turret. And that second deny might end up being absolutely massive for JC Pent as they try to get back into this.
Oh, and JC Pent sees it. I mean, JC Pent knows what they need to do right now, right? They know they're at 6. They need to push this as fast as possible, and that's what they're looking to do. The Monkey Idol is an inherent clock, and the Spirit's Refuge as well. This one might just be over, Charmer.
Yeah, the top deck of the Spirit's Refuge, I think, is the nail in the coffin. I loved the 0 cost production that previous turn because you knew that it was creating 2 challenge units, but the Refuge here as well was likely going to be the icing. And so we're going to go to game 3 in our first series of the day between 2 great players with 2 great lineups, and that's exactly the way you want to start a day off when you go into an event like this.
Yeah, I mean, from our end, this is exactly where we want to be. What more could we ask for a game 3? And we also get to see, we kind of alluded to this earlier, Charmer, we've got the one real deck in Plunder versus the, I think deck is a strong word for what this Poppy Zoe deck is, but it's been performing so well for them. We're just going to have to see it play here. I mean, you can't bring a deck to a seasonal and not expect to play against Plunder, right? So that's got to be in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, and on the other side of the coin, I know we keep saying it's not a real deck, but let's not kid ourselves. If you're any sort of deck that can reasonably go wide and then also slam Poppy on 4, you are a threat. So let's not take anything away from this lineup. This is still the sort of thing that could get away from you. I think the real key is going to be whether or not Cephalopod can level up Sejuani on curve with some sort of activator. Because if you get to the point where Sejuani can start frostbiting the opposing side of the board, you can lock them out of the game. So I think that's going to be the real key, is how aggressive can we see JC be, and whether or not we can keep enough damage flowing and going that we can level up Sejuani on curve on the side of Cephalopod.
Well, here's the thing about that too. Yes, I think for a certain period of time, yes, the leveled up Sejuani is going to be very, very strong, but there's so much Celestial Generation and Invoke on the side of JC Pent, whether it's Zoe or a lot of the other cards, that there's just always that backdoor. Oh, hey, I can get a 9-drop Celestial, or I can get a 9-drop Celestial spell and deal with anything. So I think if this game goes super long, JC Pent has to be advantaged here. But as we see, this could actually be quite aggressive on their side as well.
Well, I think if we're being entirely honest here as well, though, I think we need to address the mini T in the room, which is Mini Morph. We see it in the hand, and so even if you do level up your Sejuani, it does still need to dodge the Mini Morph, and that's not going to be a thing, as we can very easily see here. And this is an interesting manifest, but they do opt to go with the elusive unit. Love this call. I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth as far as the health totals go in these early rounds as they kind of jockey for position. But both players, I feel like they have this sense of urgency. They know that if they can get the opponent responding as opposed to executing their aggressive game plan, then they're on the right track, because both of these decks want to be attacking every round.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And it is certainly going to be a jockey. I think actually the Plunder, or sorry, not the Plunder, the nab could actually be very, very relevant on the side of Ceph, even though, I mean, we saw so much of it happen in the last game. It didn't end up working out for them, but in this game, it seems like we're at a much closer tempo right now. I don't think either player is necessarily ahead of the other, and the jockeying position is happening here, so cards that generate value, like that Yordle Grifter, are going to be very strong here.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, you mentioned the map, you mentioned things like the Invoke, and obviously we have Manifest, and there's a lot of folks that would look at that and they'd say, okay, well, one of these players, you know, Make It Rain's another great example, right? One of these players is going to lose this game because of something random. But the reality is, games like this are usually won or lost on how well you can navigate adversity, right? How good are you at making decisions when you've got a bunch of options available? And so, you know, a lesser player might have taken that Make It Rain and just mentally conceded at that point. They might just be like, all right, like game's over. But if JC Pent can still ride this hand, he's like, hey, I still got Poppy. I've got this dog that can draw me a card next round. I'm not out of this. The hand of Cephalopod is also dwindling. Maybe there's a window here. So I really feel like the game's not over because of any of these random effects. It's how you adjust. It's how you stay in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it is certainly a devastating make it rain by any stretch. But being able to come through and, stay in the game is definitely going to be the mark here for JC Pent, as, it's still, I mean, the Poppy's still alive.
This prank could end up being massive because we see that Feel the Rush. And if you can keep that out of playability from Cephalopod for a bit, that's a pretty big deal. However, we also see Gangplank and Sejuani. So I think Cephalopod is hitting the power spike that they need to really assert themselves.
2 warning shots.
Yeah, I think when you have 2 warning shots, it's no longer a warning. The first one's a warning. The second one is a statement.
Yeah, the second one is a promise that you will be taking this damage. And all of a sudden, JC Pent has a number of cards in hand. I mean, that's really how this deck ends up working out, is you've just got so many options, whether it's Invoke or Manifest or Pranking and Otterpuss. There's all sorts of options to be had here. And, going tit for tat here with Ceph, even though the door may be closing soon with the back-to-back champion turns.
So this is an interesting position. I like the pick of the stress defense because at this point, that Poppy is likely your only path to victory. So giving yourself multiple ways to protect it makes sense. Gangplank coming down, you might be tempted to pull the keg with Poppy just to ensure that it's not going to get itself in harm's way here. But on the other hand, if you have to lose Poppy, trading it for something like a Gangplank might be worth it. Obviously, Cephalopod realizes that as well and decides, I'll just get rid of this Dragon Chow. I know that Poppy's not a real dragon, but I'm going to feed her like she's a dragon anyway and save my key unit.
Well, I really like the pull from JC Pent because there is that second pop. I'm pretty sure that the champion spell, or that is a champion spell in JC Pent's hand, which would be a second Poppy. So more than happy to take that trade. Of course, Cephalopod knows, no, I'm going to trade, but I'm not going to give you anything back. I'm going to freeze your Poppy with Sejuani and potentially pull here, but Cephalopod getting a very juicy eating of potentially 8 mana if they want to here. And these are the times, especially in high pressure scenarios like this, where, my opponent passed, let me just do this attack. It makes a lot of sense. Let's do that. Cephalopod taking their time to think here, uses the warning shot to level up both of the champions instead of just immediately attacking. And now the pressure is really on for JC Pent.
Yeah, I think there was a consideration there. We saw the hover over the Feel the Rush. So your consideration is, if I just attack with both, the Gangplank and the Sejuani both have Overwhelm. So whichever first one hits, the second one would be leveled. But by using the warning shot first, you make sure they're both leveled, which means you get the Gangplank ability as well. And the reason that matters is if you save that warning shot later on, that could be something that shuts down the board with your Sejuani if she's leveled. But I think that because JC Pent passed, they properly put them on a mini morph. And so you don't want to attack into that, have the first one that you expect to have Overwhelm get mini morphed, and so the second one never levels up as well. But I think Cephalopod made that mental calculation and also just outright considered, maybe I just wait till I can feel the rush, because what can my opponent do to stop me at that point?
Right.
And I think that was a bit of a consideration. Interesting how this is going to play out, because you have to answer now to stay alive if you're on the side of JC Pence, but these mini morphs are also one of the best answers you have post Feel the Rush. And it looks like we're going to see stress defense used defensively here just to buy some time.
Yeah, I like this play a lot from JC Pent because I think everything that you said, very, very good points there. But JC Pent sort of leaned their hand to Ceph, which then caused Ceph to lean their hand in and say, I'm going to try to go as aggressive as possible here. They played the warning shot, they developed more, which I think then changed JC Pent's thought process and says, okay, I'm now going to play more defensively, use these 2 stress defenses, and have another turn here. It's potentially quite powerful.
This harpoon is a pretty big deal. I love the open attack because now your Poppy is leveled up. and that is helpful. If you lose this Poppy, you still have the other one in hand. The downside, though, is again, we see through the top deck that Harpoon is just waiting. And so when we see the second Poppy eventually come down, I mean, if it comes down at this point, they're just going to chump block and then likely go with the open attack with Sej and Gameplank. But even if it were to come down, there's an immediate answer available from Cephalopod. And it's not looking great for JC Pent at the moment because their health is so low. If they could tank this a little bit longer, they might be able to find an out. But the clock is ticking as far as Nexus health goes.
You're absolutely right. And I love this play from Ceph. So I think a pretty standard play. I mean, I have a Harpoon, I see a Poppy, I kill a Poppy, especially a leveled up Poppy, right? But Ceph says, you know what? I'm going to pass it back because guess what? I have this Feel the Rush. If I don't play anything, I get to play Feel the Rush here. My opponent needs to threaten me. I'm going to be playing the over-the-top spell here. I don't care what else my opponent does. I don't need to kill this Poppy. It's a 9-2. That doesn't matter on defense. I'm going to be attacking for lethal next turn. And now JC Penn has to try to survive through this Feel the Rush. And I don't know if he's going to be able to.
Yeah, the only way that you are answering a Feel the Rush is with an unnerfed Hush. And unfortunately, that doesn't exist anymore.
True.
So this is going to be a couple of rather large, overwhelmed champions hitting the board to complement the already existing Sejuani. The other problem here is that you almost have to answer the Gangplank right away, one way or the other, because you can't have that attack and then also have that ability to go on the stack. So I think we're going to see the Poppy spell target the Gangplank just to keep it from attacking, and then the Mini-Morph responding depending on how the blockers are assigned. But I just don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think there's enough stall and health to tank the overwhelm units here on the side of JC Penn.
Yeah, I mean, we do get to go the sort of 12 for 12 mana wise, at least. But yeah, it is going to be essentially JC Pent in a chump block position where they're going to be losing their board. There's going to be a very sizable board on the side of Cephalopod, and it's basically going to be a Conchologist as you know, a follow up on the next turn and whatever's top deck.
All right, so there goes the Gangplank as we expected. You cannot allow Gangplank to attack and let that skill hit the stack. This is still 2 damage being threatened because of the keg and the 1-drop. We have a mini T on the board, a couple of them now actually, but we are still dead. We're at 1 health.
Survive
if we
at
decide
1
to block this way. But again, with only the Conchologist, you are looking for a miracle at that point. I suppose, I mean, it is a tournament after all, right? Play it out. Play to your outs. You never know what might happen. But it is not looking great on the side of JC Pent.
Yeah, and if we ever see a warning shot from Ceph, it is instantaneous victory. But there's also just let the games progress and it will be good enough. There's the Gangplank. Again, the Conchologist not getting a whole heck of a lot here. Looks like the emotes are going out as a Messenger Sigil is picked up. That's not going to do anything. The open attack, the crack shot Corsair are going to get the technical victory, and that's going to be Cephalopod taking it down 2-1 versus JC Pent.
Cephalopod, flawless play there really throughout the series. I'm really happy to see them moving on because they're a player that we know has put a lot of time into this. But I also want to give a shout out to JC Pent because you got to this top 32 for a reason. You brought a rather unconventional lineup and you took one of the best players in Legends of Runeterra to a game 3. So that is a great debut in my mind.
Yeah, I can't even really be mad at what I just saw. I really thought
so
JC
good,
Penn...
in fact, that poor Akinola might be muted.
That is awkward. You love when that happens. You're so excited. No, you're not allowed to talk. I fought the system. We're back here. I'm so excited about that game because JC Pent had a chance there. And Jason, could you break that match down for us? Like, how close was JC Pent to actually taking this and upsetting Cephalopod? Like, what can you tell us about what we just saw?
Oh, it was really close. There was 2 really big defining moments there that kind of could have gone either way. when JC Pent was about to attack with those 3 units plus Poppy, and that Make It Rain came down, hitting all 3 1 toughness units, like, what a blowout. If that hits Poppy, the Nexus, and one of those units, I think we're looking at a very different game. The other thing that kind of slid by was when JC Pent fired off that prank and it hit the 2 warning shots instead of the Feel the Rush. Before that Feel the Rush came down, it was still very close, very competitive game. Once the Feel the Rush came down, it was a little bit too much. Had that prank hit that Feel the Rush, again, things might have been totally different. So those were 2 just super close calls. And that's what I'm talking about with this format. You just never know. Winning and losing is literally just riding on a knife edge. It's so close. It's those little things that add up.
Jason, be honest with me. If that Make It Rain happens to you on the ladder, how fast are you top right conceding there? Because I mean, that was just brutal. That Make It Rain hitting perfect. I thought that it was random, but it looked like Ceph actually just chose those targets.
Yeah, that one hurt. Like, geez, you couldn't draw it up any better for Ceph there. What an uppercut. That was because it was looking like JC Pent was going to take it away there. That was a big attack. And even after that happened, even after missing the prank, it was still very competitive down the line. So yeah, that one would hurt. I feel for JC Pent.
I feel like this is such a good showing of the type of matches that we're able to see at a tournament of this caliber, because, you know, it's one thing you're trying to climb the ladder, you're playing aggro decks or these weird decks designed to climb as fast as possible. When you're put in this tournament format, you're forced to think outside the box, only bring the most popular, powerful decks. And we saw how strong Sejuani and Gangplank were, and just the ability to just hold it out until Feel the Rush was played for that final game-ending turn just a couple turns later. I think that's just a small taste of what we're going to see. Anyway, we are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're actually got another match queued up. We've got Kochua versus Samantha Honey. So yeah, let's see how that match ends up going. And you know, we're gonna have more card action in just a second. So let me actually just Jason, I want to ask you another question about, you know, the strength of these decks right here. You know, you were alluding to earlier about how Poppy and, you know, Poppy Zed, just Poppy in general, just very strong card, very strong archetype. Are we going to see more?
I gotta cut you off, Akinola. Sorry, we're jumping into this game number 3 here. Sometimes we get jumped in. That's the beauty of the seasonal tournament. It does not stop or hold for us. Charmer, we're in here. Game number 3, Samantha Honey versus Kochua. Looks like we got that Poppy Zed, and we've got the aggro. The I believe that is going to be Ziggs Poppy potentially.
Yeah, it looks like it's really close to that if it's not Ziggs Poppy, because we see a lot of very aggressive units there on the side of Samantha Honey. And this is exactly what I like to see. As somebody who loves to play aggressive decks, I think that math is for blockers. I want to make my opponent figure out how to stop me. This is going to be likely a lightning fast matchup, but with a lot of decisions made along the way. I'm one of those people that says aggro is not brainless. It's actually quite a bit more difficult to play than you would expect, because you ride such a thin line, and all it takes is one mistake to give your opponent one more turn, and that can make or break things. And so we're going to see this Zed come down on curve, likely setting up a big swing.
Yeah, Zed coming down on curve is amazing. There is not a good block for Samantha Honey here, so the Zed is either going to be leveling up, getting some chip damage, or eating units. Samantha Honey gets to pick, but none of those options are very good. It's which of these 3 dishes that you hate to eat would you like? Also, you can't pick none of them. That's what Zed is going to be doing here. And also, the Fleet Feather Tracker is going to be making a block of their own here, too.
Yeah, that was kind of a rough set of choices to make. I think some players might have been tempted to take the Culling Strike there, thinking, okay, I can't play it this round, but maybe I can answer Zed later. The problem is that we know Kochua is running cards like Twin Disciplines, for example, so they can easily answer, and now you've spent 3 mana for nothing. and that's not a great feeling. It's also going to depend on how the blocks go here, because if you're not planning on blocking Zed, then the culling strike is not an issue at all, and that is the case. So Samantha just taking blocks where you can actually trade with units, accepting the fate that is a leveled up Zed. Love the skin animation there. Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic skin animation. I can't wait to see what other I don't know what the, I guess those are epic skins. I can't wait to see what else we've got in waiting in the wings. But yes, the Zed does level up, which obviously is not great if you're Samantha Honey, but also a Zed leveled up is essentially just +1/+1. It does get the added benefit of additional abilities going on to the Shadow clone, but that doesn't really matter all that much.
You know, you say it's just +1/+1, but right there it mattered, because that Zed was able to block and then stay alive. And also because of the way Zed works as a champion, you're threatening 2 extra damage whenever you attack because of the clone, if you will. And so the Zed level up, yes, just +1/+1, but still very relevant. We do see a very nice hand for Kochua. I think they might actually just end up either developing 1 unit and banking spell mana, or they might have just banked it all. Here, I like protecting the Zed because you see the Yordle come down, so you know they're going to have at least 1 dart, so you have to protect it. Very well played here. But that Relentless Pursuit is in hand. This is a 4-cost slow spell that lets you attack more than once. Can you believe this thing used to cost 3 and was at fast speed?
The only reason I can believe it is because I lived through it. That was insane. And what was really funny was that when that change happened, it kind of played it off as though it were innocuous, but it is so relevant in so many ways. Now it's, you know, a side grade, or what I like to call a buff nerf, where it costs more mana, but you do also get that +1/+1 tagged on, which is, you know, that's a good thing, but it's certainly still very, very threatening. And now Kochua is also going to be very, very threatening himself, as all these options look good for him.
Yeah, the +1/+1 is relevant because they add up. And so if we talk about the Zed level up, and then also that from the rally, that makes Zed able to survive a trade into this lecturing Yordle. Normally that 5 health is a problem, but really, I just wanted to ask you that because it's very rare. This might be the first time ever in the history of Legends of Runeterra, Blevins, that you are the youngest person on the desk. So you're normally our resident boomer, but today at the start of the show anyway, you are our junior member. How does that feel?
I mean, it's been a long time since I've been the young pup on a broadcast or just in a room. You know, that's just how time works. But yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'm counting on you for all my Zoomer references. You got to teach me about TikTok and dance crazes. But
I wouldn't go that far. But
we're gonna see an attack here. Now, if you're somebody at home and you're just tuning in, or maybe you're new to the game, you might not understand why somebody would use Lulu to buff Zed here, because Zed's already a very threatening unit, and the answer is health. So because of that Yordle having the 3/5 body, Lulu will take the Zed up to 4 health, so it would survive a block. So if you're watching at home and you're saying, hey, I don't know why they were doing that, that is why. You're trying to protect this Zed and really force Samantha Honey into an unlikable position, because this is a lot of damage coming.
Yeah, we're looking at 3, 6, 10, 14. I mean, this is lethal. Wait, this is just lethal. Game's over. That's it. Yeah. Kochua gonna take it out of nowhere. That's how this Zed Poppy rally deck can work.
That is exactly what I was talking about at the start of us coming into this, which is math is for blockers, Blevins. I asked you a question because I'm the aggro player, and I said, you know what do you do here? And the answer is nothing, but I didn't know that because math is for blockers. I wasn't calculating it.
Hey, we've got the Oracle Eye. We don't need to do math anymore. That's for the Oracle Eye now.
Every time that I try to pilot like Lulu to do that, I end up losing by turn 4. I just heart of the card is not on my side there. Let's talk about that quick game 3 there. Jason, what were you able to glean from that game? What can you tell us about how that went? Did it go exactly as you thought?
Yeah, this just in. Leveled up Zed, apparently very, very, very good. You saw it there. Just it brings so much damage so fast. You know, we saw Samantha Honey with just a bunch of burn in hand that could have potentially killed Kochua, had he had the time to actually cast it all, but a level up Zed just making quick work of him.
Yeah, I got to bring this up. I know Charmer pointed out that I'm the youngest player on the cast, but I'm still an old man boomer in the LOR community, so I got to do my old man boomer thing of bringing up the classic article, Who's the Beatdown, about assessing what role you play in a matchup. And either of these decks can be and are likely the beatdown in a lot of matchups. They are almost always the aggressor, but when two aggressive decks come up against each other, only one can actually be the aggro deck. And if you mismatch that, you end up losing a lot of time. Now, I don't think that necessarily happened, but we saw this very aggressive deck actually be on the back foot the whole time. Like you mentioned, Jason, there were those decimates in hand that just never had a chance to be cast. They just did nothing because they got clogged up early on.
That's right. That's really one of the key points of some of these top decks is that, I mean, look at a deck like Plunder. Would you call that an aggro deck? Like, that's not really an aggro deck. It plays Feel the Rush and 8 drops, but it also plays a bunch of 1 drops and 2 drops and can just, go straight to a turn 5 leveled up Gangplank and just smash through opponents. And so it's tough to target these decks because do you try to stop them early? Do you try and stop the Feel the Rush late? It's almost impossible to do both.
Yeah, and it's really tough. Like you said, when the Plunder deck has both of those angles on, and a lot of times I like to call it a timing attack, where almost like an RTS, where you have these windows of time. Maybe it's turn 6, turn 5, where your deck is very good in the matchup, but if it goes super long, the Plunder deck has Feel the Rush. If it goes super quickly and they're beating you down, well, that's kind of self-explanatory. But we're being able to find what your timing is in these matchups is absolutely key, and we're going to see the top players able to do that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, timing is everything in Runeterra. And these decks especially, like you were just saying, they have different points in the game that they're trying to do different things, when they're capable of attacking in different ways, and when they need to try and stop their opponent from doing certain things. And it's this constant dance. And this is what makes this meta so interesting, is that it never stops. From the mulligan, from turn 1 all the way to turn 8, 9, 10. It's this constant back and forth of playing around things, of trying to execute your own game plan, and the stages of the game keep shifting, and thus you'll see the strategy that players are using also shifts along with it during the game.
I agree with those points in theory, but as we saw in practice, every now and then we get to a point where we have to remember that there is no beatdown because Decimate doesn't block, right? That's a hot Decimate fact for you. Decimate doesn't block, so you don't really have a choice on what you're doing there. Also, fun fact about Decimate, it doesn't actually decimate your Nexus. The word decimate means 1/10, and it takes 20% of a Nexus out in a single blow. So I don't know what's up with that, Runeterra, but you need to rename the card.
Does that mean Mystic Shot is decimate?
Yeah, Mystic Watch should change, right? Like, we need to send that to the devs. One of the most interesting things about Runeterra as a player is how players interact with each other when spells are on the stack, and knowing when to bluff, like having an idea. All right, this person left 6 mana open. They might have a mini morph, or they might have rally in hand. How important is it to not show your entire hand, not to go super crazy when it's your turn? It's, when is it right to pass? When is it right to be aggressive? Jason, can you shed some insight on that for our players?
For sure. I mean, that's what the game is all about, right? One of the questions we get asked the most is, how do I know when to pass? How do I know when to develop? How do I know when to open attack? And at the heart of it, that is what the game is all about. And it's really just down to experience. And these are the things that these players are very good at. And that's why they are here, because they know when to commit and when to play around things. A lot of times you'll see, intricate passing. They'll pass back and forth. They'll use the attack token as a resource. That's very important. They'll try to play out cheap spells first to bait their opponent to commit first so they can counter. That really is the crux of this game. And, it's what makes it so exciting and such an amazing game to watch because you never know what's going to happen.
Oh, and I love watching this level of play even more because there's so many layers to it. Like you alluded to, Jason, at first, it's like when I first started playing Runeterra, like many people did, it's like, oh, I'm never going to pass. I have a bunch of mana. I'm going to spend my mana. I want to do the thing, right? Well, then we got to a point where high level players started using the pass aggressively. And now we're at the point where we've gone even past that, where it's, oh, I know my opponent's looking to pass aggressively, so I'm going to bluff pass so that they pass aggressively. And all of a sudden we're in that rock, paper, scissors. How many layers, how deep down the rabbit hole are you willing to go? And that's where I love watching this high level play because there's a mix of player skill, matchup knowledge, and knowing the player and bluffing the player that I just absolutely love to see.
Runeterra is the gift that keeps on giving, and we're going to give more of it to you on the other side of the break. We've got Majin Bay versus Black Boss. You're not going to want to miss this. Stick around. We'll be right back.
I possess the secrets of Kinku. I have mastered the rain, lightning, and cloud styles. Firepower solves everything! Your technique lacks technique. I am a student of impeccable breath. Wind, that which has no form. Strikes from angles unexpected. Hi-ya! This is Tempest! Holding position! I will avenge my student! Balance in all things. We got this! Extra hands never hurt. Now you will see my final move! Wind and thunder! Rain and lightning! What technique will you use?
Embers of desolation.
This is Tempest! I serve the Kinku. They could not hope to win. Outside Bandle City, merit badges only get you so far. Underwater basket weaving? Not so practical after all. But if you take your nose out of your handbook, you'll realize there's a lot more to discover. Like unexpected friends. In unusual places. And there are so many unusual places.
By my spear, the gods will know war. Today we say enough.
Is this the face of fear?
We fall as light upon darkness. Bleed, we must!
Onwards!
Lock shields!
The power of the immortal sun.
Immortality is a lie. This I know.
Don't worry, I am here.
All must die.
Do not stand against me.
We face death together. To protect all. Are you ready to destroy a demon, Oracle?
I'm ready to light the way, Atreus.
I will make the gods remember this day!
Atreus, let us pull our enemies apart.
I do not fight for you, creature.
Stand resolute. There is nowhere left to go but up.
Face my shield.
Each life a rare jewel. Worth fighting for. Worth dying for. We will shake the heavens with our victory!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Legends of Runeterra Top 32 seasonal tournament for the Americas. It's nice that you're sticking around. It's nice that you're sticking around with us through all of this action, and we've got more action coming up next. We've actually got Majin Bey is going to a favorite in the tournament. All right, he's supposed to be going against the Black Boss. I want to use this opportunity to take a look at his decks and what he's bringing to the field. And Jason, you were able to speak some words on his player spotlight earlier. How do you think, honestly, he's going to do in this tournament? What are your thoughts?
Oh, he's winning for sure. If you're just going to ask what I think about it, I can speak to his lineup a little bit. Our team basically considered these 3 decks to be just the best decks for this tournament. We tried a number of things to try and target Poppy Zed. We just couldn't get there. We couldn't find 3 decks that really crushed Poppy Zed and still kind of made some sense into other decks. On the opposite side, we have Black Boss, who I think has come targeting Poppy Zed, at least soft targeting for sure. So this is going to be a tough matchup for Majin. It's going to be really, really close. A lot of these decks, they have maybe 1 good matchup or 2 good matchups, 1 bad matchup. If I had to guess, I think both players are probably going to ban the opposing Poppy deck. We see Black Boss is on a Misfortune Poppy Scouts deck, which is very good into Lee Sin. I can also see it being good into Zed Poppy. You have things like Sharp Sight. So, this is going to be, I think, one of those rounds. This might be Majin's toughest round, frankly. I think if he can get through here, he's got a good shot of going the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting word here from production that we got some misinformation before. Majin Bey is actually going to be going against Beast Llama coming up. So that specific matchup against Black Boss may be a little out of date, but I'm really interested here because we get this glimpse in with you here, Jason, into this lineup. And one thing we talked about during the break was the pick of this Thralls deck over what a lot of other players have filled in with Plunder here. So I'm really interested on everyone's thoughts here. I guess we'll start with you, Charmer, on the Plunder, not going with Plunder, but instead going with Thralls here.
Well, I think that it is potentially a good call to make in certain cases, but regarding just the matchup, I wanted to jump in just really quickly because I wanted to give Jason the fuel for the fire that he needed. The Beast Llama lineup is going to feature a Lee Sin Zoe deck. It's going to feature Thralls, so we're looking pretty similar to the Majin Bey lineup. However, the one wild card here is that instead of the Poppy list, they have a Viego Thresh list. And so, Jason, what I want to ask you specifically is actually, do you think that kind of mismatch there is going to be a really big factor? Because I know a lot of players were targeting potentially Poppy, and they opted to not bring it at all. And this is a really big diversion discrepancy from what we would expect.
Yeah, I really like the Viego Thresh deck. It's got a good matchup into Zoe Lee. It's got a good matchup into Zed Poppy, as good as you could maybe want. It's definitely not unfavored. It will probably struggle, though, against the Thralls deck. It'll be interesting to see how the bans come down here. But yeah, I really like that pick, and I think it's going to do well into Majin's lineup if it actually gets to see play.
Gentlemen, real quick, who do you think's taking this set? Beast Llama or Majin Bey? Jason, let's go right down the table. What are your thoughts?
Come on. Oh, come on. Majin Bey all day. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
All right, I guess we're to me, and I had to pause for a moment because I didn't think that I would say this out loud. I love you, Majin. We were buddies. We were bros in Dallas, but I think we're gonna say Beast Llama because I expect that Blevins is also gonna say Majin, and I just want to be a contrarian. So I'm gonna say Beast Llama.
Yes, Charmer, you're so good because I'm glad you fell on the sword because I was not going to do the noble thing. I was going to pick Majin Bey regardless. I don't care. I'm picking Majin Bey. Let's be honest. We were talking about it before. We joked a little bit, but in all seriousness, Majin Bey is absolutely, I mean, there is really very few other people in the world right now who you could consider a greatest in Runeterra right now. Majin Bey is definitely in that conversation for sure. And I mean, I'm a simple man. I see a Majin Bey, I pick him to win. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, not to mention we see Lee Sin, Zoe on both sides, and as we all know, Majin Bey is a Lee Sin, Zoe main, and the confidence he has going into that mirror match or just playing that deck in general cannot be understated. It'll be really interesting to see where Beaslama goes with their bans, because Poppy Zed is, you know, not a deck that they can really be playing against. It's got a great matchup into all three of those decks. So, you know, if we do see some Lee Sin, Zoe mirrors, I gotta think Bey's a favorite.
Okay, Jason, I know we're getting into game very soon here. If you're sitting in Majin's spot right now, what deck are you looking to ban on the side of Beaslama?
I think he's going to be banning Thresh.
Okay, that's definitely an interesting one. And then we could potentially be seeing the full mirror here. And I mean, I know Majin a bit closer than I know Beaslama, so I know the level of preparation that Majin's been putting into this. But hey, I mean, Beaslama's here too. They've made it into this top 16 of the seasonal here, and they may very well have put in just as much work as Majin. So it really could be anyone's game here.
Yeah, Beaslama, another great player. Don't want to understate how good they are as well. Yeah. This is going to be, you know, tooth and nail. These are two of the top players fighting with, you know, almost a mirror lineup. We might just see the same two decks end up playing against each other, and strap yourselves in because you're about to see an absolute masterpiece get put on by both of these players.
Strap yourselves up indeed. It's time for the next game. Beaslama, Majin Bey, Charmer, Blevins, do it. That's all.
Well, we will definitely be doing that as soon as the players decide to click the play button. I mean, come on, guys. Don't they know that there's a production we're doing?
That's not their fault, though, Blevins. Everybody knows at home that the players are waiting patiently, and it's us. It's us, the casters, that always delay things. It's always casters stop talking. Just start the game. And so I refuse to do that. I'm going to keep talking. And what I want to talk about specifically is actually this concept that we were talking about with Majin Bey and how he's so good on Lee Sin and Zoe. I want to know, Jason, is there a world, is there ever a scenario where you say, yes, I think Poppy Zed is maybe the best deck in the format, but it's Majin Bey and I don't want to play against his Lee Sin. I'd rather take a shot at the Poppy Zed, or maybe your game plan is, you know what, I'm just going to lose to Poppy Zed, take away Lee Sin, and I can beat Thralls twice. Do you think that there is some, you know, warrant to that?
Yeah, and I mean, in some situations, there definitely could be, for sure. I don't think this is one of them, though. That Poppy Zed deck is just going to rip through your lineup. You have to ban it. You have to get it out of there. Like we were just saying, Beaslama also a very accomplished player. Like, yes, Majin Bey, very good on Lee Sin Zoe, but Beaslama is nothing, you know, to sniff at. Like, another amazing player and could easily go toe-to-toe with Majin.
Yeah, I wanted to actually use this as an opportunity. It's like, I'm looking at Beaslama's decks, right? No Poppy representation at all. And, you know, we've seen so much of that in the open rounds and even in this tournament right now. Do you think that's going to put him at a disadvantage, Jason?
I mean, honestly, I don't know if it's a disadvantage in this specific scenario, perhaps. But, you know, if your Poppy Zed deck or whatever the third deck is getting banned anyways, well, you're still going to end up with the mirror match of Thralls Lee Sin versus Thralls Lee Sin. So it might not actually end up mattering at all.
Well, I really love the question because we did see, I mean, when we looked at the meta breakdown of the open rounds, we saw so much Poppy, 25 instances of Poppy being brought. So it's a very big indicator that Poppy, very, very strong, very consistent, can be used in a lot of decks. On the one hand, yes, you want to use the most, you know, the strongest champions. You want to have the strongest decks, but also potentially, if everyone is planning to play against Poppy in different variations of it, it might be better to just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to throw a curveball by not playing it at all. And that's obviously what Beast Llama has done here. The other thought is that potentially you can, you know, really bring a crazy deck that doesn't involve Poppy and really throw the curveball, not bringing Poppy, but bringing something crazy. And while these decks aren't necessarily crazy, the Viego Thrush is a deck that is certainly on the radar, you know, tier 1.5, tier 2-ish range. I do think that a lot of players are not necessarily planning to play against this specific lineup that Beast Llama's brought.
Yeah, one of the things I like about Beast Llama's lineup is that Viego Thrush is still a very powerful deck, and it kind of sidesteps the issue of running into someone that has come with the lineup to target Poppy Zed. Now, if you run into, you know, an aggressive burn lineup, for instance, now you don't have that Poppy Zed weakness. Now you've got a deck like Viego Thrush, which has a little bit more of, you know, a fight against more decks in the format. You're not kind of just getting hard targeted there. So I like this by Beast Llama.
Beast Llama's got, you know, I'm noticing they both have turbo thralls. You know, Lysandra, Talia, champion. A lot of people thought she was just not a great card, but now has made this resurgence, especially in the tournament format. Just being able to have a whole bunch of 8/8s by turn 5, if you're able to pull very effectively. What do you ban first in the situation, Charmer? Like, you're Beast Llama. You've changed identities, okay? Like, are you just banning Poppy because that makes sense first, or what do you do straight out the gate?
I mean, if it's me, I'm questioning my decisions because I'm an aggro player, and I look at Beast Llama's lineup and I'm saying, where's my Zed Poppy? But the reality is if I have a lineup like this and I'm steering across the field, it really comes down to Zed Poppy and Lee Sin Zoe. And it comes down to my own internal testing. Did I do well enough against Zed Poppy to have faith in that matchup? We've seen it be very successful, so I think the answer is probably no, and so I think you have to pull that from the equation. But if, for whatever reason, I made it this far, let's be honest, Beast Llama qualified and has won in the first round. They have very clearly found success without Poppy. Maybe they think they've cracked the code. If that's the case, then I think you ban the Lisa and Zoe in that situation. So that's something that we won't really know till we get into the game, because it's going to come down to Beast Llama's internal testing, in my opinion, but it's one of those two for sure.
And to piggyback off of that, I actually agree with you, Charmer. If I'm sitting in Beast Llama's spot, I mean, I know, and Beast Llama's probably not thinking this, but again, if we're putting me there, I know Majin Bey, much better player than I am. So even though I have the same decks as him, I know I don't want to play against Majin Bey's Lee Sin Zoe. The variance in that deck is pretty low on scale, right? Especially with the decks that he's brought, where it's not necessarily an aggro deck where you can go underneath the Lee Sin Zoe. The game's going to be dragged out. It's going to be a lot of back and forth. I know personally I'm going to lose those in a head-to-head versus Majin Bey. It's just going to be the case. So I'm actually looking to ban that deck. The Zoe Poppy deck is very powerful, as we've seen. Or sorry, not the Zoe Poppy. Man, JC Pent is still painting my mind. The Zoe
Zed
or the
Poppy.
Zed
Other
Poppy.
Z.
The other Z. Zed Poppy is a very, very strong deck. But the thing is that it can have these really awkward draws where you draw too many rallies, you don't have enough units to really gain to beat that. So even though the deck is very powerful, the deck can theoretically beat itself. And I need the deck to do that because I'm not going to be beating Majin Bey in this matchup. I need the deck to do it for me, because if the deck high rolls, it's going to win. But, Majin Bey is going to beat me most of the time anyway, so I need to potentially get it to low roll.
Yeah, looking at both lists here, one of the things that we see, I know What Am I and Majin both playing Desert Naturalist. I believe What Am I might be on 2. With Bey also going on Rite of Negation, but Beast Llama also has the tech. 1 Desert Naturalist, 1 Rite of Negation. So those both line up. The one difference that I do see, though, is in their Zoe Lee Sin decks. Majin has the full 3 Solari Priestess, which can go get that Comet, which is so good in the mirror, whereas Beast Llama has 2 Solari Priestess, 1 Scattered Pod, and that might make all the difference.
Yeah, I love the inclusion of both of those cards. And really, it kind of comes down to player preference, right? I mean, they both do similar things. They are cards that give you a full bevy of options to go for, whether you want to invoke and get those high power celestials, or with Scattered Pod, you can be a little more targeted. You can go for whatever type of spell you want and really sort of secure, in a way, the card that you want, right? And I think I really lean a little bit towards Majin Bei's inclusion of the 3 Solari Priestess, because while the Scattered Pod is a powerful card and can get exactly the right card, the Solari Priestess, I feel like, has a higher ceiling. You can really get a ton of value off of that card. It can get, like you said, Jason, that Comet and kill the Lee Sin, or potentially be a mirror breaker there. But speaking of mirror breakers, Charmer, we're going to say goodbye to Jason and Akinola for now. And we're going to be jumping into game Majin Bei versus Beast Llama, top 16, the seasonal tournament.
Well, we are going to be seeing Lee Sin and that Solari Priestess. You know, it's funny that you were mentioning the inclusion of the 3rd Priestess. I'm a big fan of that as well, just because one of the things we know that Lee Sin can sometimes lose to is not drawing Lee Sin. And a 3rd Priestess gives you an opportunity to get you that 4-cost card that searches for a champion and buffs it. So in many ways, it's another shot at finding your Lee Sin, and that can be incredibly important as well. So this right here is a great example, right? We see Majin Bei has that Eye of the Dragon, which is very important early on, but no Lee Sin quite yet. On the other side, Beast Llama here with the early Lissandra, we can see the promising future in hand. They're going to get their game plan underway, so the time is kind of already ticking for Majin Bei.
Yeah, the Beast Llama didn't do the true, Cameron Hanzo impression of always having the turn 1 Thrall. The true pro Thralls players will always have that turn 1 Thrall, but in a matchup like this, you don't necessarily need the turn 1 Thrall. Just getting it eventually, or in the first couple of turns, is going to end up being all right, because we do see promising future. We see the Clockling being able to increase the speed at which we'll start seeing multiple Thralls.
You know, you mentioned not needing that turn 1 Thrall, but shout out to Jason. Again, we cut kind of fast, so we didn't get a chance to get his comment in, but Comet is also very relevant in this matchup because it is landmark destruction. And so if you do get to the point where you can pull a Comet and destroy these Thralls before they pop off, that can be very relevant as well. So again, overall, Majin Bei just really well off with having the 3 Priestess version here. And unfortunately, still no Lee Sin quite yet. Got some time, but that is something we're going to keep an eye on, because, you know, we were talking about how Poppy Zed sometimes loses to itself. The reality is Lee Sin does that every now and then as well, if you don't draw Lee Sin.
Yep. I love this play. Zenith Blade going on to the Traveler here. Mostly going to be used just to thin the deck out a little bit. It's these, stacking up these small percentage plays are really what's going to matter, right? The worst feeling for a Lee Sin deck is just raw drawing a Zenith Blade when you already have one in hand. And you can, reduce that chance by a little bit and ever so slightly increase the chance that you're going to be drawing a Lee Sin, because that's exactly what Majin needs. And Majin needs to get it early, because as we see the Lissandra spell, we see 2-3 sisters. Majin is going to need multiple cracks at attacking with a Lee Sin to actually get through. And honestly, might not end up having the time even if he draws it quickly.
Yeah, you said the worst thing in the world as a Lee Sin player is to raw draw the Zenith, but I say it's not finding Lee Sin. Lee Sin every now and then is reminding us that he is an esports pro, in that he sometimes doesn't wake up in time to make it to the tournament, just doesn't show up. That happens in every esport, Runeterra not excluded.
True.
And that is maybe a problem. The good news is this is a deck that is made to stall. So if you don't find Lee Sin early, normally not that big of a problem. Eye of the Dragon and a bunch of these tools can really buy you a ton of time. We've got stuns. We've got all sorts of ways to navigate this. However, it's a bit harder to do against 8/8 Thralls. And so that's ultimately what we're going to be maybe overhyping, but watching for sure here is, do these Thralls get the opportunity to pop? Because if they do, that is a big hill for Majin Bei to conquer if he wants to stay in it. And we can see right now they're speeding things up. We're probably going to see the other one either come down, or you actually might wait till the next turn to kind of fake that you don't have it, but that Thrall is likely popping next round when they get the attack token.
Absolutely. And this is a very, very interesting point for Majin here, because while yes, Lee Sin is the namesake of the deck and also the main win con, there are a few other options if Lee Sin doesn't show up, right? You can go for a Zoe level up potential win condition, which can get you into Celestials and having a wide elusive board that can win. You can have a beatdown plan where you're just going wide, maybe with Eye of the Dragons and trying to beat down. Majin has to very carefully decide and correctly decide what the line of victory is for this game, because right now it can't be Lee Sin. Lee Sin is AFK.
Yeah, I really loved what Beast-Llama did that last round. First, when Majin attacked, there was an opportunity to maybe fall into a trap and overprotect that Lysandra. You've got that second one in hand, but also the important thing that sometimes trips players up about Thralls is you need board space. And so up until that point, they actually couldn't play the second 2/2 and get both Thralls. They actually needed that Lysandra to die. And so Majin Bey kind of unknowingly helped them along. That allowed Beast-Llama to develop the second 2/2 at the end of the round so that these popped, and then you get the open attack, allowing even less responses. So that last turn was actually navigated incredibly well by Beast-Llama, and I felt like it was worth highlighting.
Absolutely. I will point out, I think a little, does it matter? Yeah, a little bit of a misstep here. Majin actually, I think, taking a little bit of extra damage that didn't need to be taken because the hush and block happened on the first Thrall instead of the second. So he effectively didn't get the 2 life gain from the Dragonling. I don't think it's likely to matter in this particular scenario, but just worth noting. But the clock, again, is on. The Thralls are out. We're now going to be seeing this Ravine coming out and clearing a little bit of the board, chipping away at Majin Bey, and that's a leveled up Lysandra as well. The clock is being turned up on Majin Bey.
Yeah, there's 2 things I want to touch on. First, if you're new and watching at home and Blevins confused you, everything in Legends of Runeterra happens left to right. So because Majin blocked the leftmost unit with his lifesteal, it meant that the 2 health gained capped him out on Nexus health, so he didn't get to benefit from it the same way he would have if he had blocked 1 more unit to the left, because to the right, I mean, because everything resolves left to right. But the second thing that's important here is that Lysandra leveling up plus the Ravine means that you are going to clear Majin Bey's full board, because not only do you get the damage from the Ravine, but you're going to get this free 1 damage to the board in hand from the Lysandra. We're going to see that come down now. Majin knows it's coming, but you still have to force it. Now, Majin has some tools to protect units if he wants to. We've got Deny. We've got a number of ways to heal or buff the health of these units. And so we're going to likely see at least this one come, because you get to draw the card. Maybe even the Pale Cascade. Yep, that's coming as well, because that draws you another card. And you're trying to dig to find that Lee Sin and or find answers, but that still was great from Beast-Llama to put that pressure and force responses out of Majin Bey.
100% agree with everything that you're saying here. Majin, a valiant effort, and has sort of seized the win con, or at least the line you have to go for. It's protecting the Zoe. I think both for the level up and the damage, as well as the invoke. A lot of the spells are very good. Crescent Strike, for instance, you can kind of look at Crescent Strike as a, hey, 3 mana gain 16 if you're able to actually stun 2 of the 8 power Thralls, which, you know, can buy time and allow Majin the ability to, you know, maybe get back in this game. The 3 Sisters is going to come out and is going to target the Zoe. Majin's going to allow that to happen and says, you know what, I'm just going to take this Dragonling instead.
Yeah, that's why it was so important on that previous turn that Beast-Llama set up the open attack, because you knew that the star chart was in hand, and that could have potentially had turned into a strike. We also know that there is the Gravitum in hand now. Beast-Llama might not have known what the selection was, but there are these stuns and these things that Lee Sin does to stall that you are aware of. So playing around them and giving yourself that open attack was a very big deal, because it gets that health nice and low. Here we can see the silence going out so that the overwhelm is a little bit less of a factor as well. But There's still a hefty board here on the side of Beast Llama and still no Lee Sin on the side of Majin Bay. Now, these Dragonlings can help recuperate some of the health, but you are still going to be dealing with the overwhelm. Now, this is interesting because you actually don't want to over attack if you're Beast Llama. Yeah, they locked it in. This is a heads up call because you don't want to give them more opportunities to have a Dragonling heal if it's not necessary. So I love this call from Beast Llama.
This is a great attack, especially since Beast Llama has the ability to get rid of this Dragonling with the three sisters, or potentially pump the Thrall. I mean, it would be a little bit risky, of course, but there's a lot of reaction on the side of Beast Llama with the counter spell and the damage spell here. I think with the hands, if Beast Llama does everything, it's going to work. And Majin is going to go down here, but it's not necessarily evident because Beast Llama obviously doesn't know what's in Majin's hand.
Yeah, this is actually everything that I love about Runeterra, all in a single attack. So you only attack with one unit so that you don't allow the second Dragonling to become a problem. You also force Majin Bay to use one of those twin disciplines right out of the gate because you have this ice in hand. Now, if the Dragonling only had 1 health, that would have taken it out and that would have represented lethal. So then you play the ice, it forces the response for Majin. If you wanted to keep going, to keep forcing the issue, right? You had, as you were mentioning, the three sisters. You also had multiple counter spells on either end. We're going to see that right in negation, answering the deny here. So all of this jockeying for position that we are seeing is exactly what you expect at a high level of play for Legends of Runeterra. Baiting plays out from your opponent, beautifully done by both.
Yeah, these last few turns have just been a masterclass on both sides, which is really amazing. I mean, Majin scrambling for a morsel of Lee Sin and just not getting it, but still presenting a very strong game plan. I mean, the Eyes of the Dragon really being able to keep him in this game for as long as it's been. I think the writing may be on the wall at this point. The killing of that Zoe was absolutely fantastic because the way that the Entomb works, it actually keeps the Zoe's stats intact. So the Zoe would have come back with all the level progression that it had before, and I believe was very close to leveling at that point. So the Zoe potentially could have been a way to actually get back in this game, but Beast Llama says, nope, we're not dealing with Zoe, the desert naturalist that Jason brought up in the pregame, coming to bear here.
So this is also a very heads-up play by Majin. You've got 2 Eye of the Dragons, and so you can sacrifice one to get rid of an 8-3 overwhelm. And the reason that you do it this way is, again, you know that ice spell is in the hand of Beast Llama, so you cannot try to pull with a 1 health unit. You have to do something a little bit different. That means giving up one of your eyes, and if you're gonna give one of them up, you want to take the path that has the most health available, just to be on the safe side. So again, just trying to slow things down. You're gonna play your second eye so that you can keep your defenses up. You don't have the overwhelm to worry about anymore. But that level 2 Lysandra still hanging out, and it has put in a lot of work. We also see that countdown coming on that other Thrall, so we're going to see a Gravitum here just because they're afraid of the open attack, and so they're going to go into this hoping that they top deck an answer. With this much mana, you probably want something like Meditation just to dig deeper, but Will is pretty good here.
Yeah, Will's good. That stops an overwhelm, and all of a sudden, not necessarily going to be a great, it won't be a lethal attack, or will it? No.
It will, because if you slow play this, knowing there's only 1 card in the hand of Majin, you can also just avalanche here. Because even if it gets rid of your 3-1 and your 2-2, your Lysandra is still there, which is enough for lethal. So the writing's on the wall, but really well navigated by both players. You feel bad for Majin. You play a deck called Lee Sin. You don't draw Lee Sin. It's not going to go your way. And we had talked about how that sometimes happens and it beats itself. But despite that, right, in spite of the fact that Lee Sin didn't come up, just beautifully navigated by both players in terms of passing back and forth, baiting out plays, using your counter spells, setting up open attacks when you know that things like the Crescent Strike are available. I mean, it was just flawlessly executed, I think, by both players there.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I mean, there was just so much. I mean, Majin was in an unenviable position, right? Like you said, Lee Sin deck, no Lee Sin. It stinks. I've played a lot of the deck. There he is. But Majin did navigate the game to a point where if he would have drawn Lee Sin at, a few key points in the game, that game potentially goes very differently, and that is the mark of a true player.
Yeah, well, we're not going to have that problem here. Both players keeping Lee Sins in the opener. Llama finds a second one just for good measure. So a little bit more fireworks expected in this particular game, and you'll love to see it after the last one. I do also want to highlight that some folks might look at that Turbo Thralls deck and think of it as a pretty straightforward combo deck, right? 8/8s go burr. However, as we saw, there's a lot of really good decisions that need to be made there. Timing as far as the setup on when to attack. And so I think Beast Llama did a great job of showcasing the skill side of that deck, because I know I've heard it. People will just say, well, you 8/8s. And if it happens, then you just accidentally win. But that's not always the case.
No, I would argue that game is an absolute showcase of the skill involved with that deck. I would agree with you there, Charmer, as there were a lot of different decisions that could have been made there. And I think there are a handful of them that actually could have delayed the game more and given Majin more of an opening. But Beast Llama, did the best that they could to slam that door. And unfortunately for Majin, wasn't able to jury rig it open.
That was a really tough decision there for Majin. All three of those invoke options were arguable. The Crescent Strike buys you a lot of time in this matchup. You also had the Sisters, which gives you two relevant threats, one of them having elusive, the other one giving you sustain. And then, a big overwhelm unit with Spell Shield can sometimes help get the job done. So that was a tough call, but I think Majin just trusting his ability to navigate this and say, as long as I don't die to anything unforeseen, I should be able to take this Lee Sin as my comfort, my home. I actually drew one this time.
Yep.
So he's relying on that.
I like it a lot. I think Majin definitely is going with the game plan of you really only need to net +1 turns, right? If you both have Lee Sins and they're both in combo range to kill in one shot with overwhelm, then if you can buy one extra turn, a lot of times that's enough. And the Crescent Strike, of course, threatens to do that. So does the Palm, the Concussive Palm as well. And that's really what Majin's going for here. The Three Sisters, I think, was also a defensible pick as well, if Majin was going to go with the go wide plan, which is definitely an option in this matchup. You don't necessarily have to go for the Lee Sin. If you can maybe build up a board with Three Sister or with the Sisters, as well as maybe some Eye of the Dragons, and really start beating down, you can maybe go under your opponent's Lee Sin. But Majin instead is going to go for the I'm going to try to stop your Lee Sin while building up mine and combo you in an off turn.
Yeah, I think if Majin didn't already have the Lee Sin, the Sisters becomes a lot more attractive, because the thing about Lee Sin lists is they don't run a lot of units. You run a lot of reactive tools to protect your Lee Sin, to protect your Zoe. But if you can get out ahead of them, sometimes you can steal a win. I really liked the Zenith here on this Zoe. They played Zoe, Beast Llama answered, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, mine's bigger, and I'm also going to continue to generate value. I'll take those star charts. So, well, Zoe leveling up is very rarely part of the game plan. For generating value is a big boon, and so much so that Beast Llama decides to use a Palm to deny it.
That is a huge get from Majin. I mean, Majin, I believe, would be willing to take that trade every single day, and it's just goes to show you the value of that Zoe and the value that the Zoe can generate. I mean, it's worth in Beast Llama's mind using a Conch Palm.
Yeah, that's also a pretty big tell on the side of Beast Llama if Majin was paying attention, and let's be honest, we know he was. They used that Pale Cascade at the end of the last round to cycle and to set up this Dragonling. And, we can also see the meditation as well. But that was telling Majin that I didn't really have any other better options. So Majin can infer quite a bit of info from that. It also meant that Beast was denied banking spell mana going into this round. And so we already see him down to just 3 as they try to navigate this combat.
And I've played a lot of the Lee Sin deck back in the day, not as much of this current iteration, but at its core, the Lee Sin deck is a game of mana advantage in the mirror, right? If you can go into a turn with a mana advantage, that is absolutely huge. And I mean, here we see Majin is able to develop the Lee Sin at a mana parity and is now going into an attack token with the Lee Sin active, right? And now it is really the ball is in Majin's court right now, and Beast Llama is going to have to really be on the reactive for the next couple of turns, and also still find a way to weave in the Lee Sin, because if Beast Llama doesn't get the Lee Sin down, he's not really threatening anything. Majin's board is super wide, and the Lee Sin is already there.
Yeah, you mentioned mana being a big deal. The reality is, in this matchup, it's actually the action economy. It's just mana facilitates that. In this matchup, as far as the mirror goes, you want to be typically the person taking the last action, right? You want your opponent to have to respond to you, then you respond to their response, and then you continue down that trend until you're the person who has the final say in the exchange, right? Mana obviously helps facilitate that. And so you're going to see players start prioritizing that a little bit more, especially now that we have Lee Sins across from each other. This is where the real fireworks display is going to kick off.
Yeah, and we're also very close to a Zoe level up, I believe, here. That can really start throwing a lot into the mix on the side of Majin, because all of a sudden maybe it's not just, all hands on deck for Lee Sin. Can be, I can have a huge elusive board and just kill you from 20 even without the Lee Sin, or compounded with Lee Sin.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but you do need...
The hush is huge.
Yeah, the hush is massive here. I was just about to say, you do need a little bit more to go your way. Leveling up Zoe isn't enough, because outside of another Zoe, you don't have anything native in your deck that's just going to grant elusive. So you need an invoke, or you need to kill your own Zoe and get another... Or you need Zoe to connect, give you a star shard that gives you the otter. All of those are very plausible, mind you, but it's not as simple as like, I flipped Zoe, now I get to swing for the win, right? This hush, however, huge here, because you need to make sure that this Lee Sin doesn't get value when the attack token goes to the other side. You can do that now at burst speed. So unless Beast Llama finds a way at burst speed himself to level up this Lee Sin and get the open attack, you're likely going to buy yourself some time on the side of Majin.
Yep, and another Conch Palm is also quite good here. Again, Majin really only needs to buy a little bit of space here to be able to start threatening either Beast Llama's life total or the Lee Sin, or both.
So we're going to see gifts now come down to allow Lee Sin to have Challenger, have Barrier, and have the flip. I suspect we're going to just get the open attack here. I don't think you want to give your opponent the chance to play any stuns before you get this on the stack. And yes, fearing the leveled up Zoe, they say, all right, let's just try to get this out of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm wondering if Majin can level up in response. 7 of 10. We've got the Moon Silver is 1, Hush could be 2, and Conch Palm could be 3, so we could see it.
I don't think we've seen Pale Cascade yet either on the side of Majin. So Silver into Cascade means whatever you top deck might give you a window outside of the Hush as well.
You may be right. I was thinking that we had already seen Cascade. I may be thinking of last game.
Yeah, so this is an interesting call, because you really want this Hush, but if the Hush was enough to level up your Zoe, 8 of 10. So we had seen it. That means you needed something off the top deck. I was going to say, if the Hush was enough to level Zoe, it would be worth burning here, because you've got that second Zoe in hand. It would come down immediately. Instead, we are using this Lee Sin to level up our own.
Okay.
So I think that if you're taking this route, it's because you're going to level the Zoe.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, no, yeah, we're getting the leveled Zoe here, which is going to give everything lifesteal next turn with the Dragonling, which is great. We do have the second Zoe, which is going to give everything elusive, and all of a sudden what we predicted, Charmer, may be coming true. Majin going, yeah, we're not playing the combo deck. The combo is I'm attacking you with a full elusive board.
Yeah, Lee Sin is overrated. I couldn't win with him game 1. We'll just win with Zoe instead.
Yeah.
And this is huge. As you said, Dragonling, when that spawns next round, will give the entire board life steal as well. So you're going to top off your health. You've got a ton of options here. Little bit you can do on the side of Beast Llama with the Gravitum that would delay at least 1 unit. And we're going to deep meditation here. Maybe you find Hush. They do find a Hush. So that gives you another potential answer. Not completely over yet.
Right. And I mean, we're actually not necessarily pushing a ton of damage right now. It's 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12. And that Dragonling's not necessarily getting through. So we're really only threatening right now 12 damage.
Yeah, only threatening when your opponent's at 15.
Right. Well, yes, because again, if it's not lethal, Beast Llama almost doesn't care, because being at 3 or being at 20 doesn't really matter as long as it's not 0 in this matchup. Majin needs to make that I go to 0. Otherwise, Beast Llama is just going to try to protect the Lee Sin and not care about what else is happening.
So we're going to have to see how Beast Llama buys themselves time. It's not just
1.
That's down to 1. It's not just survive, though. You do have to find a way to get yourself into a position to win. If you do somehow survive this, they still have a Lee Sin. They still have leveled up Zoe. If you're not blocking the Zoe this round, that's another star chart as well. So it is not, in my opinion, just enough to survive. I think that you actually have to protect your health total a little bit, because you say there's not a lot of difference between like 3 and 20. But if that star chart gets a 4-1 overwhelm and your entire board magically gets overwhelmed as well, like that's a pretty big deal. And so I think Beast Llama recognizes this, says, okay, we have to block the Zoe. We can't let the star chart go off. Let's get that taken care of. And I think this is the right call.
Well, and since it's a leveled Zoe, it wouldn't even be a star chart. It would be a Behold the Infinite. It could be something even bigger and scarier.
Yeah. So here I am worried about just, casually a 4-1 overwhelm, when instead it's something like the Great Beyond.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, because I'm actually not convinced necessarily that Behold the Infinite is necessarily better than the star chart in this scenario, just because, again, the action and mana economy is very important still in this game, and spending 9 mana for a giant unit could potentially be very good here, but also it's very committal, and a lot of times you don't want to be making those sorts of commitments in this matchup.
Yeah, that's a bit interesting. As you said, you don't want to commit, but if you could do it at the end of a round, trying to set up an open attack, if your unit has spell shield, that's a pretty big boon, because now they have to commit multiple resources. But I understand what you're saying.
Oh, that's right. Especially since it would be giving everything spell shield.
Right. So that's the big key there, is you're hitting that point where if it's, not even the Great Beyond, but if you hit that 7/7 overwhelm spell shield, that's a pretty big boon. And with Majin drawing that 3-drop, you get another invoke shot and some decent stuff that you could pull there as well. Comet could be a big deal. Yes, there are 2 denies on the other side, but if the mana goes low enough, I don't think Beast would ever fall for that, but theoretically, if it goes low enough, that could be a threat. So we'll see how this goes. I imagine we're going to get an open attack from the side of Beast. No. Wants the mana to get spent.
Well, Beast opened with the Moonglow here onto the Lee Sin, and Majin decided to let it go through. So this Lee Sin is, Lee Sin still could get, the comment is huge. The Lee Sin still could get stunned here if we commit a Hush and then a Conch Palm, or I guess theoretically we could go double Conch Palm if we wanted to. But the Lee Sin getting Spell Shield does complicate things for Majin here, as it's going to be multiple spells to stop the Lee Sin from going off, and thereby protecting his own Lee Sin. Beast Llama going for the life steal here.
I love this move. I love the non-greed move here of just saying, okay, I don't think with all of this mana and all of these cards that I can go for the OTK. Not against Majin Bay. So let's go ahead and see if we can gain some health. So Majin answering with this palm, and this is interesting because you're going to peel the spell shield with this. You're not going to get your 3-2, but that part doesn't matter. You're setting yourself up for potentially a Comet play. We do see the denies on the side of Beast Llama, so maybe Majin Bey is instead also after this just going to pass and see if Beast continues to develop. That could be an option. Oh, he baits out the deny with this.
Okay.
So what Majin could choose to do here now is, I was going to say, use the Hush to peel the Spell Shield and Crescent Strike, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Love it. Oh, but the Nopify, there's still Nopify mana. Oh, this could be devastating here. Lee Sin now unchecked, no mana on either side. Beast Llama has attack token. This is going to be a lot of life gained here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
And do you remember when you said it doesn't matter if it is 3 or 20? Well, this is where you're wrong, because now Lee Sin is going back to the hand.
Yep.
So the good news is, if you're Majin Bey, you don't outright lose your Lee Sin, but the bad news is Beast Llama's resetting here. So beautiful exchange between the two, trying to bait out the counter spells. It was Beast Llama who took that last action. You know, we had talked about it before.
Yes.
All you want to be is the person who's making the last decision. You want to be the person who says, all right, this is how it's going to go. Beast Llama came through and now is back in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. That was a massive swing in momentum. We talked about Majin being in the position that Beast Llama was in before. Mana parity, Lee Sin already on board. Well, now the tides have turned. Granted, I guess they were a half a turn behind, but even so, Lee Sin is in play. Mana is at parity for both, and now Beast Llama has the luxury of starting to set up the combo, because guess what? Majin Bey is not really threatening much here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real problem because Beast Llama healed, right? And that health mattered. So Majin has to Comet here. That's going to be answered by the deny.
Yep.
However, there is a 0% chance, barring that he sneezes and accidentally hits the spacebar or something, right? There is a 0% chance that Beast Llama is not taking an open attack next round, which means the second Comet will never get to go off. You're going to see the twin and something else pop off so that this Lee Sin goes up to the 10 attack and pushes through the combo. And unfortunately, Majin right now doesn't have a ton of ways to stop the majority of this. Now, you could save yourself some of this, right? Like, you're not dead, but this is going to be really rough to come back from. We've got a stun, so the stun will deny the second damage. And they actually just don't go for the big combo anyway, playing around the stun. That's fair.
Yeah, no. Heads up play from Beast Llama, and this is what we were talking about in the pregame. It's like, it's not just drawing the cards and playing the cards as they see. You have to be like, okay, well, what does my opponent have, and what are they playing around, and this, that, and the other. Like, that turn could have gone a number of different ways depending on what each player puts each other on. And as we see, I mean, Beast Llama could have threatened lethal, didn't, and now Majin is in an interesting position where now Lee Sin is active. We're gonna be able to threaten at least the kick onto Lee Sin, and still has Comet mana if it gets redeveloped.
Yeah, the kick's gonna be successful here.
Yep.
So you get the damage in, and you get a bit of a statistical reset and a keyword reset. So the overwhelm is gone now.
Yeah.
Very relevant. Now you can regrant it. We see the Zenith. We know that there's a gifts, etc. But now you get to threaten this Comet.
This goes off. And all of a sudden, Beast Llama has nothing.
Well,
unless that's a Lee Sin.
That Lee Sin is gone, but there is still, hope of a top deck. That's
sure.
I believe just the first one from Beast Llama that's actually been destroyed. We know they had two in the opener, but they used one in the form of the champion spell, so they're floating around.
Right, but they need to be here at the right time, and Majin has found an opening. This is so crazy, and this I implore people, they're watching this in the future, take a look back, do some analysis of these games, because these last like 3 turns could have gone a number of different ways for either player, but this is how it's worked out, and Majin is now wildly ahead and potentially threatening lethal on this turn.
And even without lethal, the big thing that's helping Majin the past couple of rounds is his ability to keep continually getting health back. That leveled up Zoe means that every time Eye of the Dragon triggers a Dragonling, the entire board gets lifesteal. So as units die and new ones get played, you're always essentially going to have lifesteal for your entire board, which means that Beast Llama can't really close this out unless they can actually pull off the one-turn kill, which is very difficult to do against a player like Majin Bey.
Absolutely. When your opponent just has so many cards, I mean, we can boil it down, right? Majin Bey just needs to get an attack, right, with the Lee Sin. Granted, it was very good from Beast Llama to, be able to stun the Lee Sin on that turn because there's not a permanent overwhelm onto the Lee Sin. But now we're at the point where Lee Sin is close to just having the kick damage be lethal without overwhelm.
This would be one heck of a game if this Zoe that just came down survives long enough to level up, and now we have dual
There's no way.
leveled up.
There's
Zoe.
no
you say
way.
There's no way. You say there's no way, but every time I've thought one of these players was out, they have not only turned the corner, but like went back to 20 health.
Right.
So
that's true.
At this point, I think stranger things have happened. We're going to see whether or not this is enough to connect with the star chart. Going to get rid of this Eye of the Dragon, recognizes the exact issue I was talking about, where the continual granting of lifesteal is such a problem. So I like this play by Beast Llama.
Yeah, I like the play as well, and I really have been wrong about just about every call I've made in this game. So you know what? Maybe the Zoe's likely to level up at this point, based on my intuition saying that there's no way. But as it stands, Lee Sin is going to be able to at least potentially open and threaten lethal. We see the Conch Palm on the side of Beast Llama.
Yeah, so the thing that's working in favor of Majin right now is that you can actually buff this Lee Sin up to 8, so that even with a stun, the actual Dragon's Rage will be enough to threaten. And that is what we're probably going to see happen. We also could just see them try to push the elusive damage here as well. This means that the stun is a bit more effective in stopping that, so we're going to see that come down now. But Majin playing it safe, you'll love it. And now that it's out, here's going to come the buffs to threaten the Dragon's Rage damage, saying, okay, where's your second answer?
Right. It would need to be like Will of Ionia at this point, which really hard to put your opponent on that. And that's going to be Majin coming back and forth to put it to a game 3 in this top 16. That was Charmer. That was one for the ages right there. I really look forward to going back and watching that match and doing an analysis on it.
Do you remember when I said during the kind of pre-match analysis, hey, maybe you just don't play against Majin Bey on Lee Sin? Maybe there's a world where that's the right choice, even if they've got Zed Poppy. Like maybe you take your chances with that. That's why. So what's interesting is in the series, we've seen the two heads of the Lee Sin coin, right? We've seen, hey, this is what happens with your brain on Lee Sin, and this is what happens with your brain not drawing Lee Sin. Any questions? And now we get to see Majin Bey on what I like to call the defrost deck, where we are thawing these thralls, and that's going to be up against Lee Sin. Beast Llama with a pair of them already in hand. If they can get Lee Sin developed and bouncing the thralls in time, that could be a potential countermeasure for this list.
True. But we also see the highly professional play of have a turn 1 Frozen Thrall and a turn 2 Frozen Thrall. And how about a third one? A turn 3 Frozen Thrall in the Frozen Thralls deck.
Yeah, bounce all of these. We've already kind of seen this matchup once before at the beginning of this series, and it showcased exactly how skill intensive it is, because it's not as simple as, okay, well, you just level Lee Sin first, or you just pop your Thralls first. There's a number of answers on both sides, right? You've got stuns for the Thralls. You've got 3 sisters for Lee Sin. There's so much kind of back and forth that even though this isn't a Lee Sin mirror, in many cases, it kind of feels that way as you play it out.
Absolutely. There is definitely a lot of interaction. There's a lot of sort of guesswork and bluffing that goes on. But at the end of the day, Majin Bey right now is going to try to be making thralls and throwing them at Beast Llama and saying, hey, hold on to these for me. Except that's not something that you want to grab, because those frozen thralls are going to be punching you for 8 overwhelm every time. The question is, Charmer, like you posed earlier, are they going to be fast enough for this Lee Sin?
Well, there's also the question of whether or not Majin can get Beast Llama to take the bait, and Beast Llama does not. So earlier I had mentioned one of the things you sometimes run into with this deck is board space, because this would have been potentially a great turn to develop Talia on your thrall that's at the 2 count, because that means you'd be getting more that much quicker. However, doing so here means the landmark that Talia would create would actually just fizzle. There's not enough board space. You're locked out at 6 board spaces. If you're new to the game, you can only have 6 things on your side, and so you can't develop Talia there, and it's potentially a missed window. Now, obviously, still plenty of thralls that you can target later. Maybe you don't want to go all in, but if you get that opportunity this early, a lot of times it is the right call, but there's not really a great way to do it here. So we're going to see if this comes back to hurt Majin as a result.
Oh, and this is great too, because now the Avalanche and the Blighted Ravine, we're not only opening up that board space, we're also going to be threatening, well, at least threatening to kill the Zoe. Of course, the Twin Disciplines comes out to save the Zoe, but we are going to be in Talia Thrall range here. First, Talia going to be able to effectively make another Thrall.
Yeah, that was a heads-up play, using your Ravine to kill your own unit to make that space.
Yep.
Because as I said before, you need that extra board space. And then now you've drawn that second Talia. That second Talia could be a game winner on her own, because we are very close to it being a leveled up Talia. Actually, it might be leveled when she comes down, right? Because we've got 3
I think so.
plus the Ravine. She makes the copy, so that actually is
that's 5.
A very relevant finisher that's going to be setting up an open attack next round. This is huge.
Absolutely. We're going to be seeing 16 just from thralls. Then the Talia is another 4. That's 20.
Oh, it's more than
right
4
away,
because again, she's leveled and she meets the requirements.
Right. Yeah. That's 4 just from her. Then we've got the ability. That's another potentially 6, kind of, as well as the Lysandra coming through as well. I mean, this is going to be an absolutely massive open attack, especially since Machin has slowly been chipping away all the while. And yes, there's Lee Sin's in hand, but it doesn't matter. He's not doing much in your hand.
Yeah, as we're looking at the hand here, you're actually, I think, going to have to deep meditation in search of a Hush just to survive. Yeah, the Lysandra is going to level up, so even if you do survive this, the constant barrage of damage coming from Lysandra for the rest of the game will be problematic as well. But yeah, looking at the hand, you don't have answers for this open attack. You have to deep meditation and pray. So we will see whether or not that is going to get the job done. I don't know how you survive this without finding either a Hush or a concussive palm or something in that realm. You might be able to use spells to get the health high enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're going to see that as a path. But you have to use Pale Cascade, and that's just getting you to 1, and 1's not good enough because of that Lysandra. So I still feel like deep meditation to see what you ended up with might have been the way to start things off here. I don't know. You do gain some health from the Dragonling, so that helps a little bit. Now you're up to 2.
The Will of Ionia is absolutely massive as well, because that's effectively a gain 8 here.
Well, so the problem is 2 still isn't good enough, because this Blighted Ravine, when that comes down on the side of Majin, you can't respond to that at the start of the next round.
True.
So this is all pointing toward a Majin Bey victory, because we just didn't have enough fast and burst speed answers from the side of Beast Llama. This was a massive swing in tempo by getting this Talia off.
Yeah, but I'm wondering what the life total is going to end up being with the Will of Ionia here, because that's effectively swinging it quite a bit. And a leveled Zoe as well! Charmer, I still think we have a lot of game to be playing. I think I don't know what the life total is.
Yeah, I didn't realize the Zoe count was that high, so that drastically changes things.
Yeah. And the Will of Ionia getting rid of a thrall, effectively killing it. There's no way I can't say no way in these games anymore because we've seen basically everything. There's I think a little chance that we're going to be seeing that come back. Charmer, is there ever a world where we get a Star Spring victory?
I was just wondering because with the Lysandra pegging away at your big units, like there was that moment where I considered it, but instead what we're going to see this avalanche come down because with Beast at 1 mana, they can't save the Zoe. The Eye of the Dragon goes to 1/1. So maybe you get to kill it when the Lysandra generates your spell the next round. However, Beast Llama says, haha, I've got another Zoe. And we also know that there's a pair of Lee Sins in the hand of Beast Llama as well. So at 10 health, this is a lot more manageable for Beast Llama.
Yeah.
Even more when we count the healing spell there, as well as the potential Dragonling giving your entire board lifesteal for quite some time. Because yes, Lysandra is going to be making this 1 damage poke, but we know that there are tools to keep your Eye of the Dragon alive on the side of Beast Llama, so there's no guarantee that that's actually going to pop off.
Right. What's really interesting is that Zoe came out super quickly, which, is great. It allows you to potentially open attack with the Zoe, but it's also denying elusive to future units like the Lee Sin here. I'm wondering if that if that's going to end up being relevant here, because like we mentioned before, there's not a ton of ways to give elusive to the whole board.
So here's my train of thought on that sequencing. Lee Sin, you kind of don't care if that gets elusive because it's going to be challenging something for the Dragon Rage most of the time anyway. By playing Zoe last round, that means that Zoe gets the life steal this round. And I think that's important because while you are at 10, and that's a lot better than being at like 2, every little bit helps here because you are still playing against an opponent that can make a board full of 8/8s at any given time. And so I think that the train of thought there is, let's get the Zoe down, let's make sure she gets life steal, and let's get whatever health back we can get this next round. Overall, I think I like the play. It gives you more flexibility, but we are potentially seeing 2 Lee Sin decks win on the back of leveled up Zoes. So maybe it might be time to change the name. Maybe we just refer to these as Zoe decks from now on.
Very possibly, but we also may be seeing the resurrection of another former meta all-star in the form of the Watcher. We're potentially seeing more 8/8s coming out.
There was a time, if you are new to Legends of Runeterra, there was a time when the Watcher was one of the most feared things that your opponent could play. Times have changed, and it is not nearly as game winning as it used to be, but it is still a win condition of sorts.
Yeah.
So we need to keep an eye on it. The board does get wiped, but Beast Llama keeps Lee Sin and has a fistful of cards, including some additional invoke options, a couple of them. So we will see whether or not they can continue to pressure things after this attack. But right now, you have to survive.
You got to survive. That is the game plan number 1. And yes, Lee Sin can get barrier, but guess what? That's just not. That doesn't matter very much. We're opening up with the deep meditation. What do we see? 1 useless spell, 1 way to pump Lee Sin's health.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the health is... Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure that the health is enough.
No.
You needed a stun there.
That's gonna be it. Majin Bay.
Wow.
Taking it down. That set, Charmer. I'm just glad that we got to be here and watch it, let alone cast it. That was one for the ages for sure.
I'm tired just watching it. So I don't know that I have anything else to say. Thank God we've got Jason Florent here, teammate of Majin Bay, the winner of that amazing series, who can help break this down further. Jason, let me know what happened. I think Jason might be muted on my end.
Okay, we're back. So one moment while my heart restarts. That match was insane. Absolutely crazy. First, Majin goes down game 1. Can't find his Lee. already back against the wall. Then that game 2, my goodness, the Lee mirror. And at first, it seemed like Majin had it locked up. When he killed Beast Llama's Zoe, leveled his own Zoe, I was like, okay, this one must be done. And then all of a sudden, Beast Llama just battling back. When he kicked Majin's Lee back into Majin's hand, I thought it was over then too. I thought Beast Llama had it wrapped up. But then Majin finding a way to win that one, absolutely amazing. And then we come to game 3, where again, it seemed like Majin was a little slow out of the gates. Beast Llama had all the cards that he wanted. He leveled his Zoe. He had Lee. He had a bunch of spells. But Majin was able to punch through for a bunch of damage. Beast Llama was able to take it, start turning the tides again. But one more time, Majin was able to battle back and finish him off before that Lee could do its thing. Oh my goodness. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I came here for. These matches are just absurd. This is only the top 16. We got 3 more rounds of this.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible to watch. I remember Charmer at one point saying, what if Beast Llama could level up his Zoe, and then we would just have an infinite feedback loop, gaining life, losing life, granting elusive. That game was wild.
Yeah, I just want to pipe in real quick and say what we learned is that cards with a Lee in the name are pretty good, whether that's Lee Sin or Talia. Either way, stack your lineup with as many Lees as possible because they get the job done when you draw them.
Yes, Lee domination confirmed. And I really, again, I mentioned it during the game. I implore anyone who either just wants to learn about these decks or see high level play, go back and watch those games. If you're a content creator out there, I want to see the breakdowns, because if you look at those games, we have caster vision, right? If you just break it down and logically break down, okay, if so-and-so plays all their cards and everything logically happens, they're going to win. That didn't happen every time, because that's not all the game is. It's that back and forth, bluffing, playing around things that your opponent could have, not just what they necessarily do, and just absolutely super, super high level play. I'm so glad that we got to watch it and cast it.
Runeterra is fantastic. And with that, that's going to end our first half of the block. I want to give Charmer and Blevins a chance to say goodbye. And I want to thank the both of you for bringing us all the action for the first half of the day. The floor is yours to bid adieu to the audience.
All right, well, I guess I'll take it first because I'm the senior member here. That's right. Blevins is our youngest member on this desk at the moment. I want to keep rubbing that in because it'll very rarely happen. But I just want to thank everybody for once again having me back. These were fantastic games to cast. Couldn't have asked for a better 2 series. We went to game 3. Great players, great decks. And I'm excited to see how the rest of the tournament plays out. So I'll probably be hanging out in chat and watching with the rest of you.
Yeah, I'll echo that as well. Thanks everyone for having us. It was great. Just amazing matches to cast, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the rest of the tournament brings us.
Thanks a lot, gentlemen. Up next, round of 8, top 8. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hey guys, welcome back. It's time for the top 8, and I've used my alchemy powers to transmute Freak and Swim into existence for the rest of the tournament here. Gentlemen, say hello. Your audience has been waiting for you. Freak, how are you today?
Hello, your audience has been waiting for you. I'm doing good. Yep, exactly. A little kleptomania there, taking things literally, and I'm excited. I'm really stoked to be back casting Legends of Runeterra. I missed the last seasonal because I was casting a little-known game called League of Legends. This was a bit busy, but I'm back. I have to be back here. I'm also have to be back here with my boy Swim over there. I guessed correctly which way he's on. That was first instinct. So good to see you on the internet again after seeing you in real life like 3 times over the last month.
Yeah. No, I'm actually happy to be casting again with you too, Freak. It's been a pleasure, being able to hang out in person. You're just as cuddly as you look online. And,
you are cuddlier than you look online. I want to be clear for everyone watching. Yeah, Swim is absolutely cuddlier in real life than he looks online.
Yeah, I'm chilling with my I got my arcane blanket here. I'm getting cozy, getting to watch watch some finals of these games, the top 8. Very excited.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Action all day. And let's take a look at the bracket so far. Like I said, we started out with 32 people. We're down to 8. It's been brutal. We almost saw some upsets throughout the day. Jason, how is this bracket looking so far based off of your predictions from earlier? How's it looking for players like Majin Bey? Majin Bey almost lost that last match, but he was able to turn it around. How do you think this is going to pan out for the rest of the evening?
Man, at this point, these 8 players are, the top of the top. It's really anyone's trophy to take home at this point. Anyone can win here. These are fantastic players. You got Cephalopod, Black Boss, Master Doron, Majin Bey, Kochua, all names that we've seen here before. It's going to be a race to the end. I'm so excited for it.
Do you have a favorite between these? No bias or anything.
Oh yeah, Kochua's going to be a dad soon. So I mean, how do you not root for Kochua?
I mean, I can easily root against him because he's out of this opinion that you somehow can't game once you're a dad. And I know Charmer he's gone now, but he brought up a good point, which is as the experienced father among us, because I'm certainly not. He's like, no, you still have time. Like you're up because the kids don't go to sleep. And what's great is LoR, you could play it on phones. If you gotta play some PvE, some Path of Champions, the computer will wait for you. So you've got a lot of room to game. So I think we're gonna see Kochua back.
Yeah, personally, I'm actually really excited for this one. There's a lot of names that have felt like, they're definitely in for a win. Personally, I'm looking at Cephalopod, one of the biggest tournament winners to date, and not really represented in these seasonal tournaments. Hasn't taken a title yet, but so far, it's kind of looking like today might be his day.
Yeah, we gotta point out the one Canadian left, McCantor. Come on, bring it home for Team Snow, cold weather up north. Let's go.
All right, let's look at player cards for the next, one of our upcoming top 8 games, which is Kochua versus Majin Bey. We're going to keep the action going. And it seems like the story of Majin Bey, he's had some close calls, but he is ready. He is focused. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kochua, this is his last seasonal. We don't know if he's going to be able to play later, but, he's like, I have to win or go home. So let's go down the desk. Jason, this matchup, how do you think it's going to fare?
It's going to be a tough one for Majin. So Kochua's got Lulu Zed and Misfortune Poppy Scouts, which are both very good into Lee Sin Zoe. I think the one place that Majin might be able to slip by is getting a win against Action Sivir. It's a much more fair sort of matchup. It could go either way. So yeah, Majin Bey has his work cut out for him. I will say though, in the top 32 round, Majin also faced against, unsurprisingly, another player that came prepared to play specifically against Lee Sin Zoe, and he was able to get the win there. So anything's possible.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Jason. I mean, we saw the players' favorite archetypes. Majin's favorite archetype was Combo, Lee Sin, Zoe, and of course the Leah Thralls. Complete combo. Kochua's favorite archetype, Rally. He bought 3 Rally decks, and that's a hard counter to Majin's lineup. This is not looking good for any Majin believers right now, especially after Kochua bans out the the Poppy Zed. But I mean, Majin, if anyone can pull it off, Majin can.
Yeah, I think it looks really good. I mean, you know, in another world where the nerfs don't come in, you know, there's an Aurelia Azir in that lineup as well. You know, like that. Those are the kind of stuff he's running here. If you wanted to go any slower, you'd maybe see some Bilgewater, you'd see some Plunder. But yeah, it's a bunch of board aggro decks. Board, you know, BOARD. I'm not bored watching aggro decks. You know, I think it's gonna look good. I think Kochua's lineup looks great.
Yeah, what do you think the bans are gonna come down here, Jason?
I think for sure Kochua is going to be banning Poppy Zed from Bay. Just wants to rip open the Lee Sin, Zoe, and the Turbo Thralls. On Bay's side, which one he's going to be most afraid of, I'm not sure. They're all rally decks. They're all tough.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, all of them are so bad that you don't even know what to ban. I might ban the Lulu Zed, although, I mean, that's a really, really close one. It seems we didn't get a Lulu Zed ban as we're up here.
Yep. All right, so Lee Sin is on the board as well as the Lulu Zed, as you mentioned, because trying to kind of spread out the love, right? Poppy Zed is the single most common deck I believe we're seeing here at the seasonal. Certainly that was true in the top 32 or the open rounds to get in the top 32, the Swiss. But yeah, I do like the. I guess I'll call it kind of spice because Lulu Zed I would say is a slightly weaker deck, but it allows you to then also have another Poppy deck somewhere else. I think Poppy MF is very, very good, but again, also a bit less seen than the Poppy Zed version. And so here we go, right? The support archetypes going through. Lulu, Young Witch, gonna look pretty good for the start.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I'm actually a really big fan of Kochua's lineup as he starts getting the free attacks in right now. Lulu Zed is a deck that I've actually been kind of endorsing as we go into this seasonals, because even though most people bring Poppy Zed, a lot of people forget that Lulu is a perfectly good champion. And as you mentioned, I mean, you want to be able to use Poppy in another deck. You want to run 3 rally decks if you're Kochua here, so it's the only way to get it done.
All right, well, you can see it gets brought out early on. We got some Fallen Comets here, so what, 4 damage to one, 1 to another. That's going to work really well up against a Lulu, going to work well up against a Zed. Right now, there's no protection in hand, so next round on 4, when someone comes down, right, as long as you're banking at least 1 spell mana, you're looking at it pretty well. This is going to look like a pretty good trade. We'll see if the Zed open attacks next round, but you probably just take 2 and then, you know, look for your big Zed swing.
Yep, that's right. I mean, the really nice thing for Majin Bay is that he's got 2 Eye of the Dragons, 1 on board and 1 in hand. And in this matchup, that's what you're looking for. Right now, Kochua's deck is going blazingly fast, and Majin just needs to be able to not take too much damage in the early game. He's got a lot of the Dragonlings for blockers, and that means Kochua is going to have to start going for an elusive game plan this game.
I'm curious, like, okay, so this is going to hit for, you know, up to 9 right now. If you take it all, yeah, you have to block some of it because obviously Zed's gonna level, but like, there's almost an Aegis play right now.
Yeah,
like,
usually
depending on what comes down, right?
In these matchups, you often don't want to be rallying that early. What could incentivize a rally is if Majin goes under deny mana here, as Kochua has the action, both players on 5 mana. Usually you're just thinking about a development this turn, Lulu or Shadow Assassin, just making sure you're playing proactive and trying to punish hands that don't have Lee Sin yet.
Yeah, I guess you don't really love trading Aegis for deny overall. That said, though, if it happens, Majin Bay's only played 1 spell, so, you know, if you're going for that game plan, since it's another rally in hand, since, you know, it would have prevented any Dragonlings from spawning, that was maybe a line of play, but I agree. Yeah, we're looking at this one where you're developing. The only problem is this does allow, if he wants it, and he's not going to go for it, it would have been only one unit removed, so Zed won't die here, just going to go ahead and Guiding Touch the Nexus, get the Dragonlings back up, and it's going to be healed to 20.
Yep, and that heal is going to be really, really, really important. The scary thing about this matchup is that Majin Bay could have used the Meteor Shower, but felt like he didn't have the ability to kill anything because, of course, Kochua with 2 mana open is threatening Twin Disciplines. Even though he doesn't have it, Majin doesn't really have the ability to try to go in and kill one of these units, which is such a scary counter that Kochua has opened the mana for.
Yeah, unfortunately, do not have deck lists in front of me, so I'm not sure exactly what Kochua's got in the lineup. I don't know if, like, you're looking at Sharp Sight or whatnot in this as well. Obviously, we know Twin Disciplines is pretty much an auto-include in this version, but yeah, there's a lot of ways that that card would live, so yeah, it doesn't go for the nuke here. Here we go. Here's the attempt. And you're looking for the efficient 2-for-1, right? You're looking to get Zed and something with 1 health.
This is so huge because if you're Majin, you're thinking, okay, what's it going to be? Is it going to be Twin? Is it going to be Sharp Sight? Or is it going to be Ranger's Resolve? We can see Kochua saying he has none of those protection tools that you almost always expect here if you're Majin. Majin's going to be very delighted when he finds out this Meteor Shower is actually going through. Kochua is thinking about using the Zed spell here, Shadow Shift, to try to save the Shadow Assassin potentially. Nothing comes through.
everything drops. And I have found the decks after all, so let me just kind of look at these and make sure I'm seeing what's going on here.
All right. I'll stall for time while you pull them up.
3 Sharp Sight, 3 Twin Disciplines. Those are there. There's even 3 of Rangel's Resolve. So the odds of having something there's 9 cards that would have at least partially stopped that game plan. Like Rangel's Resolve, you still would have killed the Zed, and even the case of a 1 buff card like a Sharp Sight or a Twin Disciplines, you still get 1 kill. So that's not bad, right? At worst, you're still killing 1 card for 1 card and burning a buff. So looked pretty decent there. And now, okay, Twin Disciplines in hand, enough mana for 2 rallies. Although this attack wouldn't get that much done. I mean, you can give Lulu quick attack so that she's able to kill a Dragonling without, letting the heal come back through, but there you go. There's a little Lulu. That's going to look nice.
This game is suddenly looking a lot worse for Kochua. I mean, the Zed and the Shadow Assassin elusive going down early. The double Eye of the Dragons that Majin Bey has just to stay alive. I mean, he's taking 5 elusive damage here, but it's getting healed back up, so it's effectively only 4. And the big thing is Kochua's hand is really bricked out, right? Majin's life stealing back up. He's blocking with these free Dragonlings every turn. We can see the Lee Sin and the Zenith Blade for Overwhelm in hand, which means Kochua's going to have a really hard time closing this game out. He's got 3 rallies that are going to be a little slow to activate. He could go for a double rally here and try to end the game this turn, potentially.
See what happens. I'm getting my lineups back in as I move my windows around on my other monitor. Okay, so the stun, though, from Gravitum, yeah, if you spend too much, that Gravitum stun is going to pretty much ruin you. And still actually he's holding the mana. I kind of like this. Right,
Taps under
like, hey,
deny.
that's 8 mana up, right? Like, you stun a 4/4.
Yeah.
Actually, what if you stun the 4/4 or the 1/2? Probably the 4/4. I think it's almost always the better one. I'm just thinking like what Lulu buffs at the end of the day.
I think you'd
but
have
it's
to.
like, okay, I can rally once, you stun one of my guys. I rally a second time. Lulu still has quick attack.
I mean, if you're Kochua right now, you see Majin's tapped under deny mana, and you smell blood in the water. You've got 3 rallies in hand. You have enough mana to cast 2 right now, and you know the clock is on you to close this game out because Lee Sin will kill you with Overwhelm in as little as 1 turn from now. So Kochua is thinking about playing the Zed into a single rally?
I assume mathing out, because again, we know 1 gun got invoked, right? So you actually just completely peg your opponent on exactly Gravitum. Like, there's no eyes over that card, but you know that is Gravitum, right? That is the card right there. So it's like, okay, who can we buff? How can we get the most damage possible, but then knowing the fact that we're going to lose 1 of these attacks?
Yeah, exactly. And it gives the buff to the Zed. The reason he's giving it to the Zed is it forces Gravitum out, because of course Lulu can just buff the 1/2 Young Witch anyway, and anything else isn't going to matter too much. And it's up to Majin
out,
who
right?
he's
How do we stop
Gravituming.
the most damage possible? Because Lulu is 5 damage, which you're gonna block with the Dragonling, but it makes your other Young Witch also 5 attack. So
exactly
right. She's providing 4 attack herself as Lulu, by making it a 5/5. But of course Zed is actually worth 10 because Young Witch's gonna buff that into a 2/5/3, and so that's actually more damage blocked. So okay, this is the best we can do. There's our buffs, and we've got 10 elusive damage and a chump block in this game.
Yeah, and this is why it was such a brilliant play by Kochua to play the Zed before buffing it with the Relentless Pursuit, because he knows that Majin knows that Lulu is such a scary threat as he forces the block down, and now Majin's down to 5 health. Kochua's on 2 rallies in hand. There's only 1 deny. What's the Lee Sin level progress? I don't think Majin can kill this turn. He doesn't have enough mana. Kochua draws a 4th rally, and I don't know if Majin's gonna be able to stay alive past this. There's life steal on the Dragonlings.
3 Aegises, 2 Pursuits. So drew 4 of the 5 rallies in the deck in the top, third?
I mean,
top
freak.
13 cards?
Kochua said his favorite archetype was just rally spam, and this is the kind of hands that you'll see with a player that's truly attuned to their archetype.
All right, well, you are going to get some of this coming through, though, right? This is going to be healing back up to 9. Now, you're maybe just still dead.
Kochua's got to think about it. He knows with this hand, a deny is an alright inevitability. I mean, he can force a rally here, even though 1 deny will come through. The other rally will happen.
Okay, so what do we have for action here? You can play your 3-drop. You can deny this one. It at least gives you an action, but now you're not getting the Daybreak benefit out of your prophecies. So you're getting Well's card in hand. But I mean, we know there is so much damage coming back.
And I just want to point out something, Freak. A little bit over a month ago, Relentless Pursuit was actually nerfed to 4 mana. If that nerf hadn't come through, Majin would be able to Nopify this right now. But because Relentless Pursuit got nerfed above the Nopify mana point, Kochua can get it off and close out with this attack here. And I think this is it. Majin's done for.
Yeah, this is looking like a pretty big hit. And, I mean, what is this? 5 plus 2 plus 12... Yeah, this has got to be way too much damage. I don't think you survive this. You can't block 14 damage here. You can block exactly 14 and then still die at 0 or something to that effect.
Yeah, and even if you're alive through this, you're dead on the 2 attacks on the subsequent turn, because this isn't even Kochua's attack turn. So game 1 of this goes to Kochua, and now I think Kochua only needs to take it with the other Demacia deck. I think it was the MF deck that got banned out, if I saw correctly.
I don't remember right off the top of my head. I know when we were talking with the analysts, Jason was bringing up that he thought Akshan Sivir was the fairer of the options. So it's the one you're leaving up and the one you're trying to slot your 2 wins against. So this is, to a certain degree, right, watching the matchup, this is the result you expected to see. You have an aggro lineup. Yeah, it drew pretty well, but even then, like Majin Bey, like, right, he had his Dragonling summonings, like he had Lee Sin in hand, but the deck's too fast. Akshan Sivir is a little bit slower, right? Like you're probably ending more around like round 7 or 8, not 6. So it's gonna look a little bit better in that regard. And we'll see what comes through. This one is only running 3 Golden Aegis, no Relentless Pursuit, so it is gonna be a little bit slower.
And that's actually right. I actually agree with Jason, who was saying that Akshan Sivir felt like Majin's best bet, which makes the ban a little bit interesting, as we're going to have to see Kochua is going to have to now win just 1 game against both of Majin's decks with Akshan Sivir. But this is probably the weakest deck to squeeze out wins against.
Yeah. Now, one tech note worth noting with Kochua's deck, he's running one of Radiant Guardian, which, you know, is generally a little bit of a, you know, game against a fast deck game plan, right? If you're expecting, you know, the Poppy Zeds and whatnot, like, that's the kind of stuff where, oh, I healed back for 4 and I survived, you know, 2 different Z attacks with it, and you know, then you kind of hold on a little bit longer until your later game Sivir wide board kind of ends the game. So that's not the most useful, because it's just like easy recall bait from the Lee Sin. He just kicks her back into the hand and you're like, oh, I'm glad I spent 5 on this 4/5.
All right, this is it. Kochua is getting a really aggressive start with that Waking Sands off of Treasure Seeker. Majin already down to 13, going for a pull 2 on the Eye of the Dragon, because you need those lifesteal blockers to stabilize the early game.
Yep. Also worth noting, Nova Core and Bruiser, so no 5-mana 5/5. So a lot of the top end is gone. Like it's tuned very low to the ground. Only 1 on Preservarium, for example. So this is going to be, you know, very low to the ground as a deck. Where you can see the, you know, 5/2 coming down for the early attack on round 2. Trying to end very fast, as you kind of know this game plan, but the question is what else comes through.
And I think this was kind of a genius design by Kochua, as well as good ban pick by Majin. Normally Akshan Sivir is a deck that plays slower and makes sure not to run out of steam. This version is fast. It's much more aggro and much more oriented at blowing out these combo players. This is exactly what Kochua wanted, these kinds of matchups, and that's why his Akshan Sivir deck is built like this, and that's why Majin actually didn't ban it, because of course banning the Pirate deck is just going to be more value.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, Akshan has come down. He's going to slowly start leveling up. Anytime you target with a spell, anytime he strikes, okay, we advance. Okay, great. Amifan, by the way, I've loved Vanguard Sergeant for a very long time. I know he got buffed to being a 3/4, so now he's strictly better Badger Bear. I assume it's been brought up before, but he's strictly better Badger Bear at this point, so maybe we can buff that one back up at some point. But 3/4 elite with a spell in hand is just outstanding. And I think, you know, you ever find yourself a wide board and maybe that spell gets denied, or maybe you just win the game.
Yeah, Vanguard Sergeant is seeing really great value. People are running it in, like, you know, Poppy Z style lists. People are running it here. People are running it in, I mean, even Lux style decks has been seeing like some amount of play. It's a very good card with just that extra point of health. So far,
right now,
game doesn't look that good for Majin. He is going to be needing to draw Lee Sin sometime in the next several turns, but also he just doesn't have a lot of very early spell triggers. He's looking at a very reactive and kind of combo-y hand.
I mean, like, if you can summon up these Dragonlings, you can use your Sonic Waves, and you can pick off Akshan, you can pick off Sivir. There's not a lot of plus health in the hand, right? Like, you've got Shapestone and Sharpsight, that's only +3 health, and considering everything else in Majin Bey's hand, like, he can, on any of his attack turns, which is coming up on 5, like, you can get a lot done there. I love this, though. This is actually very smart. We can see Twin Disciplines to pick off Akshan. You can see it the other way to keep her alive, which is not horrible either.
Yeah, and Kochua, of course, holds up the Sharp Sight as well, as Majin's going to try to keep it alive, and Kochua now has the option of the Sharp Sight. It's a big blowout. Auction just got 3 triggers towards the Warlord's Palace, and the Eye of the Dragon goes down, and without Eye of the Dragon, Lee Sin decks have a really, really hard time staying alive.
Okay, well, at least we can invoke. You know, it's a little something. Solari Priestess comes down.
Oh man, and this is the perils of Lee Sin. We've seen it being one of the strongest decks, but sometimes the draw is just not there. Sometimes you don't have Lee Sin, sometimes you don't have the single Eye of the Dragon that you need to stabilize the early game, and you can just get ran over. This is the vulnerability of Lee Sin.
Well, this could look... I mean, obviously Sivir looks horrible against this. Like, Sivir's always pretty happy. You can't give her Challenger and plus attack, so Sivir always lives. If Sivir comes down, at least you can pick off Auction, but you probably don't want to burn just Sonic Wave to pick off Auction. That feels pretty bad. You probably just chump block the Sivir instead. I mean, you don't have really good ways to get, like, the recall off on Sivir. Like, you can Hush recall, but that feels horrible. So this is probably a decent looking attack here with, I mean, at the very least, you can nuke Akshan and the 2-1. So you can kind of get rid of some of the damage here and chump block Sivir. There isn't like a good way around stopping that. So, you know, you might see that come through.
Yeah, Kochua has a pretty good setup here. He's going to level up the Auction, and with the Vaquera and Vagabond in his hands, he can actually get the rare Warlord's Palace plus the Warlord's Horde at the same time, which is going to give him really, really good long-term value as he's looking to close the game out now. Yeah. He can use the Relic of Power for the Sandstone Charger if he wants to just go in full aggro and try to close out the game this turn.
That actually might be the right call. I mean, so often we just see predict draw 1. Like, that's so commonly the play that's used. But you're right. Like, based on what we've seen, there just aren't units on the board. Majin Bey's hand can be absolutely pegged as just spells.
Exactly.
Like, just nothing's been getting played, right?
Yeah, Kochua knows that he's not in this for the long term. Normally, Auction Sivir is a deck that usually wins by outgrinding. Kochua has just his eyes on this Nexus. He's going aggro or he's going nothing. So if that's a predict freak, he's going to be looking for a rally.
Yeah. That said, I think you can peg Majin Bey and also no Lee Sin. I think that's actually a fair call at this point. I think you've tapped down below removal mana enough that I think Lee Sin could have come down, like, I think it could have come down last turn pretty safely, to be honest. And, you know, maybe it means you're like, actually, you know, I don't mind waiting until round 8 to win.
All right, Kochua goes in for the predict, doesn't find a rally. He sees an additional Sivir. He could skip this. That would be the most aggressive thing to do if he's just looking to close the game out. He skips it and gets a rally! No way.
Oh, it's doomed.
Oh my god.
Over.
Freak, what did I tell you? This guy is just attuned to the rally deck.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, you can recall Auction, which isn't going to do much for you. You can recall the Golden Aegis target. It's not going to stop Golden Aegis.
Exactly.
Right? It's not give
No deny in
barrier
hand.
to rally. It's give barrier, but also rally. No deny in hand. Nope if I wouldn't hit it. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, Majin's got his back against the wall here. This rally is going to force him to block down with the Eye of the Dragon and even commit more resources, even if that could be enough to stay alive.
Okay, so here's the thing though, right? If you rally, you're taking 8 here. You're only taking... I mean, I guess, yeah, you're taking 7 next time. Because you can, like, recall the Auction, and yeah, that's gonna hurt. So
Kochua might have to wait on this rally. This is the difficult decision. You could just develop here and save your rally. You know deny mana's open. You're afraid of Lee Sin next turn, but this rally does not threaten the game end.
So if you nuke Auction here, okay. So yeah, tapping down below rally, which means now, I mean, this is not the worst removal game plan.
Yeah, removal game plan does work here. Those Meteor Shower card. Oh, here we go. We're taking it down.
Sharpsight would save Auction, but that's only if Sharpsight's in hand, and you've already seen one.
And suddenly, Majin has much more of a win condition here. If this goes off, if we're killing these, both of these die, Kochua can't protect anything, and his hand does not have redevelopment. He only has one more unit. So if Majin could just take down these units, he's good.
Did we see? Okay, we saw 2 spells. I couldn't remember if we had or not. There's a probably not useful Radiant Guardian. The one of was an anti-aggro tech, and this is not the game plan. You're getting, you're still at 20 on round 7.
These draws have not been kind. The Concerted Strike and the Radiant Guardian slowed down Kochua's game plan so much, and he's gonna have a really hard time closing this game out, even with the leveled Sivir. The Horde's not gonna get there in time. Majin now has several turns that he's bought to draw Lee Sin, and there's nothing that even saves this Sivir. He's healing
dead.
back to 11.
She's dead, healing to 11. Majin Bey's holding on. We've got a rally. We can go only a little wide. We can't play the 5-drop and the 3-drop. We're 1 mana short on that one, so...
Kochua's thinking of the Concerted here. He wants to save Sivir. He knows Concerted isn't doing anything against Lee.
Yeah, I mean, you have 9
It's
mana.
so
enough
painful,
to
Freak.
And to rally.
I think you might have to. I don't think this Concerted can be getting better value here. Best case scenario, even worst case scenario, it forces out as an eye. And you're just not killing Lee Sin in this matchup.
Isn't getting played. And it's like, all right, yep, we can buff our board, but our board's not going to get wide enough, like ever, for Futomasi to get play for a while. I don't think you've seen Deny Bait in a long time. It's worth noting that there's only one single combat, and that's been played already. So there's actually very, very few notifiable cards. It's only one Notify in the deck in the first place, but like Shapestone, Sharp Sight, Single Combat, Absolver, that's it. Like, it was one single combat. So Notify is dead the entire game. Unless you like discount something, right? Like, unless something weird happens, you're basically never going to see Notify happen to you. So Majin Bey has a dead card. Actually chooses to let Sivir die.
I think that might have been the most
developing?
crucial action of the game from Kochua's perspective. I mean, he's saving Concerted Strike, which says that he plans on being able to take down Lee Sin. That's the only better target for it, right? Or slow playing a game by just trying to get value, getting the Radiant Guardian tough, and just hoping Majin doesn't draw Lee Sin in time.
Well, I mean, eventually Warlord's Palace comes down, and I really think at this point you're like really confident that we're not seeing Lee Sin for a while.
Yeah.
Like, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you showing the cards for Warlord's Horde. That's sometimes hard to memorize everything you could possibly do.
And I mean, keep in mind, the scary thing here is that if Majin draws Lee Sin, he does have lethal. The Zenith +1, the Lee level, the Twin, the Sonic, that's exactly 10 for a lethal from 20. He just needs to draw Lee Sin now. Another auction off the top from Kochua is huge. He's going to be looking to rally to close this game out. Probably this turn.
Not enough mana to rally and buff the board for +9 power here, but that can be okay. We're digging through cards yet again.
Yeah,
We have one
Majin's
blocker.
reasoning here is the panic Lee Sin. The Zenith Blade is for no real reason other than I just want to fish a card off my deck to increase my odds of drawing Lee Sin. This is the mentality of a Lee Sin player who has not yet drawn their Lee Sin.
Yeah, and the difficulty is, right, you only have 2 Zenith Blades in the deck, so it's like we did our one dig. Okay, this will still draw. Again, the Daybreak happens regardless if the card dies or not, so we still get the extra Zenith Blade in hand, but it's one fewer blocker, and no actions left to Majin Bey, right? So Majin Bey only on fast spells now, which is basically the Hush and the Recall, and we're going to see a swing.
Yep.
And then probably a rally after the swing.
And I mean, there's no blockers on Majin's base side, so the Dragon Link can block 3, it can heal 2, but this is going to be a big enough attack. Majin's desperately cycling. He does have Will of Ionia still.
You can recall the 4/5.
There he goes. Yeah, it looks like he's recalling right now. Kochua doesn't have enough mana to redevelop, and Akshan is not enough to kill that Eye of the Dragon yet. He's saving the maximum here.
We count down to 2. He's been targeted, and by the way, this would have been counting down to 1 because it would have been an extra target from the Concerted Strike. So that would have meant a Warlord's Horde with the rally in the same round. That's probably just death. You know, you like do an Absolver Resurrection, you're like, I got Sivir back! You probably just win the game off that one. So actually pretty smart to keep this one away.
And now Kochua is going for the attrition game plan. We've got the Horde Palace combo down. He's just trying to outlast Lee Sin. It's an extremely dangerous proposition to take Lee Sin and try to outgrind it long term. But Kochua is hoping that the Lee Sin just doesn't get drawn.
Is the 3/4 correct though? You're letting your opponent heal for 2, and it's like, okay, you hit face for 3, then they heal for 2, so you get +1 health, or you force them to lose the Eye of the Dragon.
It's pushing 1 damage, which is all he cares about right now, because the Vanguard Sergeant doesn't actually matter. The reason he doesn't want to block here is he's playing around Hail. That's so
Or
big.
anything! Or anything! Akshan's gonna die!
That's a really, really big one. Kochua now gets the Horde trigger, but if a Lee Sin gets drawn by Majin, this game might be all over. No Lee Sin.
Not just yet. Another Eye of the Dragon. Okay. MVP Eye of the Dragon, by the way, that has given like 3 spells to protect her, and is actually holding the game alive, but You know, the Warlord's Horde popped, so I want to see what comes out of it. Are we getting a Sivir? You know, what's coming through?
And it's exactly as you called it, Freak. That one of Radiant Guardian, the anti-aggro tech, is slowing down Kochua's game plan. He ended up drawing it in this matchup, which wouldn't be good enough. He resurrected the 0-mana Sivir. She will level up, and this will slowly start to grind the game out. Majin can still draw Lee Sin off of Guiding Touch. He's going for it. Desperately trying to find it. No Lee Sin.
At least his stall tools, though, right? Because as soon as Lee Sin does come down, you've got actually 4 spell triggers for him. You've got Overwhelm for him, and you've got 1 more stall tools. You can hush someone, you can stun, which means you can at least layer the 2 and actually, you know, kick Sivir off the attack at some point. But yeah, it's just, you know, what comes down. You basically know at this point, right? It actually has to be Sivir. Like, you pretty much put the eyes above that card as well. You know she's the only 5 attack card that's died this game, so we know it's a 0-cost Sivir in hand. Both players know that. It's not 0 mana this round, it's 0 mana forever. So, you know, whenever you want to player, but you're not, you know, it's not like Majin Bey is going to run, you know, like Ruination or something. Like, you can kind of put her down whenever you want. And actually going to go ahead and through his second and final Zenith Blade.
Yeah. And this is kind of a big deal. I mean, he's Zenith Blading, which gives Kochua an action. If Kochua goes for the Sivir, it will get killed by the Eye of the Dragon here, which is huge. Kochua needs to play around Sonic Wave here, not playing Sivir into this attack.
Oh, true. Yeah, there is one, and it's... And you're counting down cards. Like, I've played a limited amount of tournaments, and like, I am keeping constant track of, like, okay, I've seen these cards have been in the hand for like 7 rounds. They've never been played. Okay, they're not units. Like, okay, I know it's not Lee Sin. Like, I think it's not Deny. You know, there would have been a Twin Disciplines angle here, so we're like running down the list of cards, and it's like, okay, yeah, we're down to the Lee Sin spell. We're down to this one. Yep, we know it's Sonic Wave, and you just play around it.
And Kochua knows that the Sonic Wave is there, plays the Lee Sin, plays the Sivir after the attack, and is hoping that the Sivir is just going to outgrind this game by giving everything quick attack and barrier return. We're going to have a very powerful open attack. There's no deny, so we have Rally this turn. No Lee Sin drawn yet, and Majin is just in shambles right now. His kingdom for a Lee Sin.
Well, oh my gosh, yeah, I like this. Buff them up with the Rally over the top. This is a very good looking attack.
Yeah.
You can hush and preemptive stun to like keep Sivir off the stack.
Yeah. The one thing though is that the Sivir isn't even really doing that much here. I mean, barrier and spell shield on these units, now that they're buffed by that card, it's not even really going to matter that much being able to block them through quick attack or not. We see Majin, he goes for the Riddance of the Stars. He snaps it. He knows he just needs to pull Lee Sin next turn and just be able to survive this attack, but the rally is going to be too much here. Everything has spell shield now.
Yeah, doesn't know he's against Rally just yet. Obviously, you know, you can't know for sure. You know, that was like the random card that was drawn off of the predict, because you don't know if your opponent chose to predict or not, right? You just know they drew a card after playing it. So, you know, you assume it's something they really wanted. There's actually decent logic to say actually we can assume this might just be Rally.
Everything is getting blocked down here. So Majin has to know that if the Rally comes down, he has the Concussive Palm that can stun the Radiant Guardian. It won't have Spell Shield anymore because it won't be in combat from Sivir's ability, which is huge.
Right.
He's not dead this turn, but he can't play Ridden in the Stars yet either. Goes in for the Hush.
And he's stunning the Radiant Guardian this way? Or is it still...
Goes for the stun on the Vagabond. He knows he just needs to save the Eye of the Dragon. But this Eye of the Dragon will potentially go down to an Aegis. If Kochua goes for the Rally now, he can't end the game, but he can get it in under Deny, and he can make sure that Eye of the Dragon finally dies. It's the third one. It's the last one. Majin, even if he draws Lee Sin next turn, not enough damage to win the game on the spot with him.
I think this is really not a bad Rally.
Yeah. It's like you were saying. So these players are constantly counting cards. They're looking at the lineups, and he knows that Deny is such a threat. He sees an opportunity to get it in under Deny mana from Majin, and this is the best chance to get this card active at all. The Eye of the Dragon goes down, and now Kochua is threatening potentially lethal 2 turns from now. Majin going for Lee Sin on the draw again, doesn't hit it again. Ridden hopes it pulls Lee Sin instead of Zoe. There's the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and he's got 7 health? As level 2 plus... Oh no, 8 health, right?
Yeah, it'll be 8 health. It'll be a 6-8, but he can't kill this turn yet.
Yeah, Concerted can be blocked out. At least enough of it can be blocked out by using Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. So actually, no, can't get
doesn't
both.
have the mana. This is huge.
Oh no!
He doesn't have the mana for both, even though the Written and Stars had the discount. And now the Concerted Strike is just going to take down this Lee Sin. There's no barrier.
That's a concede, right?
I don't think there's anything else at this point. That Concerted Strike top deck just bailed out Kochua. Now, Majin is just out of tools. He's out of everything. Even if Kochua can't kill him next turn, Majin is looking like he's done.
One shy of lethal right now.
One shy of lethal.
Is it going to be Shapestone? Okay, it's not. I think do you just develop here?
I think
like you just end it here, right?
Yeah, you end it here. You know there's no Eye of the Dragons, there's no development punishers. This is already enough for lethal now, but the 4 Demacia just makes it even better. And Majin, I think, is just out of ways to survive this turn. You have the idea of deep meditation into deny, and you have exactly enough mana for Solari Priestess on top of that, if that works. But there's no deny to be had. That would have saved him.
Okay. Yeah, looking for draws more than looking for the Invoke. So obviously not going to get the Invoke since no Daybreak.
Yep. And he knows that this 4 Demacia is it. Kochua with lethal here. Majin not drawing his Lee Sin all game until the Written in the Stars had to pull it. And now it's over. The extra attack here, the full board. Majin is getting eliminated. And Kochua is advancing to the top 4.
Majin Bay want to be the first player to win 2 seasonals. Sorry, buddy, it's not going to happen. Top 8 is once again where you're going to end up. But, I mean, I'm just a fan of the aggro game plan. We saw some rallies, and we saw some really, really well-played, aggro/mid-range game plan, and it came through 2-0.
Yeah, ultimately, is a really good meta read. The rallies do a lot very well into all these, like, Talia thralls. What do you think about how those games went, Jason?
I mean, that's kind of what we expected, right? The rally decks are so good against Lee Sin, Zoe. We didn't even get to see the Thralls deck. They're also pretty good there because Thralls just doesn't have the tools to deal with a bunch of units coming at them for repeated attacks in one turn. And yeah, fantastic, lineup here by Kochua. I could, see him going all the way with it. Obviously, it breaks my heart to see Bay lose. But there's going to be no easy wins from here on out.
The thing that I really appreciated about this match was how Kochua's this story of fatherhood that I want to touch on again. This man is not done playing Legends of Runeterra. He really, really wanted that W, and that second game was grindy. It was going back and forth, but there was just a point where Kochua was just like, all right, it's time to finish this. I have all the answers that I need. Is able to push through and just take out Majin Bay. Was it a mistake on Majin Bay's end? Was there just no way that he could take this match?
It's tough, right? Because there were so many really interesting decisions made. Like Kochua, because when we are talking about it, right? It's like he could have gone for a much more aggressive overall gameplay, right? Like there were lineups where it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna rally on like turn 5 or something and go pretty early on, and it's like it's gonna guarantee get 6 damage in and maybe pick some stuff off. And even the aggressive plans that were made, right? Like we had Akshan get picked off by just a heal, right? And it's like, oh, that's a really good setup, nicely done there. But I mean, I think Kochua identified that he was able to play it a bit slower. And I think that kind of meant Majin Bay was locked out. Like his Notify was drawn just after single combat was used. And there are 0 other Notify targets except that one single combat. So Majin drew a dead card and not his 3 Lee Sins, right? Or in the one he finally drew, Concerted Strike comes out. So it seems like from what I saw, it felt like every angle was already answered.
Yeah, no, it's exactly like you were saying while you were watching the games with me, Freak. I mean, he had a hand read. He felt like there was no Lee Sin in the hand based on how Majin was playing, and he played accordingly. He went for a slower game plan, made sure he didn't run out of steam, and was able to just burn the deck out off of not being able to draw its win condition. A huge weakness in the Lee Sin deck.
We're going to jump into game 3, Cephalopod versus Kufa. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, so we're getting to this one a little bit halfway through. Game 3, on the other half of the bracket, Cephalopod is the Poppy deck. He has the Shell Folks in hand. Kufa is going to be playing a similar Akshan Sivir deck with, of course, Radiant Guardian as well. Not looking that good for Kufa in this game 3 we're loading into.
Yeah, although I'm a fan of seeing the Shell Folk combos come out, we get to see the Poppy Lux, right? That was the deck, and I'm glad to get to see it. I wonder if it's going to be a full Poppy game plan, but with how heavy the hand kind of looks, depending on what comes out of the Loping Telescope, we could see the full, Shellfolk game plan come through.
Overall, Cephalopod is looking very, very favored here. He's got everything he wants, the full resource hand, the double Shellfolk. He's going to be able to slow this game down. And Kochua is just dealing his first damage now, setting Cephalopod to 15 health.
Couple Absolvers, though. And I feel like Civ is close, right? Probably at around like 20 or so on the XP, so not too far away from getting all the way up there. But yeah, I want to see the game plan come forward. We don't have... I guess we're going to start, generating off of the Looping Telescope here, so that's going to be some card generation, but that's kind of it.
Yep, another one of those matchups where, of course, the Radiant Guardian, as you were mentioning, not really good in these slower matchups. Right now, you and I are both kind of wondering what these players have in their decks, because we don't have the deck list.
I don't have the deck list right now.
Any second now, we'll probably get the deck list, and we'll probably be able to actually talk about what these players have in their decks.
Yeah, what the game plan is going to be. Oh, here we go. All right, I've got Cephalopod's list. Here we go. We're gonna call it out here. 3x3 Lux, Trinket Trade, Pokestick, Sharp Sight, Consider Strike Minimorph, Otterpuss, Bright Super Protector, Conchologist, Looping Telescope, 1 of Sergeant, Lecturing Yordles, 3 Radiant Guardians, 3 Shellfolk. So yeah, quite slower with like quite a lot of top end.
This Poppy Lux is Cephalopod's kind of like trademark deck at this point. Since the Lux buff down to 5 mana, literally over a month ago, Cephalopod has been rocking this deck. He's been playing it in every single tournament. In his opinion, it is the single best deck in the game, which is a bit of a hot take to a lot of the LoR community, but he has been performing monstrously with this deck across every single tournament in the last month and a half. He has been blazing with it.
That's fun. I mean, I want to see it happen. This is my first time getting to watch it play here at the seasonal. We weren't tracking him that much early on, or when he was, I think it was banned out or he went without the deck. So fun to watch this one come through.
Yeah, and
it looks like it was Draven Scion getting removed.
It's a great start from him. This kind of board state where he'll be able to put a ton of pressure on. He's got the double elusive otters if he wants to develop them into the permanent Poppy buff this turn. He's not really trying to close the game out early, right? It's not a rally deck, which is irregular for most Demacia decks and most Poppy decks. He's not running rallies at all. This is a very hybrid, kind of Cephalopod style game plan who loves these hybrid mid-range style decks that aren't really trying to close the game out too early. He's just value grinding.
Right, it's 3 Minimorphs. It's obviously the one of generated for Demacia as the only 6 mana spells in the deck for the Lux value. Otherwise, you're looking at Pokestick plus Concerted Strike. That's going to be 6 mana. That's going to be Lux generating a Final Spark and going from there. So it's not the same tough constraints as Jace, where it actually is only 6 mana spells. It's just spend 6. Just every time you spend 6 spell mana, hook me up with something else, and we'll nuke something, hit face with it. So that's kind of the plan. As the boards kind of get wide, and thankfully a barriered Shellfolk, gets pulled away. Obviously, that would have just killed Sivir outright.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a very grindy matchup, which is why Cephalopod feels very favored now from this position. If you look at the amount of cards in hand, he just has so many long-term resources, and Demacia, without access to rallies and without ways of keeping the board alive, isn't really going to be able to put real pressure on as a region. Demacia is extremely rally dependent. We know Kochua doesn't have any in hand right now, and even if he did, he wouldn't really have the board to use it against Cephalopods. Also, very beefy Demacian board. Kufa's not actually even running a rally version, it looks like.
Kochua, to my understanding, has 2 golden Aegises. So there's a little bit. There's a Cataclysm and 2 golden Aegises. It's definitely a little on low end. Cataclysm definitely an interesting choice, but obviously with Sivir having quick attack, it becomes a removal tool. Compared to the one we just saw, for example, no single combat. It's using Cataclysm as that removal.
Exactly. They took the list in basically different directions. Kochua has taken the deck and slowed it down, so it doesn't run out of steam, but it can't really kill early like Kochua's, which is much more aggressive.
Right, second Radiant Guardian and 2 Vikor and Bruisers makes it a much more top-end focused deck, which, to be fair, you're against a more top-end kind of deck. So, you're going to actually fight pound for pound a bit more in the later game, around round 9 and 10 like we're going to here. Here's the big wide play. Those are going to look pretty nice.
Yeah, this is going to look pretty nice, all right. Cephalopod slams it on the table with 4 Demacia. And now, I mean, Poppy is still going to be buffing effectively the entire board. He's got these 2 sharp sides. The Shellfolk is paying off already, and it's only going to be generating more cards as things go. The thing about Shellfolk is that the philosophy of the card, as by Ceph and a lot of other tournament players that have been really representing it, is you only really need to have it proc once to make it already have given you good value. Any more than that is just game winning.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be board wiping as well, talking about game winning. Like, this is a lot of stuff dead, and look, there are 4 spells and 1 unit in Kofa's hand, so if your board dies, you are not replaying this board, and you're just dead on the swing on 11.
Exactly. And Cephalopod's ideology for this deck is because you have access to the control tools. You have Mini-Morph, you have Lux Beams, you have Concerted Strike. Because you have those control-y out-grindy tools, you don't even need rallies. You don't need to close the game out in a hurry if you're shutting down your opponent's game plan.
Yeah. And, you know, based on my sample size of this one game I'm casting in the seasonal, this is my favorite deck now as well. It looks amazing. Sivir, I believe, should level before fighting Poppy, but that's still only 6 life. That's still Poppy killing her. Of course, we know there's plenty of action in the hand here for Cephalopod, so you can bring Poppy up to even 11 health here. Then you fight the Absolvers, and it goes back and forth, whatever. Timing's going to be awkward because though Sivir would level, she's not leveling right now, and so we're not seeing Absolvers return. They're going to trade back and forth, let the Poppy die. Keep in mind, 2 Keeper's Verdicts in hand means that's Poppy in hand. That's fine. You know, we'll bring the new one out later.
And we can see here Kochua is basically just out of resources. I mean, you've got the Radiant Guardian that can be played here. It'll trigger the lifesteal, but you're just low on steam and there's no way to close this game out. Cephalopod is just going to be generating more and more infinite value off of these cards that just generate more, these attacks that just generate stats. And it's looking really bad for Kochua.
This will look a little bit better, though, because I believe Sivir's coming down level, and we're going to have Absolver and Absolver's return. So there's like a little bit of gameplay here. The entire team's getting quick attack. We've got some life steal. We can get our health back up. We can pick off a couple of things, like Shellfolk. If you can get any buffs on, you know, you're going to find, you know, what, +8 Overwhelm is in the hand right now, with enough mana to play it all, right? So just barely. So you don't have lethal, but Sivir can swing for 14 Overwhelm, giving the entire board Overwhelm. And you don't, again, quite win, but you get a lot done.
Yeah, and right now it's actually a very, very rare turn where Cephalopod can't punish the spell shields. Keeper's Verdict, Concerted Strike, and Mini-Morph are all too expensive to even let him get through Sivir's spell shield this turn. So that could be a very, very, very scary combat. He can even drag away the Curious Shellfolk, right? Which has the most health and blocks the most Overwhelm if he wants to push the most damage here.
I think it's a really good line, though. Realizing that like lifesteal is the important remove. Obviously, it's the best unit on board that doesn't have spell shield, so it's really obvious here. But you know, not allowing the heal for at least 10. I think you can optimally heal for 10 with that card. You know that no longer are you stabilizing this game, and I think it's pretty rough here.
Well, the beauty of this play is you're not just denying the heal, you're denying the draw. You now know Radiant Guardian is going to the top of the deck. Kochua has no chance of next turn drawing something that will save him from Cephalopod's attack next turn. And I mean, with that, I don't know if there's any way Kochua can come back from this.
It's tough. I mean,
he needs to be able to go for an aggressive kill.
But as a unit,
he's just a little bit short.
Yeah, it has to go wide enough to not lose the game. Obviously, again, we know he's not going to heal up. We know those Absolvers in hand. He can wait when casting him, so we probably Absolver once to get Sivir big enough to kill the Shellfolk, and then kind of wait for the rest of it. Sivir on the right hand side makes sense. You don't want to get blown out by some kind of weird barrier stuff where she dies.
Kochua just trying to get as much value as he can out of this attack, trying to figure out how he could possibly put enough pressure down. At least removing the Shellfolk stops Seth from drawing more cards here.
And I think you just return here. Like, it's a known card. I mean, I guess you can wait for, like, where the sharp side angle comes from. I guess that makes sense. You know, find out where the blocks come in, find out where sharp side comes in, then answer afterwards. But obviously, Cephalopod knows that card's in hand, so it's like, okay, well, who are we trading out? Who's dying? Who's getting buffed?
Yep.
Go ahead, do it, and then second sharp sight comes down, and it's like, gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. Uses the 2-mana Sharp Sight just in case Kochua is not hand counting, so that Cephalopod can react with a 1-mana Sharp Sight, which of course he got off of the Shellfolk. And that is going to be the huge blowout. Not even taking almost any damage here. That's a 3 damage block, goes down to 12, and it looks like the re-swing on the next turn will just end it.
Yeah, it's 4 attackers. The 2 smallest ones are going to have, 5 and 4 attack, so that's 9. On just current board state, and we know what the card is. Oh, by the way, Treasure Seeker on the don't care about that one. And thanks to the Absolver.
And I gotta say, I mean, Cephalopod's definitely convinced a lot of people about this deck on this warpath that he's been on. He's got a mission, he's got a point to make that this deck that he's made is very, very underrated and arguably the best deck in the game, as he puts it. And I mean, if it goes on to win seasonals, he definitely might have something to it.
Looking good. It's looking really good. I'm a fan. Well done, Cephalopod, making it into the top 4 with his own deck, right? I mean, this was like the thing he talked about at the very beginning of the show. We had interviews with all the players saying, hey, what's the seasonal mean to you? What do you want to do here? And he's like, I just want everyone to realize I've been saying it forever. Lux Poppy's the truth. Let's prove it, you know?
Jason, what are we taking away from that match that we just saw? And obviously the match beforehand with Majin Bay and Kochua. We didn't get a chance to go over that much, but let's talk about this match so far.
Yeah, this last one, I was really impressed by the Lux Poppy deck there. I mean, it basically out-Demasia'd the Demacia deck. It was wild to see, having just bigger units, more cards in hand. Just at every single possible turn, it seemed like the deck was just doing better things. Cephalopod, like the boys were saying, has been championing this deck, shouting it from the rooftops that it's very, very good, possibly the best deck in the format, in his opinion. And I mean, what we just saw right there, it's hard to argue.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm a big believer, and even more than I'm a believer in the deck, I'm a believer in Cephalopod. He's been playing in grassroots tournaments since literally day one. This was almost 2 years ago that Runeterra launched its playable beta, and he's been playing in maybe more tournaments than anyone in the NA region, and doing very, very well in those tournaments with his own altered versions of decks. He is a very, very scary player who just hasn't happened to have won a seasonal yet, but today might be his day.
I feel like he's got the momentum going into top four. Like, I don't know what it is about Demacia being so reliant on those rallies, just attacking over and over and over again and maintaining that board presence. How important was that in guiding Cephalopod to victory?
Well, the biggest thing, Akinola, is that Cephalopod's philosophy of this deck is Radiant Guardian is such a powerful standalone card for auto-winning the aggro or burn matchups, anything like that. So you combine it with the ability to be able to shut down any game plan with Bandle City's Minimorph and not run out of steam. Bandle City makes you never run out of steam. Demacia makes you never run out of board presence. And when you can beat aggro, you never run out of cards, you never run out of board. You just win against everything if you can Minimorph your opponent's threats, and it pays off beautifully.
Yeah, and looking at his lineup, it's actually more or less triple mid-range. Like the match we watched before a little bit ago, that was basically triple aggro, right? You're running Rally in every single deck, sometimes 5 of them. In this case, it's like, well, I think it's Scion Draven, it's Plunder, and it's just like mid-rangey Demacia deck. We're like, yeah, we have some elites, yeah, that's a Poppy, but like, we're using Lux and Minimorphs and Shellfolk. And so it's actually a fairly slow gameplay despite having, fairly aggressive regions. And it means that, yeah, you keep up just enough with Radiant Guardian, you keep up just enough with Minimorph where you have action against like all these decks and it's worked out.
He had so much agency that last game and just had an answer for everything. I wish I could pilot a deck like that. Jason, when it comes to piloting these types of decks, the novice players like me, I could just net deck, but what is the difference between the casual player and these master players who are out here at the tournament today?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these decks, like these Shelfo decks, the Lee Sin Zoe decks, the Spells Matter decks, they are so difficult to pilot. The ceiling on them is extremely high, but they pay you off for the time that you put into them. And that's why you're seeing these top players who have put in literally hundreds of games with these decks, bringing them and having success with them.
The action continues. There is so much more to see. We've got the round of 4 up next. Thanks for sticking around with us so far. We'll be right back after this break.
I possess the secrets of Kinku. I have mastered the rain, lightning, and cloud styles. Firepower solves everything! Your technique lacks technique.
I am a student of impeccable breath.
Wind, that which has no form.
Strikes from angles unexpected.
This is Tempest! Holding position! I will avenge my student! Balance in all things. We got this! Extra hands never hurt. thunder! Rain and lightning! Ow! My student, what technique will you use?
Embers of desolation.
This is Tempest! I serve the Kinku. They could not hope to win. Outside Bandle City, merit badges only get you so far. Underwater basket weaving? Not so practical after all. But if you take your nose out of your handbook, you'll realize there's a lot more to discover. Like unexpected friends. In unusual places. And there are so many unusual places.
By my spear, the gods will know war. Today we say enough.
Is this the face of fear?
We fall as light upon darkness. Bleed, we must!
Onwards!
Lock shields!
The power of the immortal sun.
Immortality is a lie. This I know.
Don't worry, I am here.
All must die.
Do not stand against me.
We face death together.
To protect all.
Are you ready to destroy a demon, Oracle?
I'm ready to light the way, Atreus.
I will make the gods remember this day!
Atreus, let us pull our enemies apart.
I do not fight for you, creature.
Stand resolute. There is nowhere left to go but up.
Face my shield.
Each life a rare jewel. Worth fighting for. Worth dying for. We will shake the heavens with our victory!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Legends of Runeterra Top 32 Seasonal Tournament. It's been a crazy day so far. We've seen some upsets and amazing matches, and the best is still yet to come as we approach our top 4. Let's take a look at the bracket so far and see who is remaining in this just deadly bloodbath here. We've got Cephalopod, Black Boss, McIntyre, and Kochua, who's chasing that dream alive here. And gentlemen, like I said, the action has been intense. Jason, what you see in front of you so far, none of these people, from what I'm learning, has won a seasonal. So what do you think the stakes are for our final 4 remaining competitors?
Yeah, so none of them may have won a seasonals yet, but Cephalopod, Black Boss, Kochua, all names that we're very familiar with. McIntyre, the last Canadian standing, who I've got to cheer for. These are all very accomplished players. One thing that I want to talk about is at the beginning of the cast, we talked about what would take it down in the end. Would it be one of these Poppy Zed lineups, or would it be something a little bit more rogue? And currently, out of these 4 players, we have 0 Poppy Zed decks. We do have a Poppy Lulu deck, but we have 2 Plunder, 2 Poppy Misfortune Scouts, 2 Poppy Lux, and yet another Shelfo deck. So for sure, the slightly more rogue lineups are definitely rising to the top here today.
Yeah, and I mean, I gotta say, not just after last game's performance, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how well Cephalopod does here, because if I had to bet, if I were a betting man, my money would be on Cephalopod here. He's got the best lineups, and like I said, he's just been one of the best performing players in the community in the long run. Kochua having, of course, great card game background, but kind of like more recently joining the game and playing some of the seasonals in the last months. Black Boss, though, is going to be hard for Cephalopod to take down, as he's known as maybe the single best player from Brazil.
Let's actually take a look at the head-to-head matchup, because we haven't seen any action from Black Boss today, even though he has been doing well. So, Jason, Cephalopod, Black Boss known as, big deal in Brazil. It'd be huge if he won. What do you think about this head-to-head going up?
Yeah, so interesting. On Black Boss's side, he's running Scouts, Gangplank Sejuani Plunder, and Draven Scion with a 1 cheeky Vi thrown in.
Yeah.
A little bit more of a classic kind of lineup. Not that burn-heavy version that we've seen, just as the 3 Get Excited, the 3 Mystic Shots, a couple Poro Cannons. And then, of course, on Cephalopod's side, we have Poppy Lux, Plunder, and also Draven Scion. So we might end up seeing a couple mirror matches here. We might see the Poppy decks get banned and just the Plunder and the Scion decks go at it.
Yeah, for the most part, I mean, we've got Cephalopod's Lux, Poppy, Shellfolk on one side, and Black Box, Scouts, Misfortune, and Poppy deck on the other side. I mean, Jason, which lineup do you think is favored overall in this matchup?
I'm not sure if either lineup will be favored. It's hard to go against Cephalopod, though, having that Poppy Lux deck, which we have seen just crush people. I would not be surprised to see that eat a ban here, and just have the straight mirror match of 2 Plunder decks, 2 Draven Scion decks. It's going to be really interesting to see where these players end up going. There could be a bit of gaming going on the old, you think your opponent's going to do one thing, so that you move to another direction. It's going to be interesting to see where they go with these bans.
Good old Nash equilibriums, man. It's so. I feel like every time I cast LoR, I'm like, but the game theory though, because that's some of my background. Yeah, it comes down to it, and the TLDR is actually optimal pick and ban strategy is if you reliably know your matchup tables and what's good against you and what you're good against, you eventually just pull out the random number generator. Sometimes there is one always best ban, and it's like, oh, it's always this deck. This deck is good against all of my decks, no matter what, so we kill it. And sometimes it's like, I need to reliably suggest to the internet that I'm gonna be 60-40 on the ban, so that, and that's actually optimal is to pick random and have it be known that you're gonna pick randomly.
Yeah, it's really interesting. For example, what Jason and Freak are talking about is if Cephalopod thinks that Black Boss is going to ban his Poppy Lux deck, then he can make his ban assuming that and banning something that he could only ever make sense as a ban if he knows his Poppy Lux deck is out of the equation. But of course, Black Box can then think about that as well. I mean, so if you're thinking, Jason, that if you're Black Boss, you might just eliminate the Poppy Lux from the equation, I think I would too in this case. But if you're Cephalopod, what do you think you're banning here?
Yeah, it could be just like a ban Plunder and go after the other 2 decks, because you got one mirror match. Yeah, and then the Scouts deck, I think, is probably going to struggle a little bit into Plunder and into Draven Scion. So I could definitely see that on Cephalopod's side, just going after Plunder, because gosh darn, is that deck just good.
Based on some of the decks that we're seeing here, do you guys think that this is going to be a 2-0, or is this going to go to 3 games? Jason?
Oof, tough. I love to see 3 games, of course. I just want to see more. I want to see more out of these amazing players.
I will say, I've been talking up Cephalopod because, him and I go way back. I think he's an amazing player. I think he deserves a win, and honestly, better seasonal performance. Get your stuff together, Cephalopod. You do so well in the grassroots tournaments, but honestly, Black Boss, if there's anyone who can take Cephalopod down, if there's anyone who can take down this monster, it would have to be Black Boss.
I mean, he's so accomplished. Like, the thing with Black Boss is there are 3 players at this tournament who have made the top cut 5 times. Black Boss is one of the 3. Majin's already out, and Whatami was already out a little bit ago. So, like, Black Boss has a huge wealth of being clearly very good at seasonals. Has yet to grab the title. No one from Brazil has yet, but like, just to me, it's like whichever of these players wins, that's actually who I take to win this entire thing. I think it's super close. I probably lean Cephalopod slightly, but I mean, it's card games, right? There is RNG, and obviously people make mistakes as well. So it's like 55-45.
Yeah, it's close. It might be Brazil's time. I mean, Black Boss, just like Cephalopod, has also been playing in tournaments from the very start of the game. From 2 years ago, both of these players have played in, I think, something along the lines of almost 100 Legends of Runeterra tournaments. They're playing in these weekly grassroots tournaments. They're doing incredibly well in their overall tournament scores, and this is the final culmination of which one will come out on top.
I feel like all of these decks hit really hard. I wouldn't want to fight any of these decks first, but if you had to ban, if you're Black Boss, you're Cephalopod, what are you banning first? What don't you want to see start straight out the gate?
If I'm Black Boss, I'm never gonna let Cephalopod play his Poppy Lux deck. I would be terrified of that. There's some players, even regardless of matchup tables, there's some players who, if you just don't want to let them play their deck, and Cephalopod has something like it was something absolutely insane, but something like a 90% tournament win rate with Poppy Lux, something out of this universe.
Yeah. And I mean, matchup familiarity matters as well. Like, ultimately, it's something that's so valuable, is especially if you are the progenitor of a deck. It's like, okay, sometimes it'll catch up on ladder, right? Sometimes you'll get reps on it, but like, how many games really has Black Boss played of Draven Scion against Lux Poppy? 1? Maybe? Right? It's like, you can intellectually like understand, like, well, I know that things matter in this lineup. Like, I know Minimorph on Scion matters, but like, there's more gameplay than that. And on the opposite side, Cephalopod's like, for sure played more than one game in that matchup, right? So there's automatically an experience difference that matters.
All right, and we get into it. Game 1 of the semifinals here. The winner of this goes to finals as we see Draven Scion versus the MF Scouts deck. So Ceph's playing the Draven Scion.
Alrighty, here we go. So, pretty solid mid-range game plan for Draven Scion. A lot of, obviously, card efficiency as well. Sump Dredger on a Fallen Rider is one of the primary examples of this. You discard a card to draw one. Hey, it's pretty good for a 3 drop. No, but Fallen Rider, like, you discard it and you get a free card back anyway. And some of it's even just better than the base card was in the first place. So you're getting a bunch of free card value. Everything is statted pretty aggressively. I think almost literally every card in the deck has more attack than power, or attack than health. Grave Physician is like the actual only card in the entire deck that has as much health as it has attack in any playable situation. So you are kind of hitting you could always trade on defense pretty reliably. Your aggro plan actually looks pretty good as well. A 2-mana 4/2 Fearsome, that seems pretty good. It's gonna look pretty nice.
But unfortunately, I mean, this is a matchup that kind of comes down to the hand state, because it's a very close call. We're talking about favorable matchups versus unfavorable matchups, right? And this one is very even. We see a good barrier counter the Draven. This is going to be close. Black Boss, though, drawing Poppy last turn, has actually a pretty good setup here.
So I like this. It's okay, Draven can't block. This is interesting, right? The choice to barrier the 2/1 that says, okay, my 3/2 can trade your 4/2, the 2/1 can block Draven, okay, the Elusive Warriors goes through, but by not bearing the 3/2, the 4/2, I guess, can still trade, but doesn't want to trade it, so, okay, we just take 1 damage.
Forcing a trade would, of course, make it, a little bit weaker of a Poppy buff, but you can just take the block anyway. What Cephalopod is thinking is, okay, if the Poppy comes down now, I want my 4 attack unit to be able to threaten a block on her. He knows the Poppy's in the deck. He knows Black Boss is attacking next turn. And of course, he's right. The Poppy's in hand, and saving the 4 attack unit to potentially block down the Poppy is definitely going to be a safer line of option here. Both players don't have the hand they're really looking for here, I will say.
But at least there's a lot of draw options here, right? You have a bunch of options to toss away, spinning axe, find something else. Maybe dig a little bit closer. You can get excited, something for some decent value. So it's you at least have options against a lot of the possible game plans, but looks like we're going a little bit wider here on the top side. Black Boss playing a run drop, of course, easily spots an elite, and may find a 3/4 challenger coming down, which will be pretty valuable because Draven's forced to spinning axe if he wants to even trade.
Exactly. I gotta say, I'm a really big fan of this line by the Black Box, going for the Tattered Banner, and this is one of the reasons that he's running this deck. The Penitent Squire not really making waves in the past, but looking very, very good in this build, as the Vanguard Sergeant is just going to threaten the Draven, exactly like you were saying. Yeah. It takes a lot of willpower to not just slam Poppy on turn 4, Freak. Poppy, pretty good card.
I mean, it's so neat, right? Like, the knock-on effects of a single buff. Like, okay, Vanguard Sergeant got 1 extra health. Well, suddenly it's a really popular meta card. Hey, by the way, he's an elite, which means, hey, guess what? We now have, we have the action for Penitent Squire. Now, suddenly, we have a 3/4 challenger? Wait, that's, like, always going to trade a 3-drop, like, successfully. Like, that's going to be great. And in this case here, right? Well, okay, sorry, buddy. Nothing for you, Draven. You just die.
Yep. We see Cephalopod draw both of his Scions. Very, very scary as a tool. But Black Boss has the scarier board right now. So it's often going to come down to, if Black Boss can get a rally in the next couple of turns and race down this Scion, then Cephalopod will not be able to do anything about that.
Yep, every time you summon or discard power, he goes up and up and up, and you really want that level 2 sign. You can see, 3 so far. He needs, as far as the buff going up, obviously he can go up to 7 attack before flipping.
Black
Boss needs to discard more power till he levels.
Could be considering it for Demacia here. I think it's definitely a little too early for it, but sometimes for Demacia can be useful to just shut down an entire attack. Even though it costs you the mana, you get it for free. Black Boss saves mana for the Ranger's Resolve if he wants to trick this out. The Poppy's coming down. He's gonna block it.
I'm a little surprised because, with the 3/1 having Challenger, like, you can guaranteed get some more. But I guess it would be on defense, which actually kind of sucks. So you're probably saving it for the next attack. Hoping no one dies. Not enough mana for Get Excited, so Poppy's always going to live. And we're just kind of trading the board down a bit.
Yep. And we see a pretty standard block here. Nothing for either player to do as the board trades down. Black Boss, though, has a very, very scary next turn. He's getting a 6 turn with 2 spell mana, so he can Mirai Warden into a 6 unit for Demacia on the attack turn.
Wow.
If he wants it, that forces a full trade down. Cephalopod will have to block everything to not just die.
However, Mirai Warden into for Demacia means Get Excited kills Poppy pre-combat. Pre-buff, pre-everything, 0 mana for Ranger's Resolve, and that is a consideration. Get Excited is a 3 of in this deck. There's 3 Mystic Shots as well. And it says, okay, we're going Cythria instead. We're actually going to keep Ranger's Resolve as a possibility.
Exactly. I love it. It's exactly like you were saying. Being able to keep Poppy outside of that Get Excited range is super important. It's not just Get Excited, it's also Noxian Fervor he's playing around.
Right, there's a lot of ways to deal 3 damage here. I mean, do you Get Excited Poppy, or is it... Because, I mean, everything's getting a ton of power here, right? Everyone's going to be a 3 or 4 attack with Fearsome. Your 2/1 can't block unless you axe it, which you're probably going to. Your 1/1s can't block just at all. I mean, you can't really kill Cythria. I mean, you literally can't, but...
There is an alternative line. Cephalopod could be looking at his hand. He knows that there's no rally mana this turn, and he knows that if next turn he plays Scion and takes the attack, he could just end the game next turn. If he's willing to take this, he is going to go for the Poppy. He knows that if there's a Resolve or a Sharp Sight, he can just use the Mystic Shot, and the Mystic Shot will have to get forced out here as the Resolve comes down.
And we still get the kill, but it's still going to be a big Cythria. It's still going to be a bunch of 2 or 3 health tough units, so...
fearsome from
they're not killing much. Yeah. So Draven can trade against a shark, or the Mirai Warden. It's like, well, did I really want to do that? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You live with 6 health, and if you're just going for the win next attack,
you could go for
we take it.
I mean, these elusive damage off the pores are looking good. He can block 1. The Mirai Warden can just go down here for free.
Yep, sure. Seems reasonable, right? You toss back a Scion, it's okay. I'm surprised. I'm a little surprised we're chumping here. I mean, obviously you're saving 6 health and you're losing out on maybe 1 or 2 damage yourself.
Yeah. I actually agree with you. I don't think there's enough of a reason to chump this Cithria here. Cephalopod's thinking about it. What you would be thinking about is the rally next turn, just being able to maximize the value on this. But I think Cephalopod's looking at his hand, and he knows that he has enough damage. He just needs to be able to not die on the rally attacks, right? And because the Daring Poro, because Cithria is giving the board Fearsome on every attack, including the rally attacks, the Daring Poro can't possibly get more value than just blocking the Cithria every time.
Yeah, unless you've mathed out the race. You're like, I can take 6 this time, but I really wanted that 1 extra damage. That's somehow going to get me through, like theoretically possible. But yeah, Cyan's going to get through for maybe 8 from what we're seeing right now, because you're not going to block with Cithria. And then, yeah, the rest isn't going to really hit face. So, you know, 1 or 2 elusive damage would put you up to dealing 10. You're still not killing. Actually, here's the thing, though, right? So if a 2/2 blocks Scion here, and you hit with 2 Poros, you're dealing 10, which means you have Decimate lethal. So there is actually a line of play based on what you see in hand. If you assume there's no action in your opponent's hand, what you see on board, you actually had a lethal on your action on round 8.
Yeah, he definitely could have gone for that. I actually would have liked to see that. I'm with you on this one, Freak. It's very, very close. Cephalopod right now, he's thinking, you know, he could go in and just try to push the damage. That's pretty much the only thing to do. Black Boss is setting up his next turn, though. And what Cephalopod has to be worried about is dying in 1 turn. The thing about Scion that makes him so strong is that it's basically just a way to close the game out. The barrier on Cithria is a very, very interesting play, though, because he's thinking about just starving out the Scion.
I mean, you assume there's no 3 Scions in hand. 1 got discarded. Yeah, it goes back in the deck, but like, you're expecting there not to be a second Scion to like come down later on as a big blocker or anything else.
Exactly.
But the thing is, I don't think Draven coming in helps you very much. I think you can still block Scion with a 2/2. You can, you know, Cithria to kill Draven, and then you're living at 5. And I mean, I guess if you're really afraid of Decimate plus, you know, another Mystic Shot, then, you know, that's you looking dead. But letting Scion 2 come through, I assume he's mathed it out, and he's like, no, it's gonna be fine, don't worry about it. But
so this is a play that what you have to be thinking about if you're Black Boss right now is, do I have the ability to kill him next turn? You know, these players are both planning ahead. The Draven attack, I think, changed it. I think he's actually exactly like you were saying, Freak. Now, because he sees the Draven attack, he was going to block with Cithria, but now he's realizing he doesn't have to speed this up. He knows that there can only be so much burn in Ceph's hand because he forced out 5 damage into the Poppy instead of into his Nexus. And now, because there was no second Daring Poro, Cephalopod doesn't have Decimate lethal. Black Boss knows it. He needs to draw a rally. The game might end the game on the spot if he does, but he can't afford to kill the Scion because Ceph will get his own rally.
But yeah, Scion, of course, can always block Cithria, right? That's always going to be available. Noxian
Fervor, and that is lethal damage. There's no way to stop it.
But is it going to be enough coming through, though? Like, can he kill before action? Because obviously, if you allow him to decimate, it's GG.
Yeah, the Fervor might have to save him by going on one of these units, but it's very, very scary because between Sharpsight and Cithria, these units don't have to die. Yeah.
That's lethal on... well, okay, so Scion can block... Yeah, Scion won't die here. So Scion can block a 4/5, and the Poro can block 1.
Oh, man. And this is what Cephalopod's plan was the entire time. That's why he blocked with the first Daring Poro, Freak, because he knew he just had to survive this next attack. If there's no rally, the second Daring Poro on the Cithria, it's the only other blocker, and he can survive if he just doesn't greet it and doesn't go for the attack.
Yeah, the game plan of just top deck Noxian Fervor forehead is looking pretty good. Okay, we're looking at order, sure. Sharpsight, of course, came 1 round late. Not that it would have mattered. You're going to be at -2, so it doesn't really matter if the Daring Poro hit last round. But Scion isn't dying. You are surviving, and then Decimate Noxian Fervor doesn't have counterplay.
Exactly. And Sharpsight doesn't even threaten here. If the Sharpsight could have threatened, he could have forced the Fervor away from his face. But now, at this point in time, there's no way through with this. It looks like Cephalopod is pretty much on lock for this game 1.
Nicely done.
Very, very cleanly executed game.
Yeah, well, it turns out, playing a leveled Scion is pretty good. We saw 1 Poppy. It was protected, but she still died to just a horde of removal. And Cephalopod bought enough time to draw the rest of his removal. I mean, this is a deck where, we're running 2 Decimates, 1 Noxian Fervor, 3 Get Excited, 3 Mystic Shots. There is a lot of burn in this deck, and we found enough of it that, we're going for style. We're gonna nuke the Scion first, and here it goes.
All right, and Cephalopod takes game 1. Now, the ban did come into the Lux Poppy deck, as expected. I would not have let Cephalopod play that deck, which means Cephalopod now just needs to win with Gangplank Sejuani, his version of Gangplank Sejuani, of course being the one with the one of Field Rush we saw earlier.
Yeah, which I'm a fan of. So 2 Dreadways. I've seen 3. I've seen 3 Dreadways plus Fuel the Rush, actually. Like, really, really late game greedy. This is 2 Dreadways, 1 Fuel the Rush, 2 Zap Spray Fins. I think that one can be, debatable sometimes, but a lot of the really normal stuff. Triple Warning Shot, as you expect. 1 of Parlay is not always seen. 3 of Monster Harpoon, not always seen. We are seeing Monkey Idols, 2 of that. I've seen lists without that card in there as well. But yeah, this is go wide, get face damage every single round. Once you get face damage in 5 different rounds, Gangplank Gum down level 2 pretty much wins the game on the spot there. Sejuani, pretty similar boat, so I think going to be a pretty good game plan. And we have the same deck on the other side for Black Boss.
Yep. So this one is, as you mentioned, a pretty close one. I think Gangplank Sejuani has a little bit of a favorite, although the Misfortune version of Poppy plays a little bit different from like standard any versions of Poppy that are running, like Zed, for example, or I mean, really any other champion, Freak.
Yeah. I mean, MF is definitely a fun champ, though. I like seeing her out. But obviously, Poppy, very, very good. And all right, Penance Squire indeed spots one of the elites. It has the 3-drop. My favorite 3-drop in the game, I think, actually. I'm a huge fan of Vanguard Sergeant.
Yep. And I gotta say, I mean, right now, everything is turning up Black Boss. He's got a beautiful hand. Cephalopod, pretty slow start with, Feel the Rush and Harpoon, which you don't necessarily need here. No trigger for Harpoon yet on turn 4. This Poppy might just have an attack without getting harpooned.
Yeah, unless you really want to go for the mana efficiency and kill the 3-4, which, I mean, you could do. You could also put him down with Challenger right here. I think this is the decision. We're going to go Fleet for the Tracker instead and bank spell mana. This gives us Sharp Sight mana. But yeah, we'll see if the Tattered Banner comes down with Poppy giving her Challenger. You can kill a 1-2. You actually get to kill the Monkey Idol, which is going to look really good. So yeah, this could look pretty solid.
Ooh, a Blinding Assault is coming out.
Okay.
This is not going to be banking Sharp Sight mana. The Poppy, if played on turn 4, is going to be naked without protection. But against this deck, you don't necessarily need protection, because if they have Harpoon, she's dead anyway, and if they don't, she's alive anyway.
Yeah, true. And in this case, like, unless you have them on exactly Warning Shot and Harpoon, they can't even cast it this round. So Poppy's going to feel pretty comfortable. Again, could have... Tattered Banner goes on anyone. Doesn't have to be on an elite, right? So could have seen a Challenger Poppy, which is like guarantees she's safe when going for a big swing. Obviously, we have a bunch of 3-attack Challengers, so we can just knock those down. Poppy's going to take 2 damage from the Monkey. But, that's fine. We get to clear the board out and feel pretty good afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's not even that worried about the Poppy as much as he's just worried about his wide board. I mean, the Tracker and the Hawk are going to basically just stay alive and represent these like free challenge threats, which is really nice. And as long as he has a wide board, even if Poppy forces removal and then he wins with a wide board with Vanguard Sergeants or Demacia, then he's all right with that too. But you've got to be trying to force the game over pretty soon here.
Well, you can Harpoon Poppy here. You've got the Planner Trigger for now, thanks to the Powder Monkey dying. Gangplank is that 2 of, I thought I saw. So, yeah, that was the attack on round 3, I think, and the Powder Monkey dying here on 4. So, Gangplank is partway there. A Warning Shot's going to give him his 3rd bit of experience, so still a little ways to go. And also, right now, you don't have a good target for Fortune Croaker. You don't want to kill Mariah Warden, so your card draw is going to be a little bit late. Level 1 Gangplank is... I mean, actually just killable outright. You can, come in with the Scout attack, kill it with the Challenger afterwards on the 2nd swing. So he's a little bit in danger. He says, you know what, screw it. If you don't develop, I'm fine.
And I gotta say, I mean, I really like this line of approach by Black Box. I mean, we were talking about not using the Tattered Banner on the Poppy, but because he knows that if Cephalopod has the Harpoon, then the Poppy's health doesn't really matter anyway. Cephalopod's still forced to kill it. That 2-health Poppy is still too much of a threat. So not prioritizing Poppy's health, just keeping everything alive on an even keel so that Monster Harpoon can't get too much value on any single unit. He's going wide instead of going tall.
Right, yep. Because, yeah, there wasn't a good way to get her down and the Sharp Sight and the Tattered Banner so that you could, like, go back to 6 health afterwards then. And, yeah, it's just, like, not really all going to happen. So, let's go for that plan. Yeah, so, apparently, I guess, yeah, Gangplank is a pretty reasonable attack here. Sharp Sight could be a problem. You'll still overwhelm for some damage. And I think also you can play for the... play for the live until round 9 game plan and use Feel the Rush as the victory condition and try to find a way to get there.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you've got to do. The biggest problem with this situation right now is that Cephalopod doesn't really have much of an... I think he has to attack.
Oh, it's so doomed. Wait, really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised we weren't going for the Sharp Sight just kill on Gangplank.
Yeah, it would have been pretty protected. I think he's just going really, really aggressively, knowing that it's pretty much his best bet at this point, but I think that sharp side block was definitely a big option.
So this lets you go 2-drop, barrier, give everyone +3/+3.
Yep.
That Valor right there is going to get so much done.
I think he knows, Black Boss knows that his health doesn't really matter. He had 16 health, so he had some to burn, right?
Yeah. He's not worried about dying in any way. Sucks to draw another warning shot, though. You really could use like a Make It Rain or something.
The thing is, I don't think Black Boss didn't block that to save the sharp side. He blocked it to bank the mana. He knew this turn he wanted the Brightsteel Protector, the Valor, and for Demacia, his 6-unit board, and now he's got a game-shattering attack lined up just for this turn. Yep. Really, really, really good line of play. Making sure to bank the mana and be thinking turns ahead instead of just removing the Gangplank. Gangplank dies to this anyway, and the bird's going to have another free attack.
It's a really good thought. There we go. We finally found Make It Rain off the second round here. So you're hoping for the 3 out of 7, 42%, 43% to ping off this shield.
It doesn't hit the shield, but it does trigger Plunder at the very least, which is pretty big. But this attack is brutal, and Cephalopod is in a really, really bad position here. We've got a full 18 attack. It's lethal this turn, Freak.
Yeah, it is.
That's it.
Yeah,
and that's
you
the
drag it all the way.
Power.
Woo! What a card. What a line of play. It was a really smart one. You're right. Did not need to pick off the Gangplank. Misfortune was the top deck, right? So knew all of his tools were already in hand. The 2-mana 3/2, the 4 Demacia. Said, okay, I've got everything I need. This is going to be GG, and then had it. Well done. Obviously, Make It Rain on the 42%, right? Could have made sure that the Valor would have died. So if you win that near coin flip, you survive one more round, but it was probably still out of hand.
I think those two games were really great for showing the difference between like these like top level players that have played this game so much and for so long, right? The ability to constantly be thinking ahead. Both of those games were won by that final decision, right? Cephalopod not sacrificing the Poro, thinking 2 turns ahead, knowing that all he needed to do was survive, and then Black Boss countering, winning his game by doing the same, planning an extra step and making sure he had a huge shutout.
Yeah, that was the question Akinola had asked earlier on. It's like, what separates, random ladder scrubs from these top-end players? And yeah, to me, there's these two things. It's one is having your own game plan, like a good 2 rounds ahead or so, where it's like, well, the value play is X, but, plan Y is actually game-winning. The other one I think is really important is playing to your opponent's deck, like knowing what round is it that they really pop off and kill me, saying, okay, well, Gangplank has 3 experience. Gangplank's actually not that important. Like, yeah, GP level 2, he's a 6/6 and he hits your whole board for 2. Yeah, that's going to be game-winning, but it's like, that's like 3 attacks away. I'm not worried. I truly don't care about this Gangplank. And it's like, let's it stay.
Exactly. So right now, this is Cephalopod's Plunder versus Black Box's kind of spicy version of Dravenstein, and we can see the one of Vi in hand right there. Black Boss, the first person I've ever seen to use Vi in this deck. Either he's onto something, we're not, or just a really big fan of Arcane.
Yeah, unfortunately missing out on a copy of Jace and a copy of Jinx and Victor. We really are missing the full Arcane synergy, but as things line up, we get a nice 3/3 and it wins the board. So we're hitting face, and it's looking pretty all right here for Cephalopod in the very early game.
Yep. Traditionally, this matchup is favored in Gangplank Sejuani side, so Cephalopod has a bit of an edge here, especially because Black Boss's version is more old school. It's not really playing for the aggro, it doesn't have the decimates or the fervors, as Jason talked about, and instead just trying to, potentially outgrind with the full Lost Soul plan.
Yeah, it's really, really board-based, right? There's 8 1-drops. 2 of Draven's biggest fan, for example, just like wants to absolutely make sure the curve happens. As there's, no top end otherwise. And okay, well, we get some trades and we get more face damage down to 10.
All right, looking very, very good for Cephalopod here. The biggest problem with this matchup is that the health matters so much here, right? When we're looking at the Demacia mirrors, it's all about the board and board stats and ownership. But in this kind of mirror, Gangplank Sejuani taxes your health huge, especially when we see that Dreadway in Cephalopod's hand. Black Boss is also taxing health with, of course, the Scion and any sort of burn over the top in the form of Mystic Shots. But Cephalopod has more health and more early board control.
We are going to see a Vi possibly on 5, though, and that means we can start picking stuff off. With Tough, she's going to have no problem fighting a 1/2 or something. Even has enough attack that she can kill Gangplank if needed at some point down the line. Now, doesn't have a survival skill, so cannot, force Vi to live through everything, but With axes in hand, that 4-3 is going to be basically unchallenged. I think you can even let it go face. You don't care about one barrel getting killed, I don't think. He's not going to generate a new barrel anytime soon. We don't have any other barrel generation in the deck, so +1 damage to a Make It Rain or something, or a Mystic Shot, not Make It Rain, but a Mystic Shot's not going to matter too much. So I think you're kind of chilling.
I think you pretty much just have to go for this. I mean, Vi is going to be able to block down the Gangplank next turn, potentially. Black Boss is just thinking, how scared am I of this keg, right? Should I even maybe think about pre-committing an axe to push a little bit of damage? With a low amount of burn over the top in his deck, that's not going to be the line. He is thinking about going for it. It does buff the Vi more. He's going aggressive. Is he trying to flip her here?
She's got Overwhelm, which is going to look pretty good.
It's a lot of damage.
Get you... It's for the face damage, right? It's a discard to get some face damage. Say, okay, we're getting a little bit done here. Second axe, of course, can knock down the Gangplank and says, I'm actually worried about losing everything, so let's toss some fodder down.
And the Gangplank blocks, gives the action back to Black Boss. I think he might level the Vi here. He's got another axe. If he's committing more to this, if he's discarding another card from his hand, he could get rid of the Draven's biggest fan or something. The Vi would level up. The Power Cannon goes out. Vi goes to 10 attack, threatens a level up, and this overwhelm damage is also huge. Cephalopod, I love this line. He's throwing away the rest of his cards. He's throwing away Scion. He knows Vi levels here, and if the Gangplank blocks, you're happy either way because she has the level. This is huge.
Yeah. Looks good. Yeah, she would survive a Gangplank automatically. Now suddenly Cephalopod doesn't have a lot of cards to play. I mean, it has a little bit of refuel.
And that Vi tech, that one of Vi by Black Boss might just be winning the game here. I mean, Cephalopod needs to survive that for one more turn, which is going to be almost impossible.
That card's a little dead, unfortunately. You're not playing an 8-drop anytime soon in this game. You can put a Mirai Warden down. It's a little something here for you. Anything spicy? Not great.
The Squire. I mean, Ceph
probably still swing wide.
Gonna have enough. We've got another block card by Black Boss. Ceph is only threatening a total of 4 damage here on this attack. And the warning shot's another 2. Not enough.
No, but can deal 1 damage to Vi here, so that Vi can't pick off the eventual Gangplank for free. As units trade down, we get 4 to face. And, we are not that far from the chance at winning, because keep in mind, Cephalopod, no one knows exactly what's in his hand except, us and he. So really, Black Boss doesn't know what's in his hand, but it's okay. We know warning shots exist. We know Make It Rain exists. We know Parlay exists as options, especially if there's like a third Gangplank in hand. We were 2 rounds away from Dreadway, so you are going to consider a little bit how much damage is available here and how much can go to face.
I mean, honestly, this one of Vi is basically just winning the game on its own. It's such a huge card in a matchup like this where you're trying to race down. This is a matchup that can put so much pressure on that you often don't even have enough time to play Scion. But because Black Boss has given Scion's Overwhelm to Vi, Vi's threatening lethal next turn, and I think there's literally nothing Cephalopod can do. He's not running the 3 sisters version of the deck, so he can't top deck a freeze. There's no time to play Sejuani because Black Boss will always open attack here, and she's outside of Monster Harpoon range because she has the tough and the 5 health. I think Cephalopod's over. This is it. Vi's attack.
Harpoon would have done it because of the barrel, but yeah, it's not going to happen. Harpoon is not in hand. So that is Vi with Overwhelm, dealing 10 to face, and that's just it.
And that is it. Cephalopod goes down to Black Boss, the player nicknamed Best in Brazil, as we now have the Brazilian locked in for the finals.
Absolutely beautiful. The one of Vi.
Yes, that was actually, wow, I loved it so much. The moment I saw it drop, I didn't believe in it immediately once seeing the deck, but as soon as it came down, it became apparent exactly why that one of Vitek took him so far.
That was a very punchy match. It went back and forth, and that last game ended so quickly. Like that's the type of stuff that I encounter on ladder that just gives me nightmares. Jason, let's go through this match. Just a quick recap of the match score right here. What can you glean from this game? What can you tell us? And did this game go as you expected?
Not at all. I really thought Cephalopod would win or be a favorite coming in, but frankly, Black Boss just took it to him. It was almost a clean sweep. That first game, if Cephalopod hadn't top decked that Mystic Shot on turn 6 to be able to deal with that Poppy, it was over. It was done right there. And even then, right at the end, Black Boss was like 1 point of damage away. Just drew way too many units and wasn't able to get there. Game 2, Scouts again, showing its strength, just steamrolled through the game so quickly. Not really much Ceph could do. And then game 3, Right out the gate, it looked like Ceph was doing really good. When Black Boss drew the Scion, I was like, okay, I think Black Boss will be able to get there. And then when Black Boss discarded the Scion to the Vi, at first I was like, no, what are you doing? That's your win condition. And then I was like, oh, of course. I haven't seen Scion give something an overwhelm in so long. I'm like, right, that's why they used to play Vi in the deck, and that's why he's brought it. And then it just ran away with the game.
That was such a clean finish to that game, Jason.
It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
I think that was a beautiful series.
Just
overall.
crushing. It was a joy to watch.
I can't imagine that Cephalopod played very adamantly, very admirably this whole tournament. Hopefully he's not feeling too bad. He should be proud of the work that he put in today. The Black Boss just showing that there is power down in Brazil. I'm sure that his country is rallying behind him. Really excited that there's some representation from that area in this top level competition.
And keep in mind, Cephalopod's spirit does not die with him, because one of the other semifinalists, Macantor, is also bringing a version of Lux Poppy Shellfolk. At this point, I know Cephalopod is rooting for him, as he's going to be going against Kochua. So right now, Lux Poppy Shellfolk Dream does still have the ability to take it all, even with its creator out of the tournament.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from Cephalopod. Played an absolutely amazing tournament. His plunder deck kind of just not really showing up for him a couple games there, and that's why you see a lot of the top players have a very love-hate relationship with plunder. Sometimes you just go 1 through 5, level all your champions and steamroll, and sometimes you're sitting there on turn 4 with like 1 plunder trigger and some 8 drops in your hand, just wondering why you're playing this deck.
Exactly.
So nothing away from Ceph. Played a fantastic tournament, a top 4 finish. Nothing to sneeze at. It's top 4 of 1,000 people. Really well done by Cephalopod.
Yep, and I'm glad we're seeing more recognition to a lot of the players that have been playing the game since the start. At this point in time, we've gone through so many seasonals. There's much bigger tournaments in Runeterra. So these players that, 2 years ago, we were all playing in the same tournaments, like Cephalopod, Black Boss, so many of the players that were there from the very, very beginning, finally being able to make very consistent and multiple high-level tournament finishes for themselves.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that as far as we could tell, the Lux Poppy was undefeated. It drew a ban, so, to me, in my mind, I still consider that a win as well. It's a best of 5 where you give a free win over, right? Because
Exactly.
when you win, the deck's eliminated. A ban is saying your deck is too good, I'm going to give you the freebie and make you play the other ones. So, the deck was like 7-0.
Thing I really love about games like these is you have a plan in your mind as the deck is, this is how the deck is supposed to pilot if everything is perfect. And we really are seeing how critical it is to pull the right cards at the right time. Heart of the cards, was ever so present here. And when your deck does not pop off at, turn 5, you're playing plunder. I need Sejuani. I need Gangplank to level turn 5. I need Sejuani to level turn 5 so I can just own face the rest of the game. And that doesn't happen. That just must be so discouraging.
Yeah, and I mean, this is why we say you have to get lucky to win a tournament of this size, because it doesn't matter how good you are. You're going up against other players that are also very good, and at the end of the day, sometimes it's going to be who has the right card at the right time to, take these matches down.
Yeah, I'm actually very happy that we're seeing more representation. It's just like Freak was saying, more representation of like MF kind of scouts style decks back into the meta. Sure, you could make the argument that they're kind of getting carried by Poppy, and honestly, they kind of are a little bit. But
only a little.
Only a little. Reasonably speaking, like Freak, you made excellent points. I mean, the Penitence Choir coming back in. The Vanguard Sergeant buff kind of like sent a lot of... It was just the tipping point, right? Once Penitence Choir is good, then Cytheria ends up being good again. And I mean, it's a pretty good meta for Demacia in general, with rallies being one of the best ways to take down the very tournament present decks of like, Lee Sin, Thralls, and I mean, honestly, a lot of decks. They're not really too bad against anything.
And that just underscores...
And it makes it down to... Oh, God, sorry.
No, I was going to say that really underscores how wonderfully designed this game is at times.
Yes.
You have these patches that change the meta, sometimes a little bit, sometimes so drastically, and we see champions resurge, like 1 mana cost change to Lux. Now she's viable again. It's great to see some of the old school coming out to the forefront.
Yeah, I mean, Vi herself had gotten nerfed because she was like way too good in every deck when she had extra health and just like was a removal engine. And now she's playable again. I mean, we've got 3 players off the deck in the tournament. I think we're gonna jump into game 3 of the other match in a second, but it's like, yeah, okay. Kochua's running like 9 rallies or so in his entire lineup. Every single deck has Golden Aegis. On the other side, though, it's 2 Shellfolk decks in Teemo Swain.
Oh,
Like,
Kochua's running more
these are
than
like the
9
most different
rallies.
decks you could run.
I think Kochua's got like 12 or 13 rallies in his lineup, freak.
Yeah,
That man is
well,
it's
it's 5.
insane.
It's 5 plus 3 plus 3. Okay,
Yeah.
so 11.
11.
You know, Price is Right. I win by saying 9. You're wrong by saying 12.
How many
If
rallies
we're
are
going
in the
by
deck?
Price is Right, rules. Sure.
Yeah.
All right. And I think we'll be jumping into Kochua and Macantor's game in just a moment. I'm actually very curious to see how that's going to be playing out on the other side of the semifinals bracket with, of course, Kochua's triple rally. I mean, the 11 rally lineup versus Macantor's kind of like more mid-rangey control-y.
Yeah, I'm actually.
Yeah, it's all control stuff.
Yeah,
Jason, how do you feel about this matchup? Real quick, just like 5-second note, because I think the game's starting soon.
Oh man, I called Kochua. I gotta go with Kochua. Triple rally, so powerful.
Nice. I love it. And let's see what is happening in these games. It looks like there's a fresh start here.
Yeah, we get the beginning of game 3. So it is Lulu Zed getting some play. This is the one with the most rallies, by the way. This is the one deck that actually has Relentless Pursuits. Every other deck is just 3 of Golden Aegis. So, okay, this is the most rally favored. The most expensive spell costs 4. It's the rallies. Most expensive unit costs 3 for some Laurent Proteges and Shadow Assassins. It is an aggro rally deck. Lulu and Zed buff a bunch of weenies. You win the game that way. On the other side, I didn't actually see the mulligans, so I don't know what deck it is right away. Looks like it is Ezreal Vi Shellfolk.
Yeah, the Ezreal Vi Shellfolk by Macantor. So Kochua just has to take down the aggro, well, like with the aggro approach of Lulu Zed, and right now it's looking like Kochua is in a good position. He's got a pretty balanced hand, a little bit of everything you need, and Macantor isn't really going to be in a great deck to stave off this early aggression.
Yeah, you've got like eventual Sump Fumes, but you know, you need to have stuff going on to get it to 3 attacks so you can get a bit more done. Concord is going to come down on 2. You can get Loping Telescope down on 2, and you've got a little bit of blocking available, but these aren't going to look too good when, you know, Zed comes into quick attack attacking on 3.
Yeah, I'd like to identify. I mean, Kochua had a free attack there with Young Witch for damage, but didn't want to let Macantor potentially get a free Mystic Shot on it, so he declined the 1 damage just there to play a little bit more carefully, especially because he knows his hand has protection with the Twin Disciplines.
For sure. I'm curious which what the play is going to be on 4, because I think this is the Sump Fumes. This is what you're talking about, right? This is what you're holding onto it for. So go ahead and just give that 3 health, and we're like, no, we're going to wait a little bit on this one.
Yeah, and being able to keep the Zed alive is the name of the game here. Kochua is now just ready to throw down this board, spam everything, and anytime the Zed goes in, anytime something tries to come at the Zed, we just have protection in the form of Twin Disciplines or anything else Kochua can draw.
I feel like Swing Rally is not ideal, but I think you can also play around, okay, do we keep second Twin Disciplines active, or do we play 4 mana worth of units, right? Is it Young Witch and Barrier and then swing with a 4 attack Zed, or is it Lulu hold on Twin Disciplines and swing with a 4 attack Zed? Is it give him something else? We'll see. I think there are a couple of roads, and this one is going to be now it's open attack. Don't let you play a Lecturing Yordle to 3/5. That was going to be too tough to deal with.
I like this open attack, knowing that Lecturing Yordle is a bit too much of a threat. You don't want to have to force out your Twin Disciplines offensively, because keeping Zed alive is much more important than anything else, especially at this stage in the game. Kochua correctly predicted, here's the Yordle coming down, and now Zed could get slowly threatened by these free poison darts over the next 2 turns, but Kochua can still protect him with the Twin Disciplines.
And so 1 damage you're okay taking, but there's one of those darts in hand, so this is one of those where you can go for the aggressive pass and make your opponent waste a card. But it also means that you, as the aggro deck, are wasting 2 mana, and specifically 4 unit mana. Which means suddenly you're giving a lot of time for the Shellfolk deck to ramp up and get their bigger cards available. And so it's like, well, okay, Young Witch won't die, Bright Star Protector won't die, but, it means that 1 damage is going to stick. I'm not sure, which one we're willing to do. And it says, okay, we're going to do Lulu plus keeping 2 spell mana banked up.
And the poison darts are going to slowly threaten this Zed. The Twin Discipline can protect him next turn. I like this line of approach by Kochua. I think one of the most important things with this rally style deck, the Lulu Zed deck, is that you have to really play to protect your units, right? Because, if your units die, your rallies are worthless, and that's often how you lose. So you have to make very careful plays and make sure you always have spell mana up to keep them alive from any sort of threats.
So right now, we got 3 damage coming to face. We're going to have an extra set of darts to come in at the Zed. Of course, we know we can protect him with the Twin Disciplines, or even the Barrier if you want to play the Bright Steel early, which is, I think, defensible, to be honest. You can always use like Lulu plus Twin Disciplines to make Zed just auto win against the Yordle next round, and keep him at 4 health so you can't nuke him, and buff his attack if you need to make him just win with quick attack. So yeah, you're kind of okay taking some damage here. Whatever, we're gonna wait to react and see how much removal there really is going to be.
And the interesting thing here is Kochua's hand has actually gotten a little bit awkward. He drew a second Zed, which is Zed's Shadow Shift, which means he might actually have to just let his first Zed die so he can play the second Zed and keep the Twin Disciplines for protecting something that actually matters, because you can only have one Zed on the board anyway.
Right. And I think Zed's champion spell is maybe the single worst champion spell in Legends of Runeterra.
It's competing with Maokai's. It's very close.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, oh gosh is right.
At least Maokai's is like, well, I get to flip Maokai if I play this card right now and mill my opponent's deck. So there's at least like a reason to ever play that card. I think Shadow Shift is factually unplayable.
It's a very, very bad card. And that's usually why letting Zed die is a good option when you just have 2 Zeds, because this card is just not going to see anything else. So we're going to have to see. The Poison Dart should come down here, and it's up to Kochua whether he'll just let the second Zed afterwards.
Yeah, curious about mana efficiency. I mean, we're pretty much always going to see the dart. We're probably going to see Telescope come down. It's pretty easy to hold enough mana for mini morph if something goes really wild. Like a puff, like a post Lulu buff Twin Discipline Zed. You just like mini morph it. Let the Lichen Yordle kill it on the attack. So we'll see what that looks like long term here. It's actually kind of awkward because everything on the board right now is weak to Lecturing Yordle. So I know Kochua has to also kind of plan out like what's the round going to look like. Like, do I buff Lulu? What's going on here? Here's our expected game plan of, letting the Zed die, playing the new one. And I'm expecting no Twin Disciplines that you're mentioning.
Yep. I think that has to be the correct line here. I mean, you're basically just kind of like healing the Zed for 2 anyway by just replaying him, and for 3 mana is a great price. So Kochua realizes the Shadow Shift is useless. We're just going to replay that second Zed, and we even have enough mana for the Twin Disciplines if there were a Mystic Shot here.
True. And there's also room for double rally next round. We're going to be 6+2 is, in a world where you get enough out here. Of course, there's no way to have Lulu and Young Witch buff Zed at the same time. You can't get him to have attack, so you probably Lulu him up to 4 health, so he survives the first round of Lecturing Yordle. Lulu, sadly herself, is going to be a 4th quick attack, so she's still going to drop. Or you go the other route entirely, and you buff your Young Witch to 4 attack, and you say, well, we're going to try to win that way, and then rally twice, because one of our units will hit face, Young Witch can hit twice, maybe 3 times, like maybe you find out damage that way. It's a pretty tight game plan. So we'll see if he's able to push face damage, because you're down on cards, you're down on health, and you're the aggro deck where you're not going to start drawing great cards, right? I mean, maybe you get like Runner or Shadow Assassin, but you're running out of steam pretty fast, Kochua.
All right, and here we go.
That stun is great, by the way.
It's amazing.
That stun is absolutely huge. Crescent Strike
it's one of the best things that you're looking for here, and it's a big counter to rallies in general. I think that's like the single biggest thing that Macantor could possibly have hit on that. And you're looking at, what is that, a 12.5% chance among the Celestials? That is
one of the
such a game stopper for Kochua's rally plan.
Yeah, there's one of Opify in the deck, but it's not in hand. And again, it's a tournament. It is open deck list. Macantor knows, okay, the odds of Opify are very, very small. I can probably just rely on Crescent Strike doing what I want it to do and completely stifling any play, so you can play a little bit faster, a little bit looser, and know that's going to be all right.
All right, and Kochua is going to develop in here. He knows that protecting the Lulu from the Lecturing Yordle's attack is important, and he knows that there's not enough pressure for Macantor's deck, so he can save the rallies for later.
I like this quite a bit. So you can put the barrier on Zed as well, make him a 4/4, and then after the barrier drops, you can buff him with the Young Witch, and suddenly now he's bigger than any of the blockers. You can get a lot done here if you're not getting stunned. But hey, by the way, you're getting stunned.
Right. And if the rally is happening this turn, which it no longer will be, but if the rally was happening this turn, then he'd be able to even have a flipped Lulu. Of course, Flip Lulu Dream is now toast.
Yeah, Young Witch can give +1 to your 4/2. If you peg your opponent on no removal, 1 Sump Fumes is down, but there's 2 more in the deck. Stress Defense exists. There's a lot of ways around this. Mystic Shot is in this deck as well, though not in hand. You could theoretically buff the attack, give it power with Twin Disciplines, go from there. At this point, it's going to be like, well, I think you, by the way, dart this barrier off and let Lecturing Yordle block it.
Yep, I like that a lot.
Your mind is always, okay, 4 quick attack, what are we playing around? How do we block that? How do we keep that from happening? And it's no barrier, trade it out.
Yep. There's a consideration to block it with a telescope instead if you want to keep the Lecturing Yordle's health high for the quick attack stuff. That one's a close one. With the pranks on the rallies. So now that's very, very valuable information. Knowing that there's 2 rallies in hand will alert Macantor to the reality of this situation, right? That specifically, I mean, you always expect there to be 1 rally in hand, but 2 rallies is something that makes you realize that all you have to do is just trade on the board and stay alive, right? Now, he is blocking here, but Kochua's last card that he doesn't know is a Twin Disciplines. If Kochua's not afraid of Mystic Shot, we know there's no Mystic Shot. If Kochua's not afraid of Mystic Shot, he could use the Twin, does not take it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's just unrealistic. I mean,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
it's
And
so
even then,
painful.
there were other options as well. Stress Defense would have actually at least, traded card for card, and then, Lecturing Yordle's chill it at a 3-4. Like, it's not even that bad. Ooh! Wow!
Shadow Flare is a really interesting hit off of Telescope. Shadow Flare is, for those of you guys who might not know what this card does, it's a 6 mana Ionia fast speed spell that gives all battling followers ephemeral. Now it's only followers, not champions, so it can't take down the Lulu or the Zed, but it's definitely a spicy card to get off of this randomly.
And Range of Resolve would actually allow Lulu to block this and live, and you're actually not even going to die through all the poison darts because it's only 1 damage, but just like, you know what, just take the clean trade. I don't care, but this is fine with me. I'm absolutely okay trading a 3-2 body for the Lecturing Yordle. And now that there are no stuns left, it's really just Minimorphin's Stress Defense. And, of course, he's got Rally, we know he's got Rally, everyone knows this has got the first Rally. Goes for the expensive one, the cheap one first, which surprises me because what mana are you holding on to?
Yeah,
there's a chance that you overflow your spell mana here.
I agree with that. I don't think there's really a reason to go for the cheap one first in this case, especially because both of them are visible. Kochua is going to just look to push in here. He does have 2 more poison darts on the opposite side.
Yeah. It's also impossible, by the way, for there to be enough spells in hand that you would need the mana. You're not even bluffing anything.
Exactly.
Because all of your combat tricks cost 2 mana. And there's only 2 unknown cards, which is the Twin Disciplines and the Sharp Sight, are the only things without eyes over them. So at most, that costs 4 mana. So why not spend the 6? It's a really minor thing. It's not going to probably mean, the end of everything. And the Shellfolk obviously looks pretty great. But now you maybe get the option to Twin Disciplines and get a little bit done here.
Yep. And at this point, I mean, the Zed having more health means that the Twin Disciplines on the quick attack, if the Shellfolk were trying to block the Zed, the Twin Disciplines on this quick attack would be protected outside of the range of stuff like Mystic Shot and Sump Fumes.
Oh, you know what, though? I will take back my old statement, though. It allows you to bluff Twin Disciplines plus another rally spell. That would cost 6.
True.
And that says, hey, by the way, my 5/5 Zed, I can rally that again and give him 7 or 8 attack.
It's a fascinating mind game because, as you were saying, I mean, Macantor kind of has to be thinking along the same lines. It's not just a bluff, it's an effective bluff because Macantor is looking at that 4-cost rally being played. He sees both. Kochua knows that he visibly played the cheaper one, which can only ever make sense if he has exactly that hand.
I think you have to buff Zed here, obviously. Like, you absolutely must beat the Shellfolk. I think, right? Like, there's no way to just, let Zed die, I feel like.
Yeah, and the Shellfolk going down is too huge. It has to be on the Zed. The Zed is now able to punch through the Shellfolk, but the stress defense on the side of Macantor could be a big counter here. Being able to keep the Shellfolk alive is pretty big.
Exactly enough mana. And right now, I think Macantor is hoping that this is not Relentless Pursuit in the hand. Because you would get a 5/5 Zed back, and that would get a lot done. But it's not another rally, there's no play.
And unfortunately, Kochua, without the rally, he is in a bad position here. I mean, Macantor just needs to survive pretty much the next 2 turns. We're getting to the high mana cost. He draws Mystic Shot and has pathways for more draws. And all Macantor has to do is peel off the units from Kochua's board.
And this is interesting because Minimorph does a fair bit here. You can make vulnerable. You can swing in pretty hard. Lulu is a 4/4. Both Zeds are 5/5s. We're gonna drag the Shellfolk. We're gonna get Minimorphed almost certainly, and there's no way around that being a dead Zed.
Yeah,
but
it's a pretty big
Minimorph.
Minimorph.
You can play a 2/1.
But yeah, we still have a pretty big attack. The thing is, if Mercantor goes for the Mini-Morph on Zed, trying to keep Shellfolk alive, Shellfolk will go to 2 health. Mercantor has a potential block here. The 2 attack unit has the ability to block a little bit of damage, but Mercantor would die to the rally that he can see. He's taking too much damage here.
What can we remove? What can die? What can live? Zed's gonna level if you don't kill him, and good luck dealing with that one. So it kind of has to be Mini-Morphing Zed, and you can't draw.
You can Mystic Shot the Young Witch, and then Mini-Morph the Zed, and then hope that Kochua has nothing. Kochua has a Ranger's Resolve, which would keep the Young Witch alive, and that would be game over for Mercantor. Kochua would have the rally here, doesn't take the Mystic Shot, and the rally is going to get forced. Mercantor goes down to 5 health, and this rally is still going to be a lethal threat. Mercantor's only option is to Mystic Shot the Young Witch in response to the rally, and Kochua has the Ranger's Resolve, so it'll never work. And that just has to be it. I guess you can you can Mystic Shot the 2-1, but it's not going to change anything. You can Mystic Shot Greenglade Duo as soon as you see the rally come down, and you're like, that's nice, Young Witch challenges, Lulu deals 5 damage, game over. Or vice versa, obviously. Lulu actually deals 6. Yep. And Kochua basically just making sure that he's playing carefully there. He knows that there can't be a way for Mercantor out of this situation.
Yeah, you're thinking, okay, who can I Mystic Shot? Like, does it matter? Does it happen, right? If Lulu buffs a Young Witch, I die. If she buffs the 2-1, I die. Okay, well, maybe he drags the wrong unit. Now there's still too much damage there. You know, I could go for the Poison Dart, but I don't have Mystic Shot. So, yeah, there's no gameplay. And Canada's last hope is gonna fall.
And this is legendary. Kochua, the man who himself said that this was going to be his last seasonal, is going all the way to the finals off of this last swing. Might be able to take it all even.
Either attack works, by the way. You can go either way with this attack. This is going to do exact lethal. The other way around would deal 1 more damage. It won't matter.
All right. Kochua makes it. So we are getting a finals between Black Boss, the representative from Brazil, who has not yet won a seasonals, and of course Kochua, who said he was just playing 1 last seasonal, but man, it's looking like he's going out with a bang.
That was an intense match. We are just getting quality LOR gameplay here. And Jason, I want to ping you one last time as we go over this match score here. Kochua taking it 2-1. That's so embarrassing. Every single time that happens, I really felt great about that sentence, and nobody can hear me. Anyway, Jason, we want to take a look at this match replay here. Kochua keeps it alive. You know, he's poised to take it all. What are your thoughts about that last match?
Wow, what a close one. It looked like Kochua was running out of gas. It looked like Mercantor had the cards that he needed to close the match out. But like, you could just never count these Poppy decks out. They are so powerful. These elusive rally Poppy decks, all they need is a rally, 1 pump spell, and a Stickers bar wrapper, and they can get the job done.
Hey man, you can't do Lulu dirty like that, all right? There is no Poppy in this deck. Lulu made big Zeds. Zed died, we brought back a new Zed, like he's got his own Shadow Assassins going on. It was good. It was definitely a strong rally game plan. We found the golden Aegises, and yeah, saved the buff spells for the exact right times for like the actual blowouts.
Yeah, it's a deceptively tricky deck to play, I think. The ability to play it just like very like realizing when the opponent isn't putting pressure on, and you can take your time and you can make sure you don't have to greed every point of damage. Just play reactively, keep your reactive spell mana open, and be able to just like pressure out an opponent at exactly the right tempo to kill them before they can come online.
Sometimes that's just the way it goes. Better deck won that match that time. Shoutouts to both of those players. Finally, the moment you all have been waiting for, we've got our final 2 from a group of over 1,000. Coming up after the break, we will get right into that action. Thanks for watching. Stick around. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. The last actual set on the day. All right. We are about to see some explosive gameplay, I'm hoping. And we are going to, before we even do this, we need to take a bird's eye view of the bracket thus far. There are only 2 people left, but let's actually take a look at what had to happen to get here. We are going to see Black Boss versus Kochua, the hope of Brazil, versus an aspiring father's last seasonal run. And, just taking a look at the deck list, or getting ready to take a look at that, Jason, what do you think the overall strategy is going to be from these final 2 top players here as we get into this next match?
Well, I mean, they both brought Poppy rally decks, which I find very interesting. They're both pretty aggressively slanted. But before we get to the lineups, I just want to talk about these 2 players a little bit. Kochua was a finalist in the last seasons, came in second. Will this be his time to shine, or will he be a bridesmaid yet again, coming in second? And then Black Boss has just been tearing up the tournament circuit for, the entirety of Runeterra. And Brazil has never had a seasonal champion. You know how much they love Runeterra down in Brazil.
Yeah.
Love this Brazilian community. And so this is huge for them. They're all watching this. He's carrying a whole country with him. So the storylines here could not be higher. I love this. I love that these 2 are in the finals. They've both played so well. They've really earned their spot here in the final.
Swim, I want to ask you, just looking at these decks.
Yep.
You're so much better at this game than I am, and you articulate why decks are better than another deck, or its strategies, or anything like that. I gotta ask, cards on the table, no pun intended. Sorry, Freak. Who has the advantage here?
So this one's actually pretty interesting. I mean, we've got, Kochua's 11 rally, the triple rally lineup, versus Black Boss's fairly high level, Vi Splash on the Draven Scion deck, the Gangplank Sejuani, and of course the kind of spicy scouts that out of all the options for Poppy, he chose to go with MF Scouts, which is kind of seen as one of the weaker ones, which I love. I think that, looking at Kochua's lineup, it's kind of designed to beat plunder decks, really, and that's why he's had such a good run. A lot of the early kill timings work really well, and the Rangers resolves from those decks. Both of his rally decks are running 3 Rangers resolves each, and those do extremely well against anything that tries to sweep the board, like Make It Rain. Jason, what do you think, if you had to break down this lineup, who do you think is favored lineup to lineup?
Yeah, it's tough. They're both really close. These are 6 very solid decks. I do agree with you, though. Obviously, Kochua came here with a plan to go against these plunder lists. That said, though, time and time again, we've seen people target plunder and come up short. I think the real wild card for me is going to be Draven Scion, and how that ends up performing against the Kochua's triple rally strategy, because that's another deck that's very swingy. It can come out of the gates and just steamroll, or you could get one of those really clunky draws and just get nothing going on. Watching that Vi do its work last round, though,
that was terrifying.
Yeah, the one of Vi with oh yes, we've got a Draven to discard or a Scion to discard, okay, and on 5 or on 6 we had 10 attack overwhelm and we leveled up, and it's that's probably gonna turn into game. I think I favor Black Boss very, very slightly. I think in general, a slightly slower deck tends to look pretty good. Your body is often just a little bit larger, and you kind of hold on against the rally game plan. I think a really slow deck, I think you sneak underwards, but I think enough of these games, because they're going to be similar each time, right? It's 9 golden Aegises on one side. Enough of these games, your crow's going to look a little bit better, and you're just going to hold on.
Exactly. Talking about the Vi deck and, how scary Draven Scion is in general, I think Kochua probably has that as the most likely ban from his side, because that's one that's kind of favored into his lineup in general, and also just a wild card, like Jason was saying. Black Boss actually has a bit of a decision for him with this ban. All of Kochua's decks are playing for the same early aggressive rally game plan. Jason, what do you think that Black Boss should ban here?
It's a great question. I would probably ban the Zed Poppy list if I was Black Boss. I'm curious, is that the ban you would go with? I know you have a lot of experience.
It's really close with this one. I think that Black Boss has the ability to potentially take it over the Akshan Sivir as well, but I don't know how Akshan Sivir does into Draven Scion when it cuts out the top end and goes so fast, because Kochua's version of Akshan Sivir is very irregular, but my initial instinct would be the same as yours. Yeah, the Lulu Zed.
And if you were Kochua, you think you're going to ban Sivir Scion? How do you feel that you're doing into the Scout stack? Would you be unafraid going with Poppy Zed, or do you think that's a bad matchup for Poppy Zed? Or sorry, Zed Lulu.
Yeah, no, I know. Listen, they're basically the same deck. I think that one's a little bit tight. It's definitely not ideal. It's not as good as your matchup into Gangplank Sejuani, but probably not as bad as your matchup into Draven Scion. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw Kochua ban that one instead. But when you're dealing with an MF deck, it's all about the 3 Rangers resolves that you have, right? Like Kochua is heavy on the triple Rangers resolve. He's brought a total not just of 11 rallies, but 6 Rangers resolves across his lineup, right? And that will do a really good job against like any sort of like the make it rain bullets from MF's attacks.
So, Black Box, Kochua, who do you think will win it all, and what do you think the score set will be?
Oh, easy. Black Boss. I called it in the semifinals. I said that side of the bracket was going to be the winner. I'm sticking with it. We're going to see our first Brazilian champion from a seasonal, so that's where my chips are.
I gotta say, this one's gonna be very close. Black Boss, the man who is best in Brazil, that's his nickname, best player in Brazil, carrying an entire country right now as everyone is cheering for him, versus Kochua, who just wanted to do well in his last Bastion to Glory. It's gonna be close. I really like rallies lineup to lineup, but if I had to pick a better player, I think Black Boss might be the slightly better player here. All right, we get into game 1 here with the MF Scouts deck on one side and Gangplank Sejuani. So we see Kochua trying to get the win against Gangplank, or sorry, what did I say? Gangplank Sejuani. We're seeing an MF mirror.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I'm looking at the mulligans, and I'm like, okay, which player is which? Where do I put my tabs? It's like, oh, they're playing the same deck, so I couldn't tell you from just the beginning as I shuffled my tabs around.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's MF Mirror. What's good is I was actually spending time looking at the list, and I've got a pretty quick synthesis on the differences here. Black Boss's version, right up at the top from Brazil, has a slower overall version, running a 4th rally, a One of Relentless Pursuit, running 2 of Genevieve Elmhart. So has 3 more late game cards for the once I'm ahead, I'm going to blow you out. But for Kochua on the bottom, it's more early game. Running 1 of Jagged Butcher, not in the opposing list. Running 2 Fortune Croakers, not in the opposing list. So more stuff to play early game, more late stuff for Black Boss.
Yep, and matchup to matchup, this makes Black Boss a little bit favored here. Both players having slightly awkward hands. Black Boss, double Sithria, not what you want to see at all. Gets the Unscarred Reaver, the 0-3 off of Mariah Warden's not great. It looks like Kochua's Poppies might do a lot for him here.
It looks really good if you find yourself against Misfortune. There's no Make It Rain in either one of these decks. You're not going to find that randomly. True. But if you ever do have MF, you're like, I will block you with a 3-2. Let's go. This sounds great. I'm going to trade someone out. So, now there isn't one in hand, but, if it were to happen,
Yeah, that is a high tier counter against MF. The fact that you can just like survive and then punch the MF on the backswing on the block is really, really good. Kochua is setting up a board for the Poppy attack on his next attack. Penitent Squire is not even that bad here, even though it's not going to be able to do too much apart from just be a fodder for Poppy. Black Boss not having what he wants. He just has another cheap unit to play. His curve is pretty messed up with the 2 Cithrios.
Well, you at least get a 1-drop, give it barrier, and you can challenge, and you can knock down a lot of this board. You can sharp sight 1 of them, but you're still going to pick off a 2-1 for free, and then trade a 2-1, and well, next round is 4. I don't have a 4 or a 5, and I'm not attacking on 6, so, I don't need a wide board for a long time. Let's trade this all down.
Exactly. That's the big thing with Black Boss. He knows he doesn't have Poppy. He knows Kochua could have Poppy. So we're just going to start trading down the board. Now, this is a beautiful pull. He's playing around Ranger's Resolve by doing this. It's a little bit awkward, though, because that means Poppy, if she attacks, will make these Penitent Squires 3-3, which is a little dangerous. But he knows there's 3 Ranger's Resolves in Kochua's list, and he doesn't want to let that get value. It might be his downfall, though.
Yeah, he's willing to trade a Mariah Warden for Ranger's Resolve if one is in hand, you know what, go for it, take that trade. Otherwise, obviously telling, hey, I really don't have board buffs, go ahead, please trade 1 for 1 with me.
Yeah.
And no, it's just gonna go through. So good to eat a 2-1 for free. That's a good start.
Yep, beautiful. Looks like we got a little bit of a delay on this. As we get the rest of the swing in.
Alrighty, yeah, I had the same thing as you. Don't worry, it's not on your turn. It's not on your side, Swim.
I was sweating there for a second.
Yeah. Oh, I was like, oh, did I DC? Like, am I dead? It's like, okay. And those at home may have not seen a single thing, and we're just,
It could be that we could just look like idiots right now, freak.
Hey, they can't see us. We sound like idiots. All right, that's important. All right, that is different. But yeah, this board, not too bad. Pop is going to buff a couple of 2/2s. I did see a 3/4 get played, so we are going back. Now we can look like idiots again.
Now we can look like idiots again. Yeah, it looks like it's back to us. So it looks like there was a little bit of a technical difficulty on the side of the broadcast, but I'm very excited to see how that game is going once it comes back.
Yeah, and some of it looked okay, right? I know Poppy was going to be pretty much untouched there. She was going to come out as a 5/4, and that was going to look all right against everything. The 2/2s may have not been able to go with her, just because they would have been eaten pretty much for free. I believe there was enough mana held to Sharp Sight, so you could go for it and then trade out against the Vanguard Sergeant. But yeah, we're going on theoretics of what could be happening.
I'm gonna be honest, this is a difficult position to handle as a caster. We're basically just gonna have to imagine everything that could be happening in the games right now.
Swim, I'm gonna be Black Boss and you are Kochua. How are you doing that attack? You've got a Poppy and 2 2/2s.
I've got a Poppy and 2 2/2s. The board just trade down.
2 spell mana.
Yeah, and the Mirai Warden's still there. The Brightsteel Protector is on your side, a 3/2. Well, I mean, I have the ability to develop more. I'm not really looking to swing an open attack. There was a Verdict in hand. I think I would probably just swing in there since I don't think we had another unit. Yeah.
I'm on 1 mana, so I don't have any agency. Like, I have Ranger's Resolve, and that's the only combat trick I have in my hand.
I mean,
so Poppy's safe.
If I'm remembering the board, and God, this is terrible. If I remember
it's great.
The board,
we're doing it.
So the 3/3s are good, right? The Brightsteel Protector is there to potentially block, but the Mirai Warden doesn't have a block that can kill either the Poppy or the 3/3 Penitent Squire buffed by Poppy, right? So the Squires would get it in. They would both get buffed. The Brightsteel Protector would block one of them. Hey, that looks like what just happened.
Yeah, swung in the 3/2 traded with a 3/3. We sharp-sighted. You sharp-sighted. You sharp-sighted to kill my 3/4. Good job.
Yeah, that's
and now
exactly how it went. Wow, we just casted a game we couldn't see.
And it was perfect, yeah. And I took the blocks and obviously Sharp Sight or Range Resolve was going to get nothing done. This is awkward. Now, this isn't the literal worst ever for Demacia, because it actually makes my 0/3 get to play the game. I have a chance at going after your Poppy and killing it with a 5/4. You're probably not Keeper's Verdicting me. You're not Keeper's Verdicting a 1-drop, probably. So I could still swing at you.
And there's no mana for Keeper's Verdict anyway. I kind of like this for Demacia. It's interesting. I mean, he knows he's got the kind of stickier hand. There's really nothing else for him to do here. He knows if he can just stay alive, if there's no scary Poppy Rally combo, and he can get to these double Cithrias, he's good. For Demacia,
Aegis is great here. Aegis is so good for you here, though.
You have to.
You Aegis Poppy, and I'm like, I'll eat a 3/2?
Exactly. But the fact that you have a good counterplay to Aegis here, I mean, the Fleet for the Tracker still is able to survive the 3/2, which is nice, right? The Aegis might have to come down just to keep the Poppy up, but then the rally's not really doing much either, right? So
yeah, I send the Unscarred Reaver in. I send Unscarred Reaver in. Okay, you're not doing it. Okay, cool. So yeah, we're gonna go eat Poppy, and everyone else is happy, and it's like, yeah, you have no fast spells. We know this. Sharp Sight would have saved her. She would have gone to 6 health and lived. So I can peg you right now as no Sharp Sight.
It's a huge for Demacia. And now the scary thing is Black Boss has the double Cithria, right? And I mean, me as Kochua, if let's say I'm Kochua, because we're role playing here, keep it up, keep it going. So I'm Kochua, I've got the Navigator, I've got the Poppy, but I'm kind of running out of steam. I'm gonna have to go wide and somehow kill you through your Cithrias because their stats and the buffs are just too effective.
Yep. So obviously I have no gameplay. Yeah, you're basically choosing Poppy or the 4-drop. I guess Poppy is maybe the more valuable unit. You can't get both units down no matter what. There's no way around that one. Ooh, that looks nice. So
it looks nice for me.
Yeah. Well, I know.
Oh yeah. It does. I mean, that gives us
2 3-drops.
2 3-drops. Make sure we can just get the board development out. But you've got a really nice Cithria against my development, and I have to be scared of that. So I'll just take this attack here, freak.
Yeah. You just open. You got 9 damage going to my face. If you rally, it looks pretty bad for me. I can put down Cithria. Like, I take the hit, I put down Cythria, you give Poppy Berry, and I'm like, crap. Still sucks.
And you got to be kind of sad as Black Boss seeing that Unscarred Reaver. I mean, there's that hope that there's the initial disappointment, but then the hope that wow, this is actually good against MF, and then just like realizing there's no MF in hand, so it's just a useless blocker.
Yep. So okay, yeah, the only play I really have here, there's no way to do anything else but this. I'm back down to 0 mana, so you're still not afraid of me. And I mean, if you rally Poppy, I can still kill your 5/4. Yeah. I have you pegged as no sharp sight, so yeah, you're going wide instead.
I'm going
or wide herb.
Here.
You can still rally
I'll play
here.
Both sergeants. Definitely just make sure I have a setup board.
Okay.
I don't think the rally here is going to be doing enough here. I mean, you have a free block with Cythria. We just need to put pressure on and go a little bit wider. The double sergeant allows me, if you play your second Cythria now, me as Kochua, well, I have a couple of counters to that. I've got a free barrier.
Is useful here, though.
This is
I feel
really
like I'm snapping Genevieve.
Yeah. I mean, the moment a Genevieve is dropped, I can shut down an entire attack turn with just one of these free 4 Demasios, which is really good. And that's why the second one, you pointed out, the second Vanguard Sergeant was a good top deck, and this is exactly why, right? It allows me to use one of them on defense, save the other one for the offensive rally turn afterwards. Ooh, I like this play by you, though.
Okay, so we're getting a little bit wider here instead. So why do you like it more than just jamming Genevieve with spell mana?
Because there's not too much of a punish to like a double development. Right now, yeah. And you could play the Genevieve, you could play the Cythria. This one's just a little bit slower and more reactive, which I think is good here, right? The Ranger's Resolve, I don't think is really going to do that much with the units on this board. I think this play basically says that he's looking to play the other Cythria instead of the Genevieve.
Right, yeah. I can't give... the problem is I can't give the Cythria the banner, right? There's not enough mana to give her a challenger, so I can't, swing the 7/7 and go pick off someone. So the question is like, okay, are you now going to consider buffing the board preemptively? Because I'm about to swing with a couple of 3/3s. And it's like, yeah, keep Poppy alive, looks like.
This is close. I mean, this one actually could be anyone's game. He could be going, I mean, for the Genevieve here, or saving the Cythria for the Tattered Banner that he can play the turn after. Genevieve, it's the board. Now, Kochua does have an option to just shut down this entire attack completely with a 4 Demacia.
Yep, and it has to happen.
I like it. I mean, the mana doesn't matter too much here.
And that's why you play the 2-drop, right? That's why Kochua put down the 2-drop instead of the 4-mana Island Navigator, because you always wanted the option to stuff the attack.
Yeah.
And, with the mana floated, you get to do that.
Exactly. So the shutdown of the entire attack is so huge here. But now this is kind of scary for me because, I mean, well, I don't know this yet, but you've got the second Cythria in your hand. So, I mean, if I try to do something fancy with a rally here, I mean, the Cythria just having the 2-for-1 guaranteed on the Demacia Mirror, where it's all about, the name of the game is who can get the wider board, who can get the stickier, fatter units. Well, Cythria, she's thick, right? That's a guaranteed 2-for-1 no matter what.
Do you just win, though, with 4 Demacia? Like, 4 Demacia Poppy, everyone has like 8 attack. Like, how do I live if 4 Demacia comes down right now?
Yeah, I mean, it might just force out the game. Yeah, and I don't think there's a way around that. I mean,
wide Peepo happy.
That's all it is. It's the wide Peepo happy, freak. It's exactly like you were saying. I mean, the Vanguard Sergeant just closing out this game by forcing block down. And now, I mean, pretty much everything is a 2-for-1. Now, Kochua, he doesn't have the Ranger's Resolve, so, 2 of these units will die to their own blocks. Well, actually, only 1, because Cythria has the ability to block the Penance Squire. But Black Boss loses his board, and Demacia without a board is not really going to do enough at all.
Yeah, like as soon as I trade my board down and kill a 7/6, I then lose the game to playing Cythria, you rallying, and it's gonna be Kochua taking a 1-0 lead. Unless you disconnect for long enough, you hard pass, and then there's a swing that comes in.
All right.
Yeah.
And Black Boss is realizing his back's against the wall here. He basically has nothing. I mean, the 4 Demacia is just so insane in this matchup, right? Being able to draw 2 and have both compared to having neither is just so huge, because it forces a trade down on your entire board if you can go wide and make sure your units are there. And it looks like Kochua has a forced round 1.
You have to block 1 more. Only 1 unit can hit face. And okay, 1 unit was traded out. And good luck.
Yeah, Jenny can kill 1. Good luck is right.
Jenny can scout kill 1. And Black Boss can then afterwards. Oh, does Rangers do much? Oh,
it allows the second Cythria to live. It allows the second Cythria to live. That could. Wait a second. There's no copium here, but
Jenny eats one card.
Jenny eats one card.
Second Cythria.
Both Cythrias buff each other. The second one comes out with the Tattered Banner, which is very scary. But the scary thing as Black Boss is if you give the action for Golden Aegis, the Poppy will live.
Then are we dragging?
I don't think there's anything that can be done here. He opens with Cythria, and now the Golden Aegis on the Poppy will keep her alive.
Yeah.
We can kill 2 units with Genevieve and the Cythria attacks, and then it's 3 units to 3 units. But this is the 3rd Poppy attack, Freak. Poppy's leveling up.
That's impact. That's lethal impact. Automatically.
The Poppy level up, I think, is enough to close this one out.
So it had to be open pull on the Poppy, hope no sharp sight, hope no Ranger's Resolve. And to be fair, there are only 2 cards in hand, 3 cards in hand. That was maybe a read that was possible. Yeah. But this way we get to keep cards alive, but...
Even if Black Boss had done that, the wider board with Island Navigator, I think, would have been able to take it from Kochua's side.
Yep.
Black Boss,
And he knows.
realizing there's no way out of this situation. We take it to game 2. Kochua has the lead, and it's gonna... I mean, I didn't see the bans come in. I think they were trying to come in when the stream went off a little bit. Either that or I just didn't see them, Freak.
No, I think we've missed bans on a we haven't got them in time. I think it's actually pretty tough because as soon as the game goes live, we're like, we got a game, let's go, and it's we don't have the room to shove in the bans. They were on the side though. I think we did see them on the side. I just didn't read them all the way.
Well, then I just didn't see them.
Yeah.
But
I didn't see them either, so whatever.
Game 2 is going to be probably, I mean, if the ban that Kochua went is Dravenstein, which it kind of had to be, now Black Boss has to win in addition to the Scout stack. He has to win with Gangplank Sejuani, which is going to be nasty. So,
all right, there's action.
Really good for Kochua's side here.
Yep, so Zed Lulu was the ban indeed. We're going to go ahead and keep our Poppy MF on the Black Boss's side. And we'll see what comes through out of this one. Yeah. This is, generally speaking, I think we've been kind of considering Kochua's Silver Action to be the weaker of the decks. Okay, it was Scion Draven banned, it was Lulu Zed banned, so yeah, you and Jason got those bans right. Kudos to that one.
Yeah, pretty standard bans. And I mean, like I said, lineup to lineup, I think Kochua does have the edge, but Black Boss, being one of the most proven players in the game, I think has to be overall a slightly stronger player. Let's see if he can get his way out of this one.
Well, looking at round 3 right now, from Black Boss's point of view, it's a pretty reliable Misfortune play. Possibly, you could have gone for with an elite visible. You could have played a 2/2, major 3/2, have challenger. Try to do some gameplay with that. But Misfortune looks unopposed on board. The 2/1 would die if she blocked because of Misfortune's ability, but can give barrier, can summon a sandstone, and obviously we also know that Sharpset exists.
Yep. So Kochua has a lot of interesting options here. You could try to shut down an attack with a Bright Steel Protector, but one of the scariest things you have to play around with that deck is Ranger's Resolve. That card is just so cheap and so inefficient that it's such a big blowout when it hits. Now Kochua does have to be thinking about the hand, and Black Boss doesn't normally bank this much spell mana, so you have to be thinking it's very scary playing against those tricks. You could try to kill MF with a Bright Steel Protector, potential blocker, even a Sharp Sight re-up. Looks like he's going for it.
Yep. So this is, I think, just to have a 3/2 on the board, and he's saying, I don't have Sharp Sight, right? Instant pass means I don't have Sharp Sight, I don't have Ranger's Resolve. I'm not willing to trade tricks with you, even though it would be 1 Misfortune XP and is valuable to trade spell for spell and get Misfortune to level up a little bit sooner. It's like, nope, don't have an action here. We're waiting.
So Black Boss having a bit of a slower hand, but in this matchup, Demacia versus Demacia, that's actually what you want here. Kochua just top decked the Auction, and now he's got a bit of an interesting play. I mean, he can develop it out, start getting attacks, or just chip the damage away while he can and make sure he's playing reactively. I really like this approach by Kochua, actually, because he's kind of the more reactive deck. He's not trying to set up the most important attacks. He's just trying to make sure he can shut down Black Box's gameplay here.
We're going to see a pretty decent board at this point, though. Poppy can come down right on curve. Yeah, there's the option for a Concerted Strike to get a little bit going on. But 1 of single combat, 3 of Concerted Strike. There's always going to be some removal for Kochua in most of these cases here. But, getting the entire board online. I mean, you're hitting Champion on 3, Champion on 4, Vanguard Sergeant plus Protector on 5 into a swing. Like, that should feel pretty good.
Exactly.
And get you a lot done.
Yeah, and that's why Kochua takes an open attack like this. I mean, partially you're playing around developed blockers like Sergeant, but partially if a Poppy gets played, you can Concert it and still have mana to retain your threats.
So yeah, how much are we spending here? Are we trying? I mean, no matter what, you're always holding on for mana for Sharp Sight because you're just sitting on 3 spell mana anyway. But decides to go for 1-drop, 3-drop, maybe hiding the fact that Poppy exists a little bit longer, and then maybe you cause your opponent to play differently as a result because you're hiding the info that you have the most important champion in this deck, the most important card in this deck, and then kind of come down, instantly swing after developing on 5.
Exactly. The key thing that's going to happen here, though, is that Kochua has the opportunity to Concerted Strike the Poppy as soon as it gets played next turn. And when that happens, I mean, Black Boss has Sharp Sight, but both Sharp Sights can just trade down, even if, Poppy could be kept alive. But
yeah,
I think the Poppy has to go down here, and that's a pretty big deal for Kochua. He looks like he's sitting in a very good position here. Those 4 Demasias are scary, though.
Yep, and if the board goes wide enough, I mean, it's gonna be 3 units on board, assuming Poppy dies and gets removed by spells. Mirai, yeah. So this is the only small problem I had with the line of play that was there. Is this round is a bit clunkier, right? So before you could have said, okay, just Poppy, and then like any version of spending 5 mana, which could have been like Mirai Warden plus the Sergeant and whatnot. Because again, you're not really. I mean, I guess there's the rally game plan, right? There's a reason to have 4 mana up after a development, which is Poppy, I'm unanswered, I Relentless Pursuit after the attack. Like, that can actually look really good, and that might have been the logic here, but I feel like almost no matter what, this hand is going to look just very slightly clunky on this round.
Yeah, this is a really, really interesting play. I mean, if you're a Black Boss, you know that Poppy could get countered. He could be considering it early for Demacia. You have Mirai plus 4 Demacia, and just blowing out a board early, forcing a lot of blockdowns is very, very terrifying, but it's a huge load to blow, right? You're kind of out of steam at that point if you commit to that play.
Yeah, and there's 4 removal cards in your opponent's deck. 1 single combat, 3 concerted strikes. There is a decent chance that when you throw 4 Demacia on the stack, you lose your most important target. Yeah, you're spending 5 mana to stop 3, but ooh, wow,
Pix is actually hilarious.
A very good pick here on getting Pix.
Yeah, there's a lot of cute things you can do with Pix, being able to buff additional units, especially because he's got the Tattered Banner in hand, so he can even give something Challenger and then be able to, like throw it off of the Pix buff into something else. There's a lot of flexibility in this one, or just the 4 Demacia.
You can see every play is, right, this could have been Sivir, but no, it's holding on a Concerted Strike mana, knowing that 6 mana spell is in hand, and seeing so many rounds in a row that Kochua is playing down to 5 or 6 mana on every development. You just have the read, like, Kochua every round has been playing with Concerted Strike mana up.
Yep, it's really, really huge, especially when there's so many copies of that in the deck. And that's why Black Boss, I mean, it's really, really hard to not play Poppy here, but I think that's the line of reasoning behind not playing Poppy into this attack. You just need to make sure you're a little bit more protected. He knows he's not in a huge hurry here to take down the game, right? He's just trying to maximize his value.
These attacks do look good, by the way. Again, Sharp Sight exists and can be a little, Sharp Sight, both that and Rage of Resolve can exist, but the barrier on Uction is getting knocked off right away. Like, you developed a 3-2, but it's not going to matter. He doesn't have any good blocks here. But we are trading units back and forth, and this is kind of interesting, right? The player with Poppy, with Genevieve, with, For Demacia, is actually the one trading the board down when those tools don't exist for Kochua.
Yeah, the MF pings are really, really big here, especially just making sure Akshan doesn't have the ability to block despite that barrier. Kochua now has a pretty good draw off of Vanguard Redeemer, off of some units dying, which is really, really important because this matchup is all around being able to not run out of the steam and just keep beefing up the board, right?
Mm-hmm. And I think as well, I'm thinking about Black Boss's line of play, and can I get into a spot where next round my opponent taps below 5 and I can put Poppy in the game and then open attack so that she can get the buff off before I have the chance at getting it removed from Concerted Strike. And I feel like that's like an angle I'm looking at every single round. Every time we're on an even round, I want to see you tap below 5, and then, okay, Poppy can live. See you on the open attack.
Well, the other thing is that Black Boss is kind of like slowly working his way around the Genevieve in his hand. Misfortune's level up off of seeing 4 attacks is generally considered, a win condition in and of itself. And if Black Boss is just slow playing it, saves the Genevieve and the rally to be able to do a big combo that can level up MF pretty immediately over the course of 2 turns, that is a really, really threatening play that will at the very least force the Concerted. There's the pursuit now.
And putting MF at 4 health, like, if there's single combat and it's a 1-of in the deck, it's literally right now. Yep. And even if that happens, there's a Sharp Sight in hand. So Black Boss has guaranteed this rally is going to go off. MF is actually not killable, because even if there is a Sharp Sight on the opposing side, you can put your own Sharp Sight down and MF kills and lives.
And this is a really, really good way to force pressure out. This is a very, very interesting line of play. You could also tap under Sharp Sight. The Bright Steel Protector is an option here if you want to put more pressure. But I think the attack looks a little bit better.
I like Pix here too.
Yep.
Because you can always buff Pix. MF now is like bigger than Sharp Sight in a lot of cases. Well, I mean, if the 3/3 goes in, then you know that's what he's playing around, and you just sit there and take the free kill. But Akshan can kill Pix, or MF is dealing 6 to face.
Yep, and the MF bullets are really, really huge here. I mean, he knows, Black Boss knows that he just needs to play around Concerted Strike. He can go in when Kochua doesn't have enough mana to play Concerted Strike, like right now. And if he can tax these units, if he can keep these units off the board, making sure they die to these pings, well, that means that Concerted Strike won't really have enough targets to threaten the MF.
All right, the question is, are we going to trade combat tricks now? Again, we know you can just Sharp Sight your Pix to kill Akshan. His berry's going to get popped up by the Misfortune spell. That's going to trade card for card, of course. Ranger's Resolve has already kind of been flagged as not an existing card. There's no way to get free attack, and nope, just going to say, you know what, screw it. The 2-1's going to chump block. We'll lose Pix. We don't care. Get some face damage.
Yep. And now we have the +1/+1, the permanently buffed Misfortune. And what that means, because he rallied last turn, is his Sharp Sight keeps it outside of concerted range, which is really, really important. Sivir's played, and Sivir is Kochua's big win condition here on the other side, because if Sivir flips and is giving the quick attack every single turn, well, it's sort of like the For Demacia. You're forcing your opponent to block while also losing their unit, and that's how you win these Demacian mirrors.
Staying at 5. And so Poppy, gotta wait for a second. Would not hate giving MF barrier and saying, hey, deal with it.
The other really scary thing here for Black Boss is that Kochua can even use Akshan's grappling hook, which is a really, really threatening way if you sharp sight and grappling hook something to be able to kill something even outside of the range. Like if your opponent thinks they're safe from Concerted Strike, or if they don't have enough a way to keep it alive, right? Because you can use it on the spell shielded Sivir. It's very, very strong.
Yep. Yeah, you got a burst speed card, so yeah, you can make that a strike, no problem by pre-sharp setting as you're mentioning here.
Oh man. But that barrier
Takes
ends up
the
being
full
so
pass.
huge. Kochua loses the entire attack, which is so painful, especially with the Sivir on the board. Black Boss has an option here. He's thinking about playing the Poppy, goes for the Blinding Assault, a nice non-committal play.
Yep.
But you got to be careful, because the Poppy is very killable.
And here's the fun thing, right? Is okay, my opponent's always playing at 5 mana. They're going to lose 2 mana of development every single round. Every round, there's 2 mana not used, 2 mana not used, 2 mana not used. Not allowed to tap down below 5. And Black Ops like, all right, well then, I'll tap down to 4. You're going to lose more mana than me. My board's going to look better yet again. Hey, by the way, I've got a scout already, so we're starting this one off with killing Akshan with the 2/1 and just, dragging that in and killing that one. And then, we can look at Sivir next time, or we can even just open with Genevieve, and then Genevieve and Valor. Just kill both champions, and what are you gonna do about it?
It's a very, very scary position for Kochua to be in. Black Boss has set this up, so he has a really, really good line of action next turn, right? He can't play the Poppy here, and I think the reason Black Boss is doing so well with this deck is just knowing when to play Poppy and knowing when not to, right? A lot of times you just need to use your mana on more important things, and I think this game he's just going for the MF win condition, right? If he can make sure this MF doesn't die and he can play the Genevieve next turn, he has potentially a 4 Demacia if he wants to go for the Poppy. That might depend on his top deck, but the MF win condition is real. Ooh, the Island Navigator is dangerous. Island Navigator +4 Demacia could be his turn here, and that would be huge.
That would be exact on mana. MF is still considered.
Oh, I think he might have to go for it. I mean, the MF would die at that point, right? You wouldn't be able to protect her. The Concerted Strike would kill her, but you'd have 3 scout attacks. They'd all be buffed by the 4 Demacia. It goes for the Genevieve Elmar. He's committed to the Misfortune.
I like this more because you're pretty much guaranteeing killing these enemy champions off. It's like such a good first round here, where like even if you consider my MF, you're still getting so much else done. Your opponent's tapping down to only 5 mana, right? They're getting less tools or fewer tools, and I just think it's an instant +4/+4. And you're picking off every win condition your opponent has.
And Kochua is realizing he kind of has to Concerted Strike here. He has to kill the MF. He could, in one action, he could chain the Golden Aegis on the Sivir, followed by Concerted Strike to kill the MF. And that would protect the Sivir from the Genevieve this turn as well, which is pretty big. But it would tap him to 0.
But, that's fine. you keep Sivir, your attacks look pretty good. You can still pick off other stuff, right? Genevieve can go kill your 3-3. Again, the Hawk can still kill a 2-2. Sivir hits once, and we're going for Genevieve instead, which is another one that I think is worth considering.
Yeah. He's just trying to save
now
the
you're
Sivir
not
here.
losing Sivir. At least not as easily, because you can buffer after with like a sharp sight or something.
This is so painful if you're Kochua. He has to play for his Sivir. Black Boss is playing for the Misfortune. Genevieve tanks this, which is really nice, but Sivir is going to be threatened by the bird here, and MF's ping is going to take off the spell shield just in case Kochua was trying to protect himself from something. The sharp sights can trade down, but it looks like Sivir's going down here.
No, you've got Absolver. You've got you top deck +1 health.
You could go for the Absolver. It's one way to stay alive here, but you're committing so many resources at the point. It might have to be worth it.
I mean, you have Sivir alive with 1 health, and she can no longer block. MF is going to level up on the next attack if that happens. Or you say, screw it, we take the trade, we find it somewhere else. But, I mean, yeah, it's like, okay, we start with Sharp Sight. Hey, it looks okay, right? Yeah. Sure, you Sharp Sight back. Okay, we Absolver. Okay, well, I've got a 1 health Sivir, who actually, she might level, because she's going to do 9 damage.
She's leveling off of this, yeah.
Okay, she's at 2 health, which means she can kill MF. No, she can't, because she's going to take damage from the MF spell.
The MF spell is going to be brutal here, because MF is leveling off of the next attack. Pretty much everything else.
We are getting the Horde, though. Because next buff is going to give us at least the pop on not the Horde, but the first spell.
I mean, it's so scary. If you're Kochua, I think you might have to keep this Sivir alive, but I don't know if you can go for it without knowing the hand state. This is so crazy. This play decides this game.
Warlord's Palace.
Sivir goes down here.
No, okay, yeah, you're right.
The final attack is still going through. But the MF that got permanently buffed off of the early Relentless Pursuit. I mean, that's the craziest thing about that. Black Boss's early Relentless Pursuit play, just giving the MF the +1/+1 grants and just making sure that she can't die, forcing removal on other things. This MF is leveling now, and I mean, how does Kochua come back from that? He doesn't have Grappling Hook enabled on either of his other cards. Wait, he does. He used Concerted Strike.
The 3-3 was the one he chose it for.
Yes.
He chose the 3-3.
He can Grappling Hook, and that's potentially a big deal, but I don't think it's going to matter before this attack.
You can kill a 4-3 with it.
Killing the 4-3 might be the necessary play, exactly, because MF is buffed.
Yeah.
It's the only way to stop the bleeding.
It pops the Horde, but everything that, or the Palette, everything comes out as focus speed, so that you can still just get swung at without, getting to put down a charger or anything as like an extra chump block. MF by herself is going to be 9 damage. Which is obviously going to be pretty tough, and we're going... Oh, okay, this lets you play it at focus speed.
Oh, he's going first. He's trying to find Ranger's Resolve off of the prediction, right? Because Ranger's Resolve would stop all the MF bullets. He's got exactly 1 mana. He needs to hit Ranger's Resolve. He's going all in on it.
10% roughly?
No, he's going for the Waking Stance instead. He just wants the additional blocker. This is crazy. MF has Overwhelm. This is almost lethal damage, but Black Boss doesn't have a rally to follow it up.
She's 9 damage. You're always at 2 life here. Actually, well, you can take 1 less damage by using your 5/4.
You have to.
And in fact, does a bunch to MF as a result of that. And then we're...
Kochua is looking in a really bad position here, but all he needs to do is just kill the board once. Black Boss has no ways of really protecting his units if the board just dies next turn.
Are you? Okay, is this an improper block? Like, do you think your opponent still has Ranger's Resolve? I guess so, because he sends the 5/1 out of 4/3 instead of a 4/5. So it kills a slightly less important unit, but is going to live at 2 for now.
I think because he knows his health is going down to 2 anyway, he knows that the stat difference doesn't matter, and he just wants to make sure the Ranger's Resolve can't find value. A single combat off the top could be huge. The Waking Sands in his hand can combine with a single combat. That's 5 damage. That kills MF, and Black Boss doesn't really have more units. But he top decked another Navigator, and I think that's a guaranteed 6-point attack.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That top deck is crazy.
Navigator is crushing your hopes and dreams here. I don't think there's a way you get Action all the way leveled up. I mean, the Absolver got used at the very end. I'm still not sure about the choice of when Absolver was used, just because it could have, it could have kept Sivir alive and still been that 1 trigger and then an extra blocker, and it looks different that way. But yeah, we get to go for a little bit of damage, but I don't think you have enough units.
Yeah, the Island Navigators are just so scary. You're going to have the 5 wide open attack even after MF dies. The single combat is basically forced here, and he's going to know there's no way for Black Boss to be able to deal with this, right? The MF dies, there's no new MF, but his health is just too low at that point, right? And he hasn't enabled Grappling Hook.
this isn't going to mean much. Again, if you had like just pegged Black Boss as having no range of resolve, Akshan would actually be safe to attack here because he at least like hits a 2-4 and counts down 1. It's not going to win you the game, but theoretically, it's a slightly less good blocker out there. But yeah, this is almost just too wide.
Yep. And Black Boss knows that Kochua is basically out of
Fast
resources
spell?
at this point.
Not fast spell.
And I don't see how Kochua can get his way out of this. He doesn't have enough blockers.
Lethal on board.
His health is just too low. Black Boss can open attack here, but I mean, at his position, he has a lot of safety plays, whether he develops or opens.
Yeah, I like this as, hey, you literally need Concerted Strike, which is only 2 left in the deck, or the game is ended. Because that's like the only interaction that exists in this deck at all. It says, okay, we're going to go extra wide, which, to be fair, doesn't lose too much. I think there's an Island Navigator in that deck as well, so you can kind of go card for card here. But yeah, not going to be important enough.
Yep. And it looks like Kochua goes down 1 game. Black Boss, the man from Brazil, is going to game 3 of the finals.
All right, this is exciting. For someone, it's their first seasonal championship. For Brazil, it would be their first. The U.S. has gotten several, so we can kind of tick one off there. But this is fun. I'm so excited we're still going for this one. Honestly, it puts Black Boss as one of the strongest competitors in the history of the Americas. He's already tied for first place for appearances in top 32 at seasonals. Would tie the record at 1 seasonal title. No one's ever won a second. So kind of falls in line with all the greats there. Sadly did not make the top cut at Worlds, so there's I guess one thing not in the resume, but obviously a truly stellar player, and we'll see. It's going to be done this one. I will say, I had the prediction, Oyama Brazil and Black Boss may take it.
This could be Brazil's day. It all comes down to this final game. Kochua having a bit of an advantage lineup to lineup, but it's the Akshan Sivir deck, probably the weakest of Kochua's decks going into this matchup, even though Gangplank Sejuani is unfavored against Kochua's lineup.
Well, they're going to try to slot it together. It is a lower to the ground version, again, right? Not running a ton of top end in this Nova Core and Bruises, for example. Going to be able to deny the first plunder option, as it's just going to be 2/2 straight up back and forth. Doesn't want to give Black Boss the chance at, for example, using Fortune Croaker. So that's actually pretty good denial. However, as we get to go wide here, honestly, not the worst to get Yeti Yearling.
Yeah, Yeti Yearling is interesting. I mean, now Kochua has the option to play Akshan, and that will stop an entire attack, which is basically the same as Treasure Seeker would do anyway, so I like the Akshan development here.
You don't trade against the 2/1 Mirai Warden, but it does. If you did, it would block a Plunder. So you're actually considering it. You do want to think it out.
You're actually considering it, Freak. I think I might take that block. Yeah. Gangplank Sejuani is so terrifying with level triggers.
Yep.
And because you have... So Kochua right now, he's looking at his hand. He's got Juice. He's got Vagabond. And he's got Redeemer. He knows he's not really running out of steam. He just needs to stop the Gangplank and Sejuani level ups. I love that block.
Yeah, Akshan baits the here on round attack. 3. Yeah, and actually, I thought Black Boss should have taken longer to think about putting in the Yearling. Maybe he was happy to say, hey, if I knock down, Akshan, I'm happy, but the Yearling would have been guaranteed face damage. One of the two would have hit for sure.
I think the bigger reason he didn't was because he didn't have Gangplank or Sejuani kind of like hands, right? Like right now, he's just prepared to get some value out of Plunder, take a slower game with the Monster Harpoon. But I think the way both players played that was actually really, really clean.
Yeah, I agree with you. The more you bring that up and I think about it, because again, Kochua's deck is not that late game focused. Like if you trade down Akshan, that's one of the big late game tools. And now we get to go to round 4 where, okay, I've got a board. I'm going to be able to hit face.
This time, Black Boss is getting it in with both units. And, I mean, Kochua can stop a little bit of extra damage, but the Gangplank trigger is happening.
Yep. 2 of Parlay, 3 of Make It Rain, going to 1 health is a real consideration here. You're actually expecting pretty soon to be in a spot where it doesn't look any good. However, this block gets rid of yet again, the second Fortune Croaker as a possibility. There isn't one, so it's not going to happen here. But you don't really want to ping off a 1/1 and kill your own unit, so it opens up some of the plays around damage spells, but also, possibly denies a card draw, at least an efficient card draw. But we're going to probably see some Black Market Merchant value soon.
Yep, and Black Market Merchant likely coming down after this.
I'm going to say it's Golden
really
Aegis.
Huge. Oh god,
I'm going to say it's Golden Aegis.
No. Bright Steel Protector.
Okay card. That's an okay card.
Anything after the Merchant is good.
Yeah.
And of course, it's an absolute nightmare to play around. It could be any card from Kochua's perspective.
Yep. 0 cost Shapestone, 1 cost Sharp Sight. 1-cost single combat. All those feel pretty rough to deal with. Thankfully, it's going to be one where you're not going to be surprised by it. It's a unit. It's going to be functionally a slow speed card. Or I guess
definitely
focus
can
is probably
shut
more
down
accurate.
attacks that are developed into, though. I mean, if Kochua plays into this attack and the Bright Steel Protector shuts down an entire attack, that's a big deal because Kochua is the aggressor, if not in this matchup, at the very least in this hand state, right? Like Black Boss is going to have the game with Dreadway and Gangplank's level eventually, whereas Kochua's earlier form of deck is going to have a hard time taking it late.
I like not blocking here because you have the nab in hand. Since you've got a Yordle Grifter, you want that -1 cost. Assuming you don't, brick your Allegiance trigger, but you're only running exactly 3 Sejuani. Black Boss's version doesn't have the one of Feel the Rush in it, so your odds at breaking that is pretty low. It's going to be about 10% at this point in time, which isn't too horrible. So you're probably getting the discount, and you get a second card.
Yep, exactly. So, I mean,
that
right
one's
now,
going to be Golden Aegis.
It's up to Black Boss how he wants to play this. It's a good opportunity to just get a nice non-committal trigger, and he plays the Gangplank here, making sure that he has a possible blocker. It's all about, with this deck, just making sure you're getting triggers on every turn and planning out your turns in advance.
This attack looks good. Your opponent has absolutely no board yet. I mean, Redeemer's going to probably come down. It's going to be fine. But, not dead a Concerted Strike on board, not dead to single combat on board because there's only 2 power out there. You've got 5 attack Overwhelm that's going to completely ruin a 2-1. But you now decide, okay, who's my real blocker, though? Because we've got a Shaped Stone 3-4, which becomes a 5-5, and that's a clean trade in a Gangplank if it happens.
Yep. And we see the Redeemer for Kochua. This is a really good way of just not running out of resources, but he draws the Sivir a little bit late, misses out on the free attack for it, which is pretty big.
Gangplank is, I believe, at 3, if I recall correctly, so not going to flip on this attack at all. No way to have that one happen here, but it almost assuredly will flip on 8. We've got to make it rain. We've got a Yordle Grifter in hand, so there's a really good chance we're going to see level 2 Gangplank with Dreadway swinging in on 8, and that's going to feel great as win condition. And the triple Sivir in hand sucks. Sivir's champion spell is, we'll say, low tier.
Yeah, it's not quite a Maokai or a Zed, but we'll say low tier, Freak. I'm with you on that one. But I mean, hand state to hand state, this is looking very favorable for Black Boss, right? Like Kochua did not have the early aggression he needed, and the triple Sivir draw is so awkward at exactly this time. Black Boss has all the time he needs to set up the Dreadaway, and he's not really in a hurry to level his Gangplank or Sejuani into this game.
All right, Sivir number 1 is down, and we get, the very, very not useful champion spell. That's again, not Z tier, but not outstanding, of course. Ricochet eventually costs 3, and then even then, I guess you pop a barrel with it sometimes. Gangplank's gonna feel pretty comfy. Once again, Kochua has played into, hey, by the way, I have mana for Concerted Strike. Hey, by the way, you don't have fast plays around this. Even if you did play the Bright Steel, you could still pop it and have Sivir kill it. So Gangplank is, I'm going to guess, not hitting face here. The alternative, though, is to just trade off your Sivir and say, I'll take 2 face damage. Otherwise, I have 2 dead cards in my hand.
Yeah, this is actually a really, really awkward one for Kochua thinking about the Concerted Strike, right? I mean, if the Sivir tries to go in for the Gangplank, then Black Boss actually has a line with Monster Harpoon, Warning Shot, and Make It Rain taking down the Sivir, which would be a crazy commitment. But if the Warning Shot pings her, then it always win. Bright Steel Protector on the Gangplank, I like this play, making sure that even if the Sivir tries to block the Gangplank, is staying alive and making it through, and it still holds enough mana for that 3-mana Golden Aegis you called earlier, Freak.
Oh, we got it the second one, and now, look, Concerted will still do it, right? 2-1, and then Sivir hits, and you knock down the Gangplank, and you're going to feel okay. But, yeah, the question is, at that point, you're obviously not going to dedicate the Aegis anymore, but I feel like you're okay to swing. I mean, on board, you're happy with the swing. Gangplank looks good. 3-3 looks good against everything. 3-2, I think you're kind of okay trading down against the 2-1. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world. You're kind of okay just, like, letting that one fall off. And we're going to go for the early Concerted. Yeah, don't even let him swing.
Yep.
Which,
kind
seems
of
fine.
to do it.
Yeah. Yes. You could have waited till the attack, but it wouldn't have really changed anything.
And selecting the
let your
Vanguard
opponent
Redeemer,
skip.
making sure that there's no Make It Rain to peel it off is really, really, really important. This is a big swing. Warning Shot.
Oh, no, you could kill the 3-3, and you only pop Barrier. It's not Make It Rain, it's harpooning a 3-3.
Yeah, harpooning the 3-3 off of the Warning Shot actually does do it. That is enough.
Oh, wow.
That's big.
Wow.
That is actually huge. I mean, the Gangplank attack, it can still die to the Sivir, but the Sivir would have to die to for it. Now, unbeknownst to Black Boss, I mean, Kochua really doesn't mind giving up a Sivir. It'll slow him down a little bit, but there's 2 more in the hand.
Yeah. 2-1 trades out of 3-2. You're going to take 5 damage to face, which hurts a bit. You're at 11. Gangplank, I believe, goes to 3 or 4 experience already. And then you get your... I mean, and you kind of have to go for Predict. There's literally he's the only option that does anything this game. In this round.
And he's just looking for value. He could go for an Aegis. I mean, he has the Sivers. He needs to close this game out. He takes it.
Yeah. There was an argument for Treasure Seeker or Skip because you have 2 units that you can play. You've now found a 3rd unit to play, but there's no way that board is wide enough that you actually like rallying.
The level
Sivir really is carrying here.
The level Dockshan is huge, actually. It'll come down, it'll summon the other thing. Sivir can come down, they can both start quick attacking, and Black Boss actually has no cards he can play right now that really just stop these 2 free quick attacks, except for Rally, which doesn't make sense here. I mean, right now, Kochua could actually be able to pull this out. He just needs to be able to kill this Dreadway and the Gangplank that it draws Black Boss. If you can do that, you can win this game. But it's going to be really, really hard.
Yeah. You can give, because the banner works on summon, not just play, right? So your Waking Sands can get Challenger, and you can like go after someone. And in fact, we're probably going to get to Sivir here, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think giving it to Sivir is probably the best bet. You could give it to Akshan too, but I think that's just less of a reason.
We're burst passing, so, you know, a pass itself is like, well, I still get to play, so, you know, whatever, who cares?
Giving it to Sivir is something very, very important because now, I mean, there's not really a way to kill this Sivir if you're Black Boss. And Kochua knows a few turns from now, you know, when Dreadway comes down, when Sejuani comes down, when leveled Gangplank comes down, we are going to need to remove that threat. Kochua can't end the game anytime soon here, right? He needs to be able to just delete the threats and hope Black Boss doesn't draw more. But Kochua looks like he's in a really, really bad position here. Black Box has all the cards.
Destruction and go down to 0 mana. I'm trying to think of what you'd even be afraid of as I look back at the possibilities here, right? So, okay, Warning Shot. I think we've seen 2 hard-casted Warning Shots. Maybe it's only 1. We're going to see Make It Rain pop off a Spell Shield.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough of a reason not to play Akshan here. I mean, it's potentially dying to like a Harpoon.
Did you really think Sivir wasn't going to swing at you? I'm surprised we even saw Make It Rain that early.
Ooh. Kochua reads that Make It Rain as a Harpoon and actually goes for the Bright Steel Protector instead, making sure that the Sivir can't possibly die on the trigger turn.
That makes sense. And it's ultimately ends up being a useless barrier anyway because there's no game around that. Like, she's always quick attacking the blocker. Dreadway's not getting played. It's only round 7.
All right. Now, this is really, really scary because Black Boss, I mean, Kochua's not going to be able to close out anything this round. Black Boss does have the Dreadway, and Dreadway is terrifying. Now, it's not going to have much of a board, and Kochua can even block it and then potentially just try to kill with something off the top.
Yep.
But Dreadway is the scariest thing to see in that list.
Well, we get Powder Monkeys, we get a Dreadway. We cannot Dreadway and Rally. Actually, we can Dreadway and Rally if you save enough mana, but now you don't have enough. So it's Powder Monkeys getting spawned, not enough to Dreadway plus Rally. That could have been a possible threat, but not going to happen. That's really nice as the re-up. Powder Monkey's always going to blow up. You're going to get a card draw. It's going to be 2 mana less. But that means you can't Dreadway if you do that. And that's a consideration. So Dreadway is going to come down.
This is pretty big. I mean, the Sivir spell here might actually be huge, Freak. We rated it at low tier, but it can kill the Powder Monkey before an attack can potentially come down. It's a YOLO play. If it low rolls, you might just lose the game as opposed to developing a blocker. He needs. Yeah. I think it would be so hard to make that play.
If you hard low roll, you're taking like about 12 damage.
All right, but he can use it after this attack to kill the Dreadway after blocking it with the 5/2. Sivir needs to stay alive, but can't block anything. Everything dealing double damage is such a threat from that card. This Powder Monkey is attacking for 4, and it's burning for 2.
Yep, that's why the Sandstone Charger got played. Is, hey, we know this is 6 damage going at my face. We're gonna go ahead and just, let that drop. Let's go ahead and just trade a card out. We'll spend 2 mana to save 4 life. Which, yeah, I think that's the right call. Takes the pass and says, I mean, I don't really want to... And actually, this is great. Passing is correct because Sandstone Charger would give 5 XP to Sivir if it attacked. So Black Boss would rather completely pass, let them both dissolve. He still gets the last breath trigger off the ephemeral, still gets the face damage, still gets the Gangplank XP, but doesn't give Sivir 5 XP.
I think if you're Kochua, you might go for a rally here. I mean, you also have the Akshan. This might be the safest rally you have. You can Akshan or Shapestone, and the Dreadway can go down. The Shapestone can kill the Dreadway, or the Waking Sand being able to level up the Sivir instead can also just threaten the Dreadway, because Sivir would gain the +1 attack.
Yeah, I think she definitely levels before having to strike, so it's like, well, okay, I'm forced into this then, go ahead. I mean, it's still going to trip at the 5-2, which doesn't really change anything, so there's not really reason to swing. It doesn't matter.
This is huge.
I mean, there's no tools on the other side, right? Like, if you had Make It Rain, you'd use it here when it does 2 damage to everything and clears the board. Like, you would have loved to have Make It Rain right now, right? Went for the Monster Harpoon bluff, and now is like, oh, I wish I had Dreadway Harpoon. Or Dreadway Make It Rain. Because this would have cleaned up everything. If you get lucky, Sivir doesn't level. Like, everything goes to complete hell. But Sivir's going to just kill Dreadway.
Yep, this is really, really huge. The Penitent Squire can even potentially get an attack. Sivir killing the Dreadway here is gigantic. He's pre-committing the Shape Stone. He knows that there's nothing else that can level it up. And I think the Waking Sands, the Sand Soldier from the Waking Sands, is just shy of being able to level up the Sivir before Sivir goes in with this attack.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. I mean, maybe the 3-3 and the 2-2 does it as well. Like, maybe there's enough going on that you get it regardless. But, yeah, that doesn't even put the Charger on the stack, which I just find interesting. Like,
Yeah,
I feel like you might as well.
He has it as a blocker. In case, because Black Boss
right,
still has an
on the
attack
comeback
token here.
Yeah. So, yeah, Sivir would have dealt 7. So 7 damage was enough to level up, but you're right. Maybe the rest of it wasn't going to be enough. So wants to get her to level up, then give everyone else quick attacks so that they can get stuff done. And you're right, doesn't want to take the reswing.
Attack barrier. That's interesting. I mean, I think he had enough blockers. He could have been okay with that free attack, but he's realized that his win condition is just being able to keep these sets down. Black Boss needs to draw more threats. Draws another Merchant, which isn't bad, but Black Boss just wants to draw more Gangplanks, more Sejuanis right now, because if he draws another one, Kochua probably won't be able to kill it anymore.
Action comes down level 2. We summon the Horde. And yeah, Sivir is a 6-attack challenger. That is a lot of pain. You have a couple of jump blocks, but everyone's going to have quick attack. Everyone's going to be completely removing the board here. And basically, at this point, Black Boss is saying, okay, as soon as my Powder Monkey dies, we're playing 2-drop, 2-drop Gangplank. I refill my hand is cheap, and I hope round 10 works for me. Because Gangplank's coming down leveled.
Yep. And I think Kochua is just going for a full control-y game plan. I mean, he could have played Tattered Banner on the auction here. He could have played the Sivir spell and tried to wipe the board. But I think he's assuming the Sivir might die at some point, and he's actually just saving it for a second challenger Sivir, right? Everything's getting quick attack, and he knows if he just makes his entire board quick attack from the Sivir and make sure he can play another Sivir and remove threats like a leveled Gangplank or a leveled Sejuani later, I think he knows he's just good.
How much of the board do we want to eat? We know you're guaranteed down to 8 life right now, thanks to the Powder Monkey eventually dying. We know Gangplank is in hand, dealing up to 8 damage on a round. 2 from his spell with a keg, 6 from the Overwhelm itself. So, okay, you know, theoretically, if I somehow have no blockers at all, I'm actually dead. But obviously knows there are some blockers. I like killing the Idol that removes one of the Powder Monkeys, that removes one of the face damages that was available.
And you definitely just remove that face damage here. The big thing is that Gangplank usually threatens damage with this Overwhelm and level up form dealing the ping, but the Forward Demacia is a really, really good wall against that. Just giving your units all more health and more attack and kind of lock the Gangplank out of an attack for a turn, which is huge.
It means he just kind of trades against the Sivir, and they just kill each other, because Sivir goes to 7 health, and that's enough for GP to kill it. But because the Powder Monkey died, we get number 1, Sharp Sight for 0 mana.
Push lethal off the Gangplank. We're getting another one.
Yep. Second one.
There's a lot you could be looking for here.
If Gangplank lives, he's gonna have a rally. Now, is it enough mana right now? I don't remember the exact cost. If there's spell mana left over, he's got rally mana.
I think he might be doing it now.
Oh,
I think he might be playing around the Forward Demacia free because he knows there's not enough mana for it. He could just take the rally now. He knows he's got Sharp Sight, and this is really
I think you Sivir spell here. I think you Sivir spell there.
You could.
I guess once you see the rally, I think you do it.
You might have to, but the rally comes down. And that's huge because now Black Boss doesn't have to let Forward Demacia ever cast. He's attacking now and he's open attacking on the next turn. There's no Forward Demacia shield. He's going for the kill here. The 0 mana Sharp Sight might allow him to do it. The Sivir spell comes down. It has to wipe this board.
5 hits.
What's it hitting?
Really good chance of hitting Gangplank.
He'll probably take the barrier off. Sivir has the ability to kill it. The Shape Stone and the Sharp Sight will trade.
And 2 face?
The barrier off.
Oh my.
Oh no! I think that's so huge. The barrier was the only thing that was protecting Gangplank from the Sivir block with the Shapestone. The Gangplank is unkillable now.
How close to that are we? So Gangplank is doing
taking 6.
2 plus 4 is 6. Yeah, you have to block the last 2, and then Sharpsight's game.
And then Sharpsight is game. The Shapestone gives the +1 health, but it's not going to be enough to kill the Gangplank. Oh no.
And as we pre-block for Sivir to live, Gangplank's like, thanks for the Golden Aegis. Thank you for the Sharpsight. We have nabbed victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah,
and Black Boss will be the first ever Brazilian seasonal champion. Black Boss, the best in Brazil, has proved it with results. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, this is it. This is a crazy win for Black Boss, and it's a crazy win for, of course, the entire Brazilian LoR community, who have been rooting behind this guy every step of the way. Not even just for this tournament, Freak, but for the last 2 years.
And that green OK button. That green OK button says, I literally cannot play any other cards. The Oracle's Eye says 0 health. GG, well played. Kochua, he made the finals. Last time, he made the finals. This time, it was a 1-2 record. Black Boss finally gets us our first Brazilian seasonal champion, and I'm glad to see it happen. I love having every time different countries represented. I'm glad to have different countries winning. We finally get to see the lethal shot come across, and down goes the Nexus.
Yep, and it's such a crazy win. I mean, forcing the Shapestone, right? Because, of course, Kochua could have survived there, but there's no way to play around the 0-mana Sharpsight that got nabbed by the Black Market Merchant, right? So there's just nothing you can do about it. That was such a crazy series.
Yeah, there are a lot of tools that could have been there. Obviously, Concerted Strike and Golden Aegis would have been too expensive, but you would have had Absolver, Single Combat, and Sharpsight and Shapestone were all possible options. There was a decent chance that some decent tricks were picked up, but hey, look, at the end of the day, right, what was picked up was what was used, and it turned out well.
That was an amazing game. Nab, I really wish that was a deck archetype that could work out, but probably good that it's not like a main thing. So, Black Boss taking it 2-1. What an amazing end to today. Jason, I know we were going back and forth, like, who's going to take it? Did it end up as you expected, or did Kochua have a chance there? I mean, second place is nothing to be ashamed about, but Black Boss just coming in like a dark horse.
Oh man, I mean, that was so close. That was back and forth. My heart is racing, and I'm not even playing the game. I can only imagine what these two players were going through. That first game really saw the power of 4 Demacia. You know, this used to be a card that you would want to just discard to like a Get Excited or something. It was like you would almost never cast it. And here it is, just winning games. That second game, really interesting back and forth. All these board-centric decks, there were so many decisions. Kochua had a chance to Concerted Strike at MF, let it level up, and she took the game. I'm not sure if, you know, maybe things could have been done differently there, but there was definitely a lot of play. Game 3, holy cow. Back and forth it went. At first, it really seemed like Black Boss was in control. Kochua was a little slow out of the gates. That triple Sivir draw was very awkward. As the guys are talking about, her chance spell is not one of your, more ideal ones. But then Kochua starts getting going, gets Challenger on Sivir, starts just picking off units. Seems like Kochua's going to take it. And then that huge turn, those nab targets end up being massive. Getting the rally, having the sharp sight. And then the big one, the Sivir totally missing the Gangplank barrier, also missing the keg. Man, it was a nail biter right down to the end. Couldn't have asked for more. 3 fantastic games. Congratulations, Brazil. You know they're going to be celebrating tonight.
Absolutely. Swim, Freak. That was amazing casting. Like, you two high-level players, I'm watching this game, I'm like, there's no way that the Ricochet like actually hits Gangplank at that last game, right? There's like no chance, but there's always a chance for those clutch moments. So what was going through your minds as you were like, oh, Black Box is gonna take this? Oh, maybe Kochua will actually pull from behind. What was going through your mind, Freak, as you were casting that?
Right now, I'm mathing out 0.8 times 0.8 times 0.8 times 0.8, right? The odds of not hitting Gangplank in 5 shots. 5 shots, and there's 5 targets because one of them's face. 33% chance to never hit Gangplank in 5 shots, assuming that everything can always start something else. Yeah, so the odds are pretty high. You could have at least killed the Gangplank. Now, that would not have prevented lethal, obviously, but it may have sent Sivir onto that block, and maybe you played around a little bit differently as a result of that one. Obviously, you didn't play around having 2 fast damage from hand, which I think is defensible, but yeah, only picked off a single unit, right? Not getting a barrel is valuable, and not killing more than 1 unit is pretty valuable. Hitting phase twice. So there were definitely a lot of configurations that would have like still been lethal based on gameplay, but definitely still pretty good look.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it was a great finals to show off some of like how Runeterra has developed as a community, right? I mean, it's got a massive Brazilian community that is very, very happy, of course, that they've been able to win a seasonals off of the Black Boss, one of the players that has been in the game from the very, very start. While Kochua is also proving that if you have card game experience, being able to come in and place very, very well across 2 different seasonals, insane record back to back, and if he stays true to what he was saying, and if this is his last tournament, then it's a hell of a way to go out.
Yeah, absolutely nothing wrong with number 2. I think that, you know, when he does have his kid, he's going to be able to tell, like, hey, Daddy got number 2, and that's pretty damn good. And he should be proud of
silver medals.
I don't know, like, you know, with all that pressure on you, I would be much more disappointed if I went out like super early. And, you know, this is single elimination, so you really have to go all out when the match starts. There's no redemption. There's no coming from behind or anything like that. So I'm glad that he went out the way that he did, and hopefully we'll see him again really soon. To help close out the day, you know, there's not just the Americas. You know, everyone's playing Legends Runeterra. You know, everyone had their seasonal tournaments, and you know, wanted to take a look at some of the highlights from other areas, and just to see how other regions did on the day coming up to this point. And now we've got Japan, it looks like.
Yeah, this is from the Asia's regions.
Asia, yes.
And, you know, we see some very, very interesting deck diversity, different kind of like lineups and different metas develop across the regions, which is always really interesting to see in games as well.
Yeah, Poppy Fizz, obviously hitting face going wide enough, but got to see, you know, it's not the Z version, it's not the even MF version, it's still Lord of the Ground, but different champion choices, different secondary region. Then we get to see it again. Good old Sandstone Soldiers coming through. Thank you for a Jace deck. But I've got to see Jace, right? That's hype. And then you just Aftershock. Oh, Decimate with Aftershock in hand.
Oh,
wow,
man, that's a crazy finish. I didn't get to see that one. That's painful, Freak. Oh my god. Imagine losing to this slow speed Aftershock. Just the one action making the difference.
Yeah. Oh my word. Okay. Well, nicely done. There's set 3 going down there. What's it going to be? What do we got next? Yeah, for Southeast Asia, yes, of course.
Shout outs to AG Reeler for winning that.
Mm-hmm. That looks like a pretty big Poppy board.
Yeah, it's not bad. Sometimes level Poppy just gets there. This Poppy card?
Sorry, Swain.
Be all right.
Relief.
Once in a while, a leveled Poppy will take it down, yeah.
A normal Poppy board, nothing to see
Pretty
there,
good
right?
champion. Yeah, maybe a bit underrated, but pretty strong.
And I gotta say, the last couple of games, like the way this tournament finished, like not just that last series, but Black Boss being able to excellently take down and outmaneuver Cephalopod, and then being able to, like, all of the last games were so close, and we saw some really tight decisions by players that, you know, highlighted why they were able to win these games. Like, because the smallest differences in these games can matter so much how they play out, right?
Yeah,
it's
totally.
easy.
We have caster vision, and we're able to see both players' hands. And, like, you got to imagine the stress that they're under, right? You're playing for thousands of dollars. You're playing for the title, and they're still playing almost flawlessly. Like, we didn't see any, like, major blunders or anything. The play was so clean under that pressure. Just amazing.
So, gentlemen, final thoughts on the day. We had a crazy amount of games. You know, everyone walked home with money, but, you know, $10,000. Brazil is very happy. We just go through the desk. What are your thoughts on from the top 32 to the final 2? What did we take away from today?
One of the things I really took away is this is not the first time we've seen rally decks take down a seasonal. You know, with people just being like not even really on anyone's radar and just coming out to take it down. We saw Duckling do a similar thing a few seasons back. I got to say that going forward in future seasonals, Rally is going to be something that I'm always keeping my eye on.
Yeah, I think an aggro game plan looks good. I'm gonna shout out Mo, another one who just like came in with triple aggro and just like slams the finals in 10 minutes. It's like, hey, part of the cards are there, then it's over. Doesn't need a brain to win those games. So, yeah, it's always fun to see, right? Like, we had zero Poppy Zeds in top 4, right? As much as people are gonna say, hey, X Champion is too good, and yeah, okay, Poppy is exceptionally good. Like, let's be clear, right? She's very, very strong, but we got to see different decks. We got to see undefeated Poppy Lux as an interesting archetype. We got to see one of Vi absolutely be series winning and tournament winning, right? Like that Vi won Black Boss that semifinal, right? Like that's huge.
That might have been my favorite moment from the entire tournament, I think. The Vi with giving Overwhelm, discarding basically the entire hand, committing to that Vi Overwhelm, and being able to win that game off of it, beating Cephalopod in the semifinals, and ultimately being able to win the finals. To me, that Vi Overwhelm play off of his spicy one of Vi tech was the single biggest highlight of the tournament, and it ultimately was what allowed him to get to the finals and win.
Congratulations again to Black Box, our grand champion for today. And congratulations to everyone for making it to the top 32. For everybody here on the broadcast for today, my name is Akinola. I hope you enjoyed watching. Thank you for coming out. We'll see you on the next one. Take care, everybody.